A menacing man holding a girl with buns hostage announces he's finally broken into the boy's house. He smirks, declaring this apocalyptic world is lawless, where the weak are simply prey for the strong. The girl with buns smirks deviously, claiming she's just a frail woman who must rely on the strong. The leader and his armed thugs confront their unseen victim, demanding to know what he'll do. The scene shifts, showing the decaying, frozen torch of a forgotten monument. A vast, icy wasteland reveals that what's left of humanity is frozen beneath the ice. In the desolate ruins, a tear freezes on an old man's cheek, a testament to the bitter cold. Two figures trudge through a narrow, snow-filled alley between derelict buildings. A young man with dark hair exhales, his breath fogging in the frigid air. He realizes the area is unexplored, a rare chance to find precious food and fuel. Surveying a city encased in ice, he determines the thick, frozen layer seems safe enough to cross. Standing on the vast sheet of ice, he suddenly readies himself as the ground begins to shake. Oops, he thinks, startled by what feels like a sudden, violent earthquake. As the ice shatters beneath him, he realizes that this frozen world proves how fragile civilization truly is. The ground gives way, and he plummets into a deep, dark crevasse. He panics as he falls, realizing he's doomed if his descent continues. Desperately, he swings his ice axe into the wall, pleading for it to hold his weight. Darn it, the axe fails to find purchase, and he continues to slide helplessly down the icy wall. Crash! He smashes through the floor of the crevasse, revealing a modern building entombed below. After landing in a soft pile of snow, he smirks, musing that a narrow escape leads to great fortune. He lies back confidently, certain that his dangerous fall has led him to something valuable. From the shadows, a monstrous, sharp-toothed grin appears. Three inhuman, glowing blue eyes snap open, staring out from the darkness. A hulking, three-eyed monster named Bai Pai reveals itself, squatting ominously in the snow. The young man's confident expression vanishes, replaced by wide-eyed terror. As Bai Pai lunges, the young man braces himself, declaring that his blessing is not just for show. A luminous, bird-like spirit shoots from him, striking the monster and sending it reeling back. He grits his teeth in frustration, realizing he has seriously miscalculated the situation. Massive ice spikes suddenly erupt from the ground and ceiling, impaling the roaring beast. Realizing their fight caused the ice above to collapse, he decides his own survival comes first. He looks up in shock as a massive chunk of the ceiling plummets toward him. "Damn it," he shouts, watching helplessly as the debris falls. With a tremendous crash, the massive block of ice and rock slams into the ground near him. Swept away by an avalanche of snow, he screams in terror that he's about to be interred alive. The crushing weight of snow and ice completely buries him. Buried and helpless, his hand reaches out as a small, glowing, slug-like creature floats nearby. A bright light flashes across his eye as a strange power takes hold. He takes a sharp breath, his eyes now blazing with an unfamiliar energy. He finds himself kneeling in the snow, dazed and with no memory of what just happened. Unseen by him, a strange, glowing blue mark has appeared on his neck. Deciding to head back, he grabs a candy bar from the snow, glad he did not leave empty-handed. He arrives back at the massive, decaying skyscraper that serves as a shelter. Since the city is frozen, he opens a hidden passage, the only way back to his home. Inside the building, he finds a grim settlement of survivors and notes their situation is dire. A red-haired man watches the desperate survivors, fearing what they might do as resources run out. The dark-haired man reflects on the grim reality, knowing anyone in this world could cross the line into savagery. The red-haired man notes the patrols haven't started yet and decides to hurry home. He anxiously knocks on the door to his room, 409. The door flies open, revealing the girl with buns, leaving the red-haired man frozen in shock. Calling him Xiaoming, the girl shoves him backward as the terrifying reality of the ambush sets in. Flustered, the purple-haired man agrees as she playfully asks if he wasn't eager to see her. As he locks the door, she pouts, complaining that he cares more about security than his own girlfriend. He turns around, offering her the precious candy bar he risked his life for. She looks at the candy bar with surprise and slight confusion, asking what it is. Upon realizing it's chocolate, she joyfully embraces him, calling him the best darling. Her joy fades as she asks if this is all he brought back. He explains a monster nearly ate him for it. She gives him a look of pure disgust, completely ungrateful for his sacrifice. Later, he sits alone by the fire, agonizing over their lack of food for the past several days. He stares at a bag of seeds, wondering if they're desperate enough to eat their future crops today. Looking at their withered plants, he knows that eating the seeds means completely losing hope. He worries that if things don't change, the survivors will inevitably lose their sanity. Looking at poisonous monster meat, he wishes it was edible so no one would have to suffer from hunger. He tosses the monster flesh into the fire, resigning himself to using it as fuel. He suddenly remembers he forgot something and calls out for Ming Ming, only to find she's gone. A series of knocks echo from the door. Recognizing Ming Ming's secret code, he wonders why she would be outside. He opens the door for Ming Ming, but is met with the swift swing of a heavy club. Wham! The weapon smashes violently into his face. The force of the blow sends him flying backward across the room. A blonde thug stands over him, sadistically wishing Brother Mo a happy Valentine's Day. The gang leader, Luo Dalong, appears with Chen Ming, who asks if her new man likes her gift. Stunned and betrayed, Mo demands to know why Chen Ming would side with Luo Dalong. She screams that a single candy bar can't fool her as Luo Dalong accuses Mo of hiding food. His empty pack is revealed, and Chen Ming calls him inhuman for lying to his own girlfriend. Luo Dalong crouches down to taunt the beaten Mo, offering some cruel advice. He declares that in this lawless era, a weak man like Mo can't support a woman. Pinning Mo with his weapon, he explains the weak must either serve the strong or become their prey. Grinning with malice, Luo Dalong demands Mo hand over all of his food. With one eye glowing ominously, Mo desperately insists that he has no food. Since Mo refuses to submit, Luo Dalong declares he'll become prey for the strong. Crack a golf club viciously breaks Mo's leg. The club smashes into Mo's face, shattering his teeth. A final, brutal blow lands with sickening force. The gang descends on Mo, beating him without mercy. After tearing the room apart, a thug reports they only found moldy grains. Luo Dalong declares that weak meat is still food and coldly demands a knife. The scene dissolves into red and black as Mo is brutally murdered. His spirit feels a sense of peace as it's absorbed into a nexus of blue energy. He suddenly jolts awake, slumped over a desk in a modern office. His eye flashes with blue energy as the traumatic memory hits him. He slams his hands on the desk and screams Luo Dalong's name in a fit of rage. Panting heavily, he looks around, utterly confused by his new surroundings. He stares at his hands in disbelief, wondering how he's alive and completely intact. The story flashes back to the moment the monster, Bai Pai, was impaled by ice spikes. The scene cuts to him being buried alive by the collapsing ice. Now armed with the knowledge of his future, he decides to return, picking up the fateful candy bar. He looks up at the towering skyscraper that serves as the survivor's shelter. He trudges through the snow-covered ruins, making his way back to the building. He opens the hidden passage, knowing it's the only way back to his home and his destiny. Using a rope, Mo begins his descent from the hidden passage back into the world below. Carrying his large backpack, he prepares to enact the plan he has formed in his mind. A memory flashes of a cracked clock on February 14th, the day of his death in the future. The scene flashes to the fateful moment, with loud knocks echoing from his door. Recognizing Ming Ming's secret code, Mo from the future timeline wonders why she's outside, knowing it's a trap. A memory of his betrayal resurfaces. Luo Dalong demands his food, while Mo insists he has none. He remembers the gang descending upon him in a furious, merciless assault. The final, traumatic moment of his murder flashes before his eyes as Luo Dalong brandishes a knife. In the void, his vengeful spirit vows to repay their actions 100 times over. As his consciousness fades, his spirit feels a sense of acceptance. His essence is fully absorbed into a nexus of blue, cosmic energy. The scene shifts to a vibrant, modern city at night before the apocalypse. A timer appears, warning that there are only 28 hours left until the world freezes over. The bustling, unaware metropolis thrives, its lights shining brightly against the night sky. News reports show the city is already unstable, with massive protests raging in Queens. In Manhattan, the wealthy elite ignore the chaos, enjoying exclusive high society gatherings. Meanwhile, in the streets of Brooklyn, gangs conduct their illicit business as usual. On July 14th, with the final countdown underway, no one in the city suspects the coming doom. Mo stands in a modern building, a stark contrast to the frozen wasteland he just left. The narration reveals that, unlike everyone else, Mo is fully aware of the impending catastrophe. As people on the street marvel at a beautiful aurora, Mo recognizes it as the harbinger of the Ice Age. His phone buzzes, and he knows exactly who is calling him at this pivotal moment. The caller ID shows Ming Ming, the woman who betrayed him in his past life. Remembering how he was deceived by her act of helplessness, he steels himself, refusing to make the same mistake. With cold resolve, he prepares to answer her call and change his fate. Ming Ming cheerfully asks Momo if he has seen the beautiful aurora while working late. After she asks for money for her maxed-out credit card, Mo coldly breaks up with her. Stunned by his sudden change, she demands to know what's wrong with him. Ignoring her pleas, he decisively confirms his choice to delete her contact information for good. Walking away with his second chance, he feels the weight of his new purpose. He knows a woman like her would only be a threat in the world to come. Taking off his glasses with a grim smile, he coldly sentences her to freeze to death in the new world. The scene focuses on a sign for the Brooklyn-Queens Expressway, placing him in Brooklyn. With newfound determination, Mo vows that this time, he will be properly prepared for the end. He recalls that the temperature will begin its fatal drop 24 hours before the world freezes completely. Knowing he has less than 28 hours, he foresees that the already shaky society will descend into chaos. He grimly calculates the real amount of time he has left to gather essential resources. He concludes he has only about an hour of safety and needs not just supplies, but weapons. His first priority for self-defense in the coming chaos is to acquire a gun. His lurking draws the attention of two police officers, and the captain decides to investigate him. An officer confronts him, shouting for him to stop and not move a muscle. The two officers draw their weapons and order him to put his hands up. Mistaking him for a thief, the officers close in, demanding to know what he's holding. With his hands raised, Mo nervously explains that it's just his smartphone. Cursing his bad luck, he glances at his phone's timer, furious to be wasting precious time. Hoping for a quick inspection, Mo waits as the police captain cautiously warns his rookie partner. The nervous rookie points his gun, demanding to know what's inside Mo's backpack. Trying to de-escalate, Mo forces a smile and claims he's just an ordinary office worker. As he talks, he subtly slips a blue, rectangular object from his bag into his coat. The rookie officer spots the movement and panics, screaming that Mo has a weapon. Bang! The rookie officer fires his gun. "Shit!" Mo shouts as the bullet hurtles toward him. His face contorts in sheer terror at the sight of the incoming bullet. He wonders if his second chance is about to end so soon. No! He screams in his mind, desperate to live. His eye flares with a brilliant blue light as a strange power awakens within him. As the officer fires, Mo is enveloped in a blue aura. The two officers are stunned, with the rookie screaming, "What's the situation?" Mo is shocked to find he can clearly see the bullet flying toward him. He realizes with astonishment that time itself seems to be slowing down. A glowing blue mark appears over Mo's eye as he's wreathed in crackling energy. Smirking, he effortlessly dodges the bullet, realizing his new power is real. The rookie officer is enraged, shouting that he's a taxpayer and can't believe he's being shot at. Annoyed, Mo declares he has no time to waste on the idiotic cop. The officer fires his weapon again in a panic. The bullet misses Mo and instead shatters a nearby canister, which instantly begins to freeze. Moving at blinding speed, Mo closes the distance in a flash. Wham! He smashes his fist into the rookie officer's face. The police captain watches in horror, demanding to know what Mo did to his partner. Terrified, the captain points his gun at Mo, screaming, "What are you?" Mo stands silently, surrounded by an aura of crackling blue energy. His hair now a shade of blue, Mo looks disoriented and admits he doesn't know what just happened. The scene shifts to the city skyline under the otherworldly glow of the aurora. A public warning declares a cold wave is coming, with Brooklyn being the first area to be hit. An emergency broadcast begins as the camera focuses on an apartment building in the new district. In an office, men react to the Homeland Security alert. Mo dismisses it while his coworker worries it's serious. A woman in a lab coat smokes as a government broadcast urges citizens not to panic. Mo, grimly determined, uses a power drill, vowing no mishaps this time as an advisory warns everyone to stay inside. The scene cuts to a flashback where Luo Dalong wonders why his captive is still silent. The beaten, purple-haired captive insists through a bloody mouth that he really doesn't know anything. Luo Dalong leans in, menacingly asking if he's absolutely sure about that. He shoves a phone in the captive's face, showing incriminating photos and accusing him of drugging the boss's daughter. Terrified, the captive stammers that he didn't know what was happening at the time. Holding a knife, Luo Dalong coldly tells him his only hope now is for God's mercy. A thug pins the captive's hand to the floor. Click, Luo Dalong opens his butterfly knife with a flick of the wrist. He calmly counts off fingers, his own hand stained with blood. Opening a case, he reveals a collection of severed fingers, satisfied that his count is correct. With a cruel smile, he gives the order. Just throw him into the boiler. Two of his men peer down at the bagged body, casually bidding it to rest in peace. As they approach the furnace, one thug nervously asks if the old boiler might explode from having a body inside. Suddenly, the thug with the beanie senses that something is terribly wrong. Boom! An enormous explosion erupts from the boiler room. The surviving thugs are stunned, with one cursing his partner for being a jinx. Back in the present, Mo continues working with his power drill. He finishes building a large frame, proudly noting that his crop cultivation system is complete. Surveying his vast stockpile of supplies, he knows that even this massive hoard won't be enough in the long run. Relaxing amidst his preparations, he reaffirms his goal, to build a perfectly self-sufficient survival room. Checking his phone, he notes the freeze has been active for an hour and resolves to speed up his work. With his drill ready, Mo smirks, declaring that since time is life, it's the perfect moment to accelerate. A sudden knock at the door interrupts his work, and he wonders who it could be. As he opens door 409, he's struck by a strange sense of familiarity. Mustached security guard greets him, apologizing for the disturbance. Mo recognizes him as Old Joe and asks what's going on. Old Joe explains that the building's heating is broken and the temperature has dropped, so they are warning all the residents. Mo grimly recalls this exact event from his past life, knowing the heating was never fixed and was eventually scrapped. Determined not to repeat the mistake, he confidently offers to fix it, to the guard's great relief. As he heads down the stairs, the guards ask why he's going toward the boiler room. Old Joe corrects him, pointing the other way and explaining the boiler room is in the basement. Mo hesitates, remembering a resident, Mrs. Fang, mentioning an illegal boiler room was located upstairs. Questioning his own memory, he follows the security guard downstairs. They descend into the noticeably cold basement. Shivering, Mo and the two security guards proceed through the frosty basement corridor. Old Joe points to a machine emitting a strange cold smoke and asks Mr. Mo for his help. Mo confidently declares that the issue should now be resolved. He stops abruptly, noticing a strange blue liquid coating his hand. Behind the second guard, a monstrous creature with hands covered in eyes appears, asking if there are any other problems. Smash! The creature, now a monstrous shark, viciously attacks the guard, shouting for its fingers. The creature devours the guard's remains, as its own fingers regenerate before their eyes. The shark-like form splits open, revealing a white-skinned monster as Mo and Old Joe watch in horror. Old Joe stares, frozen in absolute terror and disbelief. The towering white-skinned monster turns its attention to the other security guard. Cursing, Mo's eye flares with blue energy as his power awakens. An ethereal projection of his powered form materializes as he prepares to confront the monster. He lunges forward, blocking the monster's powerful hands just as they are about to crush Old Joe. Having narrowly saved the guard, Mo remarks that Old Joe almost lost his head. He spots the open door, realizing it's their only escape route. Believing he can escape by sprinting at full speed, he prepares to run. Multi-eyed monster lets out a terrifying roar as it lunges at them. As Mo runs with the guard, he senses something is wrong. He is shocked to find that the monster is somehow able to keep up with his enhanced speed. Trapped, he grits his teeth in frustration as the monster's maw closes in. He wonders if carrying Old Joe is the reason he can't move fast enough. Apologizing to Old Joe, Mo makes a difficult, split-second decision. He resolves that, at the very least, he has to get Old Joe out of there. With a powerful heave, he throws Old Joe toward the exit, shouting for him to go. The terrified Old Joe is flung to safety, looking back in bewilderment. Now alone, Mo turns to face the terrifying monster head-on. The monster suddenly shatters into pieces before it can reach him. Mo pants heavily, trying to catch his breath after the intense confrontation. The monster's eye twitches, focusing on one thought: fingers. Reforming, the monster questions the lack of fingers and concludes it must be connected to old Joe. Surrounded by his power, Mo struggles to understand what just happened and vows to figure it out. He analyzes the fight, remembering the white skin could catch him while he was carrying old Joe. He realizes that without the guard, his speed was superior, leading him to suspect a condition is hampering his ability. The monster stands before him, its single thought still fixed on fingers. He confirms his power's limitation has nothing to do with the monster, deducing it must be related to old Joe. He recalls seeing a strange energy envelop old Joe as he threw him, even when his own ability wasn't active. Noticing the gravel-like substance from the monster, he questions if there's a connection between them. Mo focuses on the gravel-like remnants of the monster, now imbued with his blue energy. A look of dawning realization crosses his face as he shouts, "I see now!" He remembers his past life, where humanity stood no chance against the white skin, and his only instinct was to flee. But now, touching the monster's remains, he believes he can turn the tables and become the hunter. Wreathed in a powerful blue aura, Mo prepares to put his new theory to the test. He launches a piece of the energized gravel directly at the monster's massive hand. With intense focus, he channels his power into the small projectile. The gravel shoots forward like a railgun, blasting a clean hole through the monster's hand. Triumphant, Mo confirms that his guess about his power was right. He realizes his ability to accelerate objects only works on targets contaminated with his unique energy. By accelerating even a small stone, he can imbue it with the kinetic force of an electromagnetic cannon. Drip! A strange blue liquid splashes onto the ground beside him. Confused, Mo touches his face and finds blue fluid streaming from his eye. Staring at his hand, he wonders in shock if he is bleeding blue blood. Panic fills his eyes as the blue liquid pours out, and he screams, "What's going on?" He violently coughs up a torrent of the strange blue fluid. Overwhelmed by the sudden reaction, Mo collapses to the ground. Lying on the floor, an intense, unnatural cold begins to seep into his body. In his fading consciousness, he vaguely hears old Joe calling him Mr. Lin. Old Joe anxiously holds Mo's hand, relieved he's okay, but begging him to stay awake. A distant voice cuts through the haze, calling out his full name, Lin Mo. As voices urge him to wake up, other residents panic, realizing the fierce blizzard has frozen the gate, trapping them. The purple-haired Xiao Zhou notes Mo looks poisoned and decides to get the heat on, while Mo shivers, consumed by the cold. Desperate pleas echo around him, urging him to hold on and not fall asleep. Old Joe explains that Mr. Lin saved him, while Mrs. Fang is told to stop talking and find Xiao Zhou. Carried by old Joe, Mo is rushed through a crowd of worried residents. The residents rush him toward help, urgently calling for Dr. Zhou. Old Joe lays him down in a makeshift infirmary, but Dr. Zhou tells him to see to the chaos outside, reassuring him that Shaolin will be fine. Peering at Mo, Dr. Zhou notes he's still alive despite his dangerously low temperature and wonders if he's a cryogenic person. She records her findings. Patient from room 409 shows symptoms of poisoning and is unconscious. Dr. Zhou reports his vitals are abnormal, with a body temperature of 10 degrees Celsius, yet his pulse and nerve reflexes are surprisingly normal. Holding her recorder, she mutters that his condition is truly incredible. As a centrifuge finishes its cycle, she announces it's time to see the results of his blood separation. Looking over his unconscious body, she finds his unprecedented condition to be very interesting. She examines the results. Unlike normal blood, his sample has separated out a layer of blue impurities. Concluding a full blood analysis will take time, she decides to continue observing his physical characteristics. She notes the strange patterns on his skin resemble veins, but look more like a severe allergic reaction upon closer inspection. Suddenly, Mo's bright blue eye snaps open. Startled, Dr. Zhou asks if he's awake as he groggily questions what's happening to him. He tries to sit up and demands to know who she is, but she calmly advises him to stay still. Click. She coolly lights a cigarette, asking with a smirk, "Me?" She introduces herself as an unlicensed black market doctor who can't reveal her true name. With a sly smile, she tells him he can call her Doc. Zhou. Doc. Zhou leans in to ask how he got into his current state, leaving Mo bewildered. Blowing smoke in his face, she remarks she's never seen his symptoms before and demands to know what happened in the basement. Leaning closer, she admits that right now she's very interested in him. In a flash of memory, Mo recalls the moment he decided to throw old Chow to safety. She reaches out, emphasizing that she is extremely interested in him and his unique condition. A symbolic image of a figure consumed by flame appears beneath a golden dove, a call to ignite the soul and light the path to freedom. The scene shifts to a snow-covered Brooklyn, where the temperature has plummeted to a deadly negative 29 degrees Celsius. An anatomical diagram explains that while the human body can theoretically tolerate 0 degrees Celsius, such temperatures would destroy tissue and cells. A diagram of the human heart highlights the danger of hypothermia, which can cause fatal tremors at temperatures below 22 degrees Celsius. Doc Zhou removes a thermometer from Mo's mouth, noting the reading is complete. Doc Zhou remarks it's a miracle Mo is alive as he stares in disbelief at his impossible body temperature of 11.5 degrees Celsius. Mo wonders if his newly awakened ability is the reason he survived the impossible cold. While Doc Zhou examines something under a microscope, Mo resolves to ignore his condition and focus on completing his plan. He tries to get up but slips on a puddle of his own blue fluid. Doc Zhou warns Mo not to move, reminding him that his body is still extremely weak. She dismisses his weakness as irrelevant, coolly stating she's figured out what he has. She bluntly asks if he has a superpower, leaving Mo stunned and wondering how she could have possibly known. As Mo attempts to stand, Doc Zhou reveals her sharp observational skills, telling him she's been to the second basement where he fought the monster. His eyes glow with power as he decides to use his ability to accelerate his escape. The attempt backfires as he suddenly coughs up more blue fluid, while Doc Zhou asks if he's okay. Horrified, Mo realizes his power is accelerating his own internal damage, wondering why it's happening now. Seeing the time is 2:52 p.m., he recalls his past life and realizes what is about to happen. Elsewhere, Luo Delong instructs his two subordinates to behave themselves during their meeting with Dr. Zhou. Knock. The two thugs arrive outside Doc Zhou's door, room 509. The sudden knocking startles both Mo and Doc Zhou in the makeshift lab. Mo looks up in alarm, startled by the unexpected visitors. Doc Zhou quickly extends her hand, urging Mo to get up. As Mo asks who's outside Doc, Zhou forcefully tells him to lie back down on the examination table. Confused, he complies, asking why she's being so secretive. She places her hands on his head, telling him to trust her if he wants to live. Leaning over him, she instructs him to close his eyes and stay perfectly still, no matter what he hears. The door opens to reveal Luo Delong, who apologizes for the disturbance. Doc Zhou greets him and coolly asks what he wants. Luo Delong asks to come in for a chat, and Doc Zhou reluctantly allows it. He explains he's looking for the resident from room 409, and as he speaks, Mo recognizes his voice with a jolt. Doc Zhou lies without flinching, informing Luo Delong that the man he seeks has already died from poisoning. Luo Delong offers a smirk, remarking that it's a pity. Mo, feigning death, recognizes the menacing Luo Delong, recalling he was frozen solid just the week before. Frustrated, Mo laments that his acceleration ability is malfunctioning when he needs it most. Luo Delong sarcastically thanks Dr. Zhou for her hard work. He questions if Mo is truly dead, claiming he saw him blink and offering to check himself. Dr. Zhou glares, firmly repeating that the man is dead. With a menacing grin, Luo Delong flicks open a butterfly knife, suggesting it might just be a case of false death. He leans over Mo's body with the knife, offering a cold apology before he strikes. Wham! Dr. Zhou lands a solid punch across Luo Delong's face, knocking him back. Enraged, she confronts him by name, demanding to know if he is questioning her professional abilities. One of Luo Delong's thugs explodes in anger, threatening Dr. Zhou for daring to hit his boss. Luo Delong calmly raises a hand, ordering his men to stand down. He turns back to Dr. Zhou, apologizing for his rudeness with a bruised cheek. Click, casually flicks open his lighter. In a surprising shift, he lights her cigarette, stating he could never doubt her after she's saved so many of his men. His expression turns sinister as he admits his fault but adds a threatening but. Leaning close, he reminds her not to forget who protects her clinic and demands a response to that matter soon. He leaves after telling her to think about it, while she scoffs at his nonsense. Once the coast is clear, she tells Mo he can get up now. Taking a drag from her cigarette, she tells a bewildered Mo that she assumes he has a lot of questions. Mo struggles to understand why Luo Delong wants to kill him now, while Dr. Zhou wants to protect him. Sitting up, Mo asks Dr. Zhou for his clothes, but she is unimpressed with his question. Outside, snow falls heavily on the apartment building. The temperature in Brooklyn has plummeted to a deadly -40 degrees Celsius. In another part of the building, a young man admits that he now thinks his father, a furnace tender, was a great man. His companion callously dismisses his feelings, telling him the weather will pass, and not to lament his loser dad. Luo Delong appears, questioning their optimism, and the first man apologizes to him as Long Ji. With government broadcasts and the internet down, Luo Delong concludes that the authorities have given up. He holds a cross, musing that this apocalyptic cold wave might be God's punishment. A captive, hanging upside down, defiantly asks why God doesn't punish a sinner like Luo Delong. Luo Delong looms over the captive, boasting about the harmonious order he's established in the building. The captive, Old Joe, furiously accuses him of forcing residents to gather supplies or have their heat cut off. Luo Delong smirks, justifying his tyranny as a simple equivalent exchange for providing heat. As a young woman watches, the enraged Old Joe screams, "You vampire!" Luo Delong walks away, remarking it's a pity the tenant from 409 died before he could enjoy the new order. Hanging helplessly, Old Joe is stunned to hear that Mr. Lin is dead. Back in the infirmary, Doc, Zhu tells Mo to get dressed, while he complains that it's too much trouble. Now dressed, Mo asks what's so important, and Doc Zhou quizzes him on how long he thinks he was out. He guesses 6 hours, but she shocks him by revealing it has been 6 days. Doc Zhou explains that Luo Delong now controls the heating system, extorting supplies from residents for warmth. She grimly notes that going outside for supplies is a suicide mission, so people must be desperate. Hearing Luo Delong's name, Mo is filled with rage, recalling the man's cruelty. His eyes blazing, Mo vows that Luo Delong is a beast who needs to be dealt with. He grabs Doc Zhou, desperately asking if there's a way to recover his body's strength. She confirms there is, but states a condition, reminding him she's not running a charity. With a sly smile, she asks if he can accept her terms. Doc Zhou reveals her price. He must become her exclusive research subject, though she promises not to endanger his life. Leaning close, she reiterates her intense interest in his unique condition. With a confident smirk, Mo accepts her offer with a single word, deal. Doc Zhou explains his blood contains a special substance that absorbs thermal radiation and converts it into energy. She illustrates that the strange veins only appear when he lacks heat, putting his body in a cold state. She simplifies it, saying his weakness is just hunger, and Mo asks if he just needs a big meal. She confirms his theory, but warns that the amount of food required is enormous, and she doesn't have it. Unfazed, Mo confidently says not to worry, because he has a way. Heading down a dark staircase, he recalls his foresight in shopping at the supermarket in advance, spotting Luo Delong's 2 thugs. He thinks that victory is his as long as he can get home safely. He approaches his apartment door, ready to enter. Click. He presses the keypad, his hand covered in the strange, veiny pattern. He opens the door and stands in shock, finding his entire room is completely frozen over. Realizing they cut his heat, he worries that the intense cold could kill someone. He curses Luo Delong for turning his apartment into a literal ice house. He digs through his frozen boxes, searching for the food with the most calories. He triumphantly discovers a box of Suckers chocolate bars. Holding the chocolate, he's hit with a bad memory of a menacing blonde woman and resolves to buy a different brand next time. Crunch. He bites down hard on the frozen chocolate. Realizing 1 bar isn't nearly enough, he decides he needs to increase the dose. Shoving more chocolate in his mouth, he feels a strange, overwhelming sensation. A powerful craving for heat surges through his body, and he feels himself about to lose it. He lunges at the box, frantically eating as he screams that he's about to lose control. Hiding on the stairs, one of Luo Delong's thugs notices the door to room 409 is open. The thugs are surprised the door is open, recalling their boss planned to cut off the kid's fingers to get inside and see he has a lot of supplies. Lick. Inside, Mo smiles with menacing intent, the strange patterns on his skin glowing faintly. The 2 thugs are stunned as Mo appears in the doorway, demanding to know who he is. Elsewhere, Doc Zhou stands in her lab, announcing that the final simulation report is ready. Her monitor shows Mo's body is in an active state, with a reversal process affecting his neural activity. Alarmed, she realizes it's bad, fearing an over-replenishment of glycogen will have dire consequences. Back in the hallway, the green-haired thug furiously tells Mo that everything in the room now belongs to them. Mo's eyes glow a fierce red as his power surges, a confident smirk on his face. A powerful red aura erupts around Mo as he completely loses control. In a flashback from 72 hours ago, Dr. Ju stands over the massive pool of blue fluid in the basement, wondering what could have happened in room 409. She discovers a strange, fleshy blue and purple growth amidst the fluid. Bagging a sample of the bizarre growth, she finds the discovery very interesting. Looking up, she spots a security monitor, realizing it may have recorded the incident. With a new lead, she resolves to visit the security room to uncover the truth. Standing in the boiler room dock, Jo makes a building-wide announcement to all residents. As she warns residents to ration supplies, a worried family listens, their young daughter complaining of hunger. Thump Luo Delong's thugs burst into a room, violently grabbing a young man. As the thugs drag away a beaten old Jo, they remind each other to keep an eye on the boiler as the boss ordered. In his broadcast, Luo Delong explains his new rule. Residents must pay him compensation in exchange for heat. Listening in, a muscular man asks his friend if it's a prank, but the other confirms the voice isn't the usual building manager. Luo Delong declares he's taking this step to make everyone understand how serious the situation is. With a malicious grin, he announces he's turning off the heat to save resources. Back in the present, Mo's eyes seethe with rage as raw power crackles around him. In a vision, a mysterious hooded figure asks Mo if he feels hatred. The vision shifts to Mo in a prison jumpsuit and handcuffs, looking back in confusion. Do you hate Luo Delong? Mo's eye fills with bloodshot rage at the mere mention of Luo Delong's name. His eyes glowing red, Mo answers the thug with a sinister smile. Of course. Whammo lunges forward in a blur of red energy, striking the red-haired thug. He grabs the thug by the throat, his immense power burning the man's skin. A close-up of Mo's eye reveals the raw, destructive power he has unleashed. In a flash of memory, a sinister Luo Delong remarks that human flesh tastes like beef, but he doesn't eat beef. As someone screams his name in fury, Mo pins the terrified thug against the wall with his overwhelming aura. With a final surge of power, he sends the thug flying backward over the railing. Crash! The thug's body plummets from the 4th floor and smashes into the lobby below. A group of residents stares in absolute horror, one of them exclaiming, "My God!" They look down at the mangled skeletal remains of the thug, still glowing with red energy. From above, the residents look like ants surrounding the gruesome scene, noting he fell from the 4th floor. The remaining green-haired thug stares in terror. Unable to process what just happened, he questions if Mo is an alien, adding a confused, "This isn't Nevada." He watches in awe as Mo's energy, which he calls a red aurora, causes nearby plants to grow. The thug trembles, realizing he stands no chance of winning against this monstrous power. Despite the overwhelming odds, he decides he might as well go all out, readying his bat. Mo watches him with a condescending and confident smirk, his power still flaring. Memory of Luo Delong swinging a golf club flashes by as he declares this is the law of the jungle. The thug swings, but his attack is met by glowing red afterimages of Mo. His bat stops just shy of Mo's face, blocked by an invisible force, and he's stunned by the speed. Mo grins, recognizing that the thug is foolishly trying to provoke him. Undeterred, the thug swings wildly at the spectral figures surrounding Mo. Recalling Luo Delong's words about the strong and the weak, Mo taunts the terrified thug, asking why he can't even land a hit. A memory of Luo Delong's menacing face flashes, daring a weakling to move. Mo smirks confidently, completely unimpressed by his opponent's pathetic efforts. The green-haired thug screams in frustration, swinging his bat wildly at the untouchable afterimages. With his eye glowing fiercely, Mo clenches his fist, preparing to end the fight. In a blur of motion, he effortlessly dodges the swing and strikes the thug from behind. Just as Luo Delong arrives at the open door, he sees Mo standing victorious over his 2 defeated men. A blonde woman with a fur-lined coat appears, shouting Lin Mo's full name. Mo turns his head, his rage-fueled haze momentarily broken by the familiar voice. The woman, Ming Ming, aims a pistol at him, shocked by the monstrous transformation she witnesses. Confused, Mo looks down at a tranquilizer dart in his chest, wondering why he's been shot. Doc, Joe appears with a large injection gun, casually telling him not to worry, because it's just some insulin. As his red aura dissipates, Mo's body weakens, and he begins to collapse. Doc. Joe catches him, explaining the injection is to break down the excess heat raging in his body. Holding the unconscious Mo, she lights a cigarette, ominously adding, "But..." Mo awakens in his apartment, bewildered to find it has been completely transformed into a lush indoor garden. A stark visual reminds us of humanity's dark history, with hunger and cannibalism. The grim montage continues, showing a child in a war-torn city, a common sight throughout human history. As agriculture developed, society stabilized, moving from primitive survival to modern cities. But in a new frozen world, the specter of hunger returns, as farming becomes nearly impossible. Mo lies peacefully among the verdant leaves and ripe red fruit, his power seemingly at rest. Doc Show watches over him, apologizing for having to put him to sleep again so soon after he woke up. Taking a drag from her cigarette, she surveys the bizarre plant growth and wonders what it's all about. She reaches out and plucks a ripe, tomato-like fruit from one of the vines. Examining the strange fruit, she considers the impossible garden now filling the room. She takes a bite and licks her lips, remarking with surprise that the taste isn't bad at all. Looking at the sheer volume of produce, she realizes there's enough food here to feed the entire building. Elsewhere in the deadly cold, a man asks his shivering female companion if she can hold on, and she tries to reassure him. She forces a weary smile, insisting she will be fine despite her obvious exhaustion. He suddenly remembers he has a chocolate bar, but she tells him not to waste it on her. While he searches his coat for the candy, she calls out to her deer, knowing his search is futile. She gently tells him to stop looking, asking if he's forgotten what happened to it. A sad memory reveals they gave their last chocolate bar to their young daughter that morning. He laughs hollowly, ashamed that he completely forgot their selfless act. As he laments his uselessness, a monstrous clawed hand appears behind him. Crash! The monster's claw brutally crushes the man's head in a spray of blood. His partner watches in speechless horror as his lifeless body crumples to the snow. A terrifying ice creature looms over them, holding the man's mangled corpse in its grasp. The monster casually crushes its victim. Splattered with blood, the woman stares in catatonic fear at the horror before her. The ice monster leans in, its abdominal maw open as it declares the woman looks delicious. A blonde man suddenly screams at the woman, telling her not to space out. She turns slowly, her eyes wide and empty with shock. The blonde man, wielding a bat, desperately yells for her to run if she wants to live. The massive ice monster lunges forward with terrifying speed. The woman scrambles to her feet and begins to flee for her life. The monster closes the distance in an instant, its attack imminent. Its strike shatters the ground, sending the woman flying through the air with the impact. She lands hard in the snow, dazed and vulnerable. The towering monster looms over her, its hungry mouth wide open, ready to devour her whole. Bloodied and tearful, the woman stares in absolute terror at the monster before her. Elsewhere, the blonde man quickly fashions a Molotov cocktail, pouring liquor over a lit lighter. With a desperate yell, he hurls the makeshift firebomb at the approaching ice creature. Boom! The bottle shatters against the monster in a fiery explosion. The woman is knocked to the ground by the force of the blast. Engulfed in flames, the ice monster shrieks in agony, hating the intense heat. Safely away, the woman realizes the monster isn't following and spots a construction elevator, seeing a chance for escape. Just as she thinks she's saved, the monster lands directly in her path, blocking her escape. The monster looks down, confused, as it realizes the burning sensation is gone, and asks, "What?" Panicked, the woman frantically smashes the elevator's call button, desperate to get away. The ice monster lets out a menacing roar, its blue energy flaring once more. The creature's massive form looms over her as she cries for the damn elevator to hurry up. Suddenly, a blonde musician with sharp fangs appears on a platform above, yelling for her to close her eyes. Confused, the woman looks up and asks, "What?" A bank of bright stage lights blasts on, blinding the monster below. The creature recoils, shielding its face and screaming its hatred for the bright light. The blonde musician strikes a pose under the lights, flashing a rock and roll hand sign. He smirks confidently as a caption muses, "You smell like teen spirit," and a note wonders if he's Kurt Cobain. He slings an electric guitar over his shoulder, preparing for a performance. The ice monster cringes in disgust, declaring its hatred for rock trash. A narrator explains that the collar is one of the world's oldest ornaments, with an ever-changing meaning. In the past, collars were a symbol of slavery, representing control and ownership, but now the meaning has shifted, and they can also be an adult toy. In the lab, Doc Joe reassures Mo that his new collar isn't for dirty purposes, and he retorts that the thought hadn't crossed his mind until she brought it up. Mo angrily struggles against his restraints, reminding her that he agreed to be a research subject, not her plaything. She calmly clarifies that he is a research subject, and the collar is merely a special monitoring tool. Standing behind him, she asks if he recalls her explanation of the strange things inside his body. She explains that while it helps him absorb heat, the collar proves a second function is activated by high blood sugar. A confused Mo asks her what another state means. Dr. Joe asks if he remembers the last 20 minutes, but Mo looks blank, realizing he has a gap in his memory. He admits he can't remember, and she tells him not to worry, touching his nose gently. Leaning close, she reassures him that she's there to figure out what's going on. With a smirk, she reminds him that this is all part of their shared research. Mo sits helplessly, feeling that the doctor has him completely under her control. Determined, Mo internally resolves that he also wants to find out the truth about his condition. He vows to gain the upper hand as Doc. Joe presses a button on a remote. The collar crackles with energy, sending a painful jolt through Mo's body. Straining in his chair, he notices an IV drip has been attached to his arm and asks what it is. He sees the bag is labeled glucose 25% and is shocked by the incredibly high concentration. As Mo convulses violently, Joe watches with fascination, noting his big reaction and preparing to record the data. She then walks toward him, giving the bizarre command to squat down. With a mischievous grin, she presents a small potted plant. She places the potted plant directly in his lap, leaving him speechless. Mo stares down at the plant in disbelief, his eye glowing with a dangerous red light. A powerful wave of red energy erupts from Mo's body. Furious at her experiment, he screams, "You dare to trick me!" His anger quickly turns to a sinister grin as he remarks that the situation is quite amusing. He unleashes his power, forcing Doc Joe to frantically dodge blasts of red energy. Mo surrenders to his rage, his body crackling with an overwhelming amount of raw power. As Mo's dark persona walks through the lab, his red aura causes the surrounding plants to flourish. From his chair, the restrained Mo sees his hooded doppelganger appear before him, who asks if he can be seen now. Utterly bewildered, Mo looks at the lab around him and asks what's going on. The hooded figure's eyes glow red as he smirks, greeting Mo as if they've met before. Mo stares in disbelief, realizing he's looking at himself, and desperately calls for the doctor, believing he's hallucinating. His doppelganger silences him with a finger to his lips, tauntingly telling him the doctor can't hear. The hooded figure leans back, questioning Mo's lack of reaction and confirming that he is truly alone with him. Mo demands to know if this is his doing, but his counterpart gives a cryptic, non-committal answer. Mo furiously demands to know who he is, and his doppelganger explains that his power is a result of them working together. The doppelganger's voice echoes over the lush foliage, explaining he couldn't have achieved this level on his own. Vowing to help him remember, the doppelganger dramatically removes his coat, revealing his true form and leaving Mo stunned. His counterpart's face now displays glowing blue patterns as he asks if Mo remembers him now. A memory of a strange, ethereal blue form flashes in Mo's mind as he realizes this isn't their first encounter. The entity confirms it, explaining that Mo's powers and resurrection are all thanks to him. A mysterious, blue-haired woman wreathed in energy suddenly appears, calling Lin Mo by name and proposing they get along. The scene shifts to explain the National Logistic Agency, an independent government body with its own medical, administrative, and military units. As the last guarantee of civilization, the NLA continues to function, and someone calls out for Xiao Luo as an elevator opens. In a different lab, a blonde woman named Barbara looks at a photo of herself and a red-eyed researcher, impatiently asking if the network is back. A colleague informs Miss Barbara she's asked 28 times, and Barbara clicks her tongue in frustration, her colleague reflected in her eye. Impatient, Barbara tells her colleague she gets it as the chapter title, Icebound Apocalypse Number 0 is displayed. Identified as Barbara Ripley, an NLA department leader, she smokes a cigarette and complains that her colleagues are just passing the buck. Her colleague with glasses asks if her report is finished, and Barbara casually replies from the background that it's almost done. Barbara tells her surprised colleague to send the incomplete report anyway. She dismisses her colleague's concern, stating that Baldy won't read it carefully and the situation is too urgent to wait. A bald man appears behind her, complaining about the priorities, and Barbara sighs in exasperation. Here we go again. The man, Minister Frank Kordick, angrily lists their cascading crises, from climate change and cyber attacks to losing contact with all operatives. Frank declares they are in a war and must act, walking grimly beside Barbara. Barbara coolly retorts that war never changes, and neither do her soldiers. As Frank looks on, wham! She lands a vicious kick below the belt, a literal low blow. As Frank doubles over, Barbara yells at him to forget political correctness in this crisis. Now, in a sample observation room, Frank asks Barbara if she now understands his anxiety. He stares in horror at a specimen found near the bunker, exclaiming, "Oh my God." The specimen is a monstrous, hollowed-out humanoid shell filled with blue, writhing tissue, a dog tag hanging around its neck. A closer look reveals the creature's clawed legs, emphasizing its monstrous transformation. The researcher with glasses reports their findings. The creature appears to be a mutated human. Barbara directs their attention to the dog tag, which identifies the creature as Field Operations Agent Johnny Silverhammer, horrifying Frank. Frank demands an explanation for the agent's transformation, and a colleague speculates it occurred before the network went down. Barbara briefs them. Agent Silverhammer was found dead near the bunker after a signal appeared. She continues, explaining that 24 hours later, the agent's body mutated in the morgue into the creature before them. Information from the CIA reveals that this creature type, along with other anomalies, had been monitored before the Cold Wave. Footage shows two monsters, the Shell and another they call the First. The briefing identifies a psychic they call Number 0, Mo, who, back in his restraints, wonders what is happening. Mo is bewildered as the bug he was seeing transforms before his eyes into a beautiful nude woman wreathed in blue flames. The mysterious woman gives him a seductive smile. She leans in close, teasing him about being shy as a flustered Mo wonders if he's hallucinating. As she embraces him, the world around them seems to enter a state of frozen time. Confirming she can hear his thoughts, the woman smirks, much to Mo's shock. She cheerfully explains that they have merged as Mo's nervous system glows, leaving him to call her explanation very strange. The woman reveals that the doctor's sugar injection activated her consciousness, confirming she is the substance and the others stay inside him. She clarifies that what the doctor called a substance is actually her blood, and it is the source of all his abilities. Mo confronts the blue entity, demanding to know why she is a parasite in his body. The entity simply smirks, amused by what she calls his curiosity. She reveals they are beings from another dimension who must parasitize native life forms in order to understand and interact with new worlds. Mo scoffs at her explanation, unimpressed, and comparing it to a cheesy novel plot. She explains that her race is timeless, nameless, and drifts between dimensions, unable to physically interact with any of them without a host, a power that is also their greatest shackle. They can only break their dimensional shackles by parasitizing intelligent beings and using their bodies. She confesses that her kind longs to experience existence, to hear their names and see the passage of time, which is impossible without a physical form. Mo astutely cuts through her philosophy, suggesting that, for all her power, she seems incredibly lonely. Surprised by his perception, she bursts into laughter, identifying his feeling as human empathy. Caressing his cheek, she compliments his cute expression but delivers bad news. From the moment they merged, he became a target for the Shell. Elsewhere in the frozen city, a monstrous new creature of twisted ice and bone begins to take shape. The newly formed monster senses something in the air, muttering about the smell of food. Identifying a distant enemy, it summons a massive horde of smaller, sharp-limbed ice creatures. The monstrous swarm descends upon a residential building, crawling relentlessly up its fire escapes. Back in his mental space, Mo demands to know what a shell is, but the entity cryptically tells him he'll find out soon enough. Reality snaps back, and the potted plant Mo was holding flies through the lab, aimed directly at Doc, Zhou's head. Time seems to slow to a crawl, as the plant inches toward the still unconscious doctor. A violent flash shows a different lab under attack, where a researcher's head is brutally crushed. A horrified woman in pajamas flees down a hallway as a monstrous shell looms over its victim. The hallway becomes a scene of carnage as the creatures swarm and devour the building's residents. A man armed with a crowbar flees down a stairwell, the monsters right behind him. He reaches a heavy security door, only to find it inexplicably locked, trapping him. His hope dies as two of the creatures drop down, blocking his path. The monsters swarm another victim, viciously tearing him apart. In an industrial area, the creatures descend upon another group of helpless survivors. As the monsters slaughter the workers, a beaten and bound Frank Cordic watches in horror from a pillar. Frank realizes these creatures are just like the shell specimen as he watches them strangely feed on the bodies. He stares in disgust, realizing the creatures are sucking their victims' blood, their abdomens swelling red. Seeing the creatures are distracted by their feast, Frank knows he has a small window to escape. Unable to break his ropes, Frank decides to resort to a painful trick from his past. With a sickening pop, he forces his own thumb out of its socket. Wincing in agony, he successfully pulls his hand free from the loosened ropes. He grimly notes that old injuries have made his joints easy to dislocate, a grim silver lining. Clutching his injured arm, he stealthily moves away, seeking a way around the feeding monsters. He pauses, realizing he can't just run away empty-handed in a situation this dire. Spotting a weapons locker in the security room, he plans to arm himself, thankful the thieves who tied him up missed it. Just as he forms a plan, one of the creatures turns its head, its attention fixed directly on him. Maldita Frank curses, knowing he's been spotted. Meanwhile, back in the lab, Mo begs Doc Zhou to free him, but she warns him that overusing his power will leave him weakened. Announcing she's finished collecting data, she calmly ignores Mo's desperate shouts to undo his restraints. Suddenly, a massive crash from outside the lab startles them both. Thump. The reinforced metal doors of the lab buckle inward from a powerful external blow. Doc Zhou stares in shock as Mo realizes with dawning horror what's coming. Could it be, he thinks, his eyes wide with terror as he remembers the warning. Crash! A monstrous white limb smashes through the lab wall, confirming his worst fears. A white-skinned monster, a shell, stands menacingly in the breach. The blue entity's warning echoes in his mind. It's the shell. As Mo reels in shock, the entity's presence returns, her hand on his shoulder urging him to turn around. She silences his panicked questions with a finger to his lips, smirking that now isn't the time to get stuck on details. The blue entity warns Mo that if he doesn't act quickly, Doc, Zhou will be killed by the monster. Frustrated by the two difficult women, Mo's blue energy flares as he shouts in exasperation. With a quick apology, Mo prepares to make his move despite his restraints. Mo shatters his bonds with a burst of power, scooping Doc Zhou into his arms to protect her. The shell monster lunges forward, launching a vicious attack. Carrying the doctor, Mo slides across the floor, narrowly evading the monster's strike. He quickly checks on Doc Zhou, asking if she's all right. Amused, Doc Zhou remarks on his concerned expression and the fascinating proximity to his power. Crash! The monster smashes more equipment as Mo continues to hold the doctor protectively. Mo asks what the creature is, and Doc Zhou admits she only knows it as a white skin or shell, confirming it's incredibly dangerous. Stepping between her and the monster, Mo declares that he'll handle it. Doc Zhou cautiously warns him not to overuse his abilities, which he accepts, just as she remembers something she meant to say. Mo turns back with a slight smile, thanking Doc Zhou and admitting her awkward methods did help him. She scoffs through her cigarette, sarcastically questioning if now is the right time for heartfelt thanks. Facing the monster again, Mo confidently states that after he deals with these small fries, he'll be sure to thank her properly, flashing a confident smirk. Suddenly, the large shell dissolves into a swarm of smaller, identical monsters. Stunned, Mo can only stare in disbelief at the newly formed horde. He grimly realizes the white skins are capable of coordinated, collective action. He worries that fighting so many at once will drain his power and leave him weakened again. Doc Zhou teases him about the thanks he promised, but he retorts that she might have to wait a bit longer. The swarm of creatures descends upon him, attacking from all directions. With renewed determination, Mo braces himself to face the onslaught head-on. The creatures relentlessly swarm him in a coordinated assault. A lab monitor displays his glycogen at 100% as an observer wonders where his true limit lies. Remembering his past experiences, Mo knows that continuous acceleration is draining. He realizes he'll be weakened before he can win, but quickly thinks of a solution. His plan is simple: use his acceleration power only when absolutely necessary. Monsters attempt a pincer attack, and Mo notes they're smarter than they look. A confident smirk spreads across Mo's face as he prepares his counter. He explains that his acceleration slows his perception of time, allowing him to observe his opponents. This precognitive state allows him to anticipate and predict enemy attacks. He effortlessly dodges the monster's lunges, demonstrating his ability to evade without fully accelerating. He declares that the same principle applies to his offense. Clenching his fist, he explains that by accelerating his punch to a certain degree, he can unleash a powerful supersonic boom, obliterating the creatures in a shockwave. Standing over the destroyed monsters, he taunts them, asking if they're scared yet. With a fierce grin, he declares that he's just getting started. Watching on a tablet dock, Zhao notes that his ability usage has become far more efficient. She smiles, finding his rapid development incredibly interesting. She calls out to her test subject as he stands victorious over the defeated swarm. With a sly grin, she encourages him to let loose with that move. Mo realizes with a sweat drop that she is, of course, still monitoring his every function. He turns to face the next wave of creatures as they swarm toward him. Unleashing another devastating shockwave, he yells at the captivity enthusiast quack for pushing him. His powered-up body crackles with blue energy. Doc Cho stands calmly over the liquefied remains of the monsters, impressed that he's mastered his abilities so well. Mo's power continues to surge as he recovers from the fight. In the aftermath, Doc Cho poses a new question, observing that he seems to know a lot about these creatures. With a commanding smirk, she orders her test subject to tell her everything. In an industrial room, a worker lies dead in a pool of blood, impaled by a shell monster. With a jolt, the worker's eyes snap open. He's alive, trapped beneath the monstrous creature. Dazed and covered in blood, the man struggles to understand what's happening. His bloody hands tighten around a crowbar, his only weapon against the beast. He looks at the defeated monster, stunned by his own violent survival. The man realizes with grim relief that without the crowbar, he would have been killed. He flees the factory floor, knowing he might not survive another encounter. His phone suddenly rings, shocking him since the network was supposed to be completely down. The man answers, and a sinister voice on the other end greets him by name. Josh Castillo. The caller taunts Josh, asking if he prefers the name Mr. Curved Blade as a memory of a ruthless killer surfaces. Back in the lab, Doc Jo tells Mo she'll omit the details of his death and time travel, then cheekily asks for help zipping up her suit, much to his shock. As he helps, Mo asks why she changed into a hazardous environment suit, and she explains it's a flawed prototype from a past job. Doc Jo suddenly tells Mo to look up at the ceiling. She explains that the white skins entered through the maintenance ducts, likely damaging the heating pipes and causing the temperature to drop. The lab lights flicker ominously. A small, blood-splattered girl with light purple hair cautiously peeks out from a doorway, startling them. Surprised to find a child, Mo recognizes her as their next-door neighbor. The little girl suddenly bolts, and an annoyed Mo gives chase, grumbling about his hatred for kids. He follows her down a dark, blood-streaked hallway. Chasing her down a stairwell, he discovers the bodies of other residents. Noting they have gunshot wounds, Mo warns the frightened girl that it's too dangerous here. He stops in disbelief upon seeing a familiar face among the dead, his neighbor, Old Joe. Mo sadly remembers Old Joe from his past life, a kind man who shared food with everyone, only to be killed by the Whiteskins. Sigh. He somberly concludes that in the apocalypse, kind-hearted people always meet a bad end. As Mo reaches for the body, he jerks back in shock. The corpse just moved. Mr. Lin, I'm not dead yet, Josh rasps, grabbing Doc Jo's arm and insisting he still owes Mo a drink. The little girl looks up at Doc Jo and asks if she's a doctor. Pointing to the red cross on her glove, the girl innocently pleads for Big Sister to help Uncle Josh. Moved, Doc. Jo agrees to make an exception and treat his wounds for free. While Doc Jo tends to his wounds, Mo asks Josh how this happened. He replies that it's a long story. Josh begins his story, recounting his escape from the boiler room, only to find the ground floor swarming with monsters. He explains how he and other survivors were forced to flee up the stairwell as the monsters relentlessly pursued them. His face darkens as he remembers what happened next. A flashback reveals a cruel-looking man in a leopard print coat, Luo DeLong, aiming a pistol at the survivors. Bang, he shoots a man in the head, while a shell monster watches from behind. A furious Josh demands to know what the gunman is doing. Luo DeLong smirks, callously explaining he's using the weaklings to stall for time. He casually executes another fleeing survivor on the stairs. Declaring it survival of the fittest, Luo DeLong opens fire on the rest of the group. A bullet hits Josh in the chest, sending him sprawling as the little girl watches in horror. Josh finishes his story, explaining that the killer continued upward while he was left struggling to survive. Doc Zhou tells Josh he's lucky the bullet missed his vitals, but says they must find a safe place soon. She calls out the killer's name, Luo DeLong. Josh notices Mo standing up and asks what he's doing. Mo's face is a mask of cold fury as he prepares to move. Blue energy crackles around him as he turns with grim purpose. Upstairs, the remaining survivors plead with Luo DeLong, shouting that they're human. "You're weaklings," he sneers, gunning them down without mercy. He justifies the slaughter, confident the bodies will delay the monsters while he finds shelter in a nearby warehouse. Peeking into the hallway, Luo DeLong freezes, his eyes wide with shock at the sight of a figure wreathed in blue flame. Mo confronts the killer, his voice filled with cold rage. Here we meet again. Stunned, Luo DeLong fires his gun, screaming at Mo that he should be dead. Wreathed in blue flames, Mo effortlessly dodges the bullets. In a blur of motion, Mo appears behind the terrified killer. A swift, brutal kick from Mo severs Luo DeLong's leg at the knee. With an icy stare, Mo closes in for the final blow. He grabs Luo DeLong's face, his hand crackling with destructive blue energy. Holding the man aloft, Mo listens as Luo DeLong questions his motives, insisting they have no grudges. Mo agrees, coldly explaining that from the killer's perspective, the crimes that warrant revenge haven't happened yet. He reflects on his past self's naive plan to build a safe house instead of seeking revenge. Recalling the innocent people who died because of his choice, he concludes it was a ridiculous idea. His eyes fill with tears of pure rage, as he admits his anger isn't just for Luo DeLong. He screams that his fury is also for his own naive past self. Mo lifts the killer's body, now engulfed in a pillar of blue, soul-burning fire. He hurls Luo DeLong off the side of the building to his demise. Mo declares that there will be no mercy in this icebound apocalypse. All intrusions will be met with hundredfold retribution. Back in the safe room, Doc Zhou assesses the area, noting it's a landlord's storage warehouse. She observes the scavenged supplies, commenting that only a few planks remain. Mo sits dejectedly on a crate, while Doc Zhou smokes, contemplating their next move. He stares into the distance, admitting that even after getting his revenge, it doesn't feel real at all. Doc Zhou interrupts his thoughts, acknowledging his impulsive nature but approving of the outcome. With a slight appreciative smile, she thanks him for taking out that bastard. She asks if Mo also had a grudge against the man, as the scene marks the start of a new chapter. As Doc Zhou considers Mo's actions, a flashback shows Luo DeLong's cruelty and the little girl's terror. She decides not to press the issue, telling Mo she won't ask any more questions. She states that while the room is secure, its lack of heating poses a serious problem. Josh points out the need for heat, especially with his injuries and a child present. Mo agrees they must reinforce the room against the swarming white skins and can use the warehouse materials to do it. As Josh despairs that they'll die, Mo grimly announces he has a way, but seems hesitant. The scene focuses on the metal door of a garbage chute. Mo reveals Josh's original idea was to escape through the garbage chute. He peers down into the darkness of the chute, a look of grim resolve on his face. He's horrified by what he sees. A gruesome nest formed from the fused bodies of white skins and residents. Looking out over the grotesque landscape, he realizes the creatures are building a massive nest. Clang! Clang! A sudden noise from below startles Mo, who suspects the white skins are active. Doc Zhou suddenly appears, blocking his path. Step! Shh! She silences him as the heavy footstep of a creature is heard nearby. Hiding just out of sight, they watch a massive, muscular, quote, skin patrol the area. A new, strangely robed creature wanders into view, leaving both Mo and Doc Zhou to wonder what it is. Doc Show scolds Mo for being down here alone, reminding him the boiler needs 2 people, and he's almost weakened. Mo realizes this new monster is different, and that with his low energy, he'd surely lose a direct fight. He recalls Josh explaining that the Whiteskins don't just eat humans, they suck and store their blood. He notices large pipes, pulsing with a red substance, wondering where they are transporting the blood. Meanwhile, the little girl looks out a window, spotting something strange outside. Josh looks as well, his expression turning to one of dawning horror. Outside, massive, fleshy spires erupt from the ground, opening and entwining with each other. The organic network grows, creating a massive, grotesque canopy over the city streets. At the heart of the horrifying structure sits a monstrous, swollen queen, birthing the ever-expanding nest. Josh and the little girl stare at the massive dormant creature, with Josh hoping it's dead and the girl observing it isn't attacking them. Blink, blink. The little girl notices a flashing light on the colossal monster, wondering if it's Morse code. While Josh explains what Morse code is, Mo, hidden in the basement below, desperately sends a signal, praying they understand his warning to stay away. As Josh mistakenly confirms the invitation, Mo frantically continues his signal, pleading for them not to enter the dangerous area. Down in the nest, Mo and Doc Ju find their path blocked by a hulking white skin, and Mo resolves to force his way through. Clang, clang, suddenly the tentacled monster from before begins making a racket, drawing attention. The large monster is lured away by the noise, giving Mo and Doc Roo a moment of relief. Doc? Zhou observes that the grotesque nest walls seem to be formed from the bodies of the smaller white skins. Squishy. Disgusted, Mo realizes the nest is also made of human bodies as he steps on something soft. Squish. A human skull's eye glows as fleshy tendrils begin a gruesome recombination. The remains morph into a new, powerful, skeletal-looking monster. Mo feels a horribly familiar energy from the new creature and realizes something is terribly wrong. The monster confronts them, and Mo quickly shoves Doc Zhou behind him protectively. As Mo's power flares in preparation for battle, Doc Zhao watches him with a cool, collected gaze. Slash! The creature moves with blinding speed, striking Mo across the chest as he defends the doctor. Stunned, Mo realizes the monster is even faster than he is. The sword-wielding monster stands confidently, proving it's unlike any white skin they've faced before. Mo clutches his bleeding wound, recognizing the immense threat this new foe poses. The creature speaks, confirming it is not wearing ordinary white armor. Cha. Its head opens and a beam of light shoots out, trapping Doc Zhou in an energy sphere. With Doc Zhou captured, a shocked Mo wonders why she is the monster's target. The armored monster charges forward to finish the job. Pushing, reacting instantly, Mo shoves Doc Zhou's trapped form out of the path of the attack. Slash. The creature's blade impales Mo from behind instead, tearing through his back. Mo lets out a cry of agony as he's brutally run through. He grimaces, admitting that even his power is suppressed by the enemy's incredible speed. He realizes that if the fight continues like this, he and the doctor are both going to die. Defiantly, Mo wonders if he is fated to die once again. A calm, blue-flamed version of himself appears in his mind, suggesting they simply run away. The spiritual guide explains that fleeing is a natural survival instinct for all living beings. It continues, stating that the frozen world has no mercy and treats everyone with the same cruelty. The entity tells him this uncaring reality applies to him and the doctor equally. Clenching his jaw, Mo fiercely rejects this cowardly path. He declares that running would make him no different from the villainous Luo Dalong. He proclaims that surviving doesn't mean they have to lose their humanity. His spiritual self appears confused by this sudden burst of defiance. Mo recalls the agony he felt for the innocent people who died. He declares that feeling this pain is the very proof of being human. He reflects on the ancient origins of humanity, where compassion for a wounded companion marked the beginning of civilization. With a new fire in his eyes, Mo focuses on a single, unwavering thought. Huff! He pulls the monster's tendrils deeper, embracing the pain and deciding that, since he has this power, he will use it to its fullest extent. Crack Mo unleashes a massive burst of energy, shattering the tendrils that bind him. Swoosh, the armored monster, caught off guard, lunges at him again. Doc Zhou watches in wide-eyed astonishment at his sudden power-up. Clang Mo materializes an energy shield, effortlessly blocking the monster's devastating strike. Doc Zhou stares, speechless, as Mo now stands before her in a new, fully armored form. Transformed and empowered, Mo declares he will use his newfound strength to protect everyone. The armored monster observes Mo's new form, noting its resemblance to white armor. Grasp Mo's helmet forms as he furiously rejects the comparison, declaring he is not white armor. He stands fully transformed, crackling with blinding blue light and power. A smiling Doc Zhou confirms that choosing Mo was the right decision as he draws closer to the essence of his power. His armor gleaming with energy, Mo declares that now, it's his turn. Bam! Mo slams into his foe with incredible force. He flexes confidently, his blue aura flaring with power. Swish! Mo effortlessly dodges the monster's swift attack. He grimly notes that even this speed is still not enough for him. Swish! The monster attacks again, admitting that Mo is too fast and its own attacks are not enough. Analyzing the fight on a device, Doc Zhou sees that a layer of biomass is generating and supplying energy to Mo. Seeing his energy at 100%, she realizes he has a nearly unlimited supply and questions the very nature of his power. Doc Zhou stares intently, pondering the incredible power Mo now wields. Swish! Mo pushes aside his questions about sharing power with the monster and dodges another attack. Clack bracing his fists, he prepares for a tough, drawn-out battle. He focuses his power, preparing to face his enemy head-on. Thud, clang, as their blows connect, Mo realizes his power can accelerate. A new strategy forms in his mind. If he can accelerate, perhaps he can do the reverse. He stands ready, a new plan about to unfold. Swoosh! The monster suddenly lunges past him toward Doc Zhou, who cries out in shock. Mo yells for the monster to stop, trying to intercept its deadly attack. Rumble! He slams his fist into the ground, trying to disrupt the creature. Whoosh! The monster ignores him, bringing its blade down on the defenseless doctor. Doc Zhou watches in horror as the blade descends upon her. In a flash, the monster seems to have caught up, ready to land the final blow. At this critical moment, Mo focuses his intent. Whoosh! He lunges forward, vowing this blow will make the monster disappear. He unleashes his ultimate attack, Phantom of Doom. Puff! Click! His energy blast engulfs the creature, completely obliterating it. Step Doc! Zhou steadies herself, spattered with the dissipating blue energy of the defeated foe. Mo reaches out a hand to help her up. His armor recedes, leaving him surrounded by faint wisps of blue flame. The battle won. Back in the now heated safe room, the little girl celebrates feeling warm next to a healing Josh. The girl's joy fades as she quietly wonders when her mom will return. Clang. A sudden noise from above puts Josh on high alert, thinking white armor has found them. He shouts in relief as Mo and Doc Zhou enter the room, exclaiming that they're finally back. Doc Zhou tells Josh to calm down as he points to the heating duct, warning of movement inside. Mo looks up skeptically, questioning the source of the sound. He identifies the source of the noise as an old vent. Clank. Mo tries to reassure Josh, but another loud clank and breaking sound proves him wrong. Bang! The vent cover bursts open as a figure crashes onto the floor below. Crackle. As a shadowy figure rises, Mo curses, wondering how a monster got in, while the little girl cries out, "Mom!" Coughing, a woman with pink hair and a blonde man emerge from the duct. She shouts, "Maggie!" while he asks why they're there. The woman explains how they were attacked and Josh was hurt, and that her daughter Maggie called for Mo and Doc Zhou's help. The blonde man suddenly shouts at a confused Mo, "Lin Mo, you little brat." He leaps toward Mo, joyfully exclaiming how much he's missed him. Mo stares in stunned disbelief, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. The stranger declares he traveled all the way from Aberdeen, across the continent, just to find him. Poof! Having no idea who this is, Mo punches the man square in the face, demanding to know who he is. While the stranger complains about the punch, Mo wonders if his resurrection somehow changed not only the future, but also the past. The blonde man's face is unceremoniously scrubbed against Mo's shirt. As Maggie asks if they're friends, the blonde man reminisces about forming a band, while Mo frantically denies ever knowing him. Mo stares in utter confusion, wondering who this clingy stranger could possibly be. He considers that while the butterfly effect explains a changed future, it doesn't account for this new person appearing in his past. Deciding to get answers, Mo calls out to the parasite within him for an explanation. He waits in silence, Annoyed that the entity that once appeared on its own now ignores his call. How selfish, he mutters, frustrated by the lack of response. Doc. Joe cuts in, stating that now is not the time for reunions. While Mo and the stranger argue, Doc Joe interrupts, explaining they have a much bigger problem than their personal drama. She explains that the white armored creatures are children of a queen monster, which is being fed by the blood nest that will soon assimilate their building. They conclude that if they don't act, the blood nest will reach them, forcing them to fight more powerful monsters. Mo confidently states he will handle it, but Doc Joe cautions him, noting his power grew brighter after he used his Black Fury form. Mo asks if Black Fury is his armored form and realizes that activating it must consume a massive amount of heat. She confirms his suspicion, warning that he might not have enough heat to transform again, leaving them in a dire situation as he's their only defense. Turning to the doctor, Mo asks if there are any extra plates in the warehouse. He then presents a crowbar to a baffled Josh, saying he needs to borrow it. Prying something open, Mo states that both the nest and the monsters boil down to one fundamental problem. Bang! Clang! Smashing open crates, he declares that to have strength to fight, they first need to eat. I see, Doc. Zhu says with a knowing look, it's the hydroponic tank again. She questions his plan to farm there, but Mo calls it a simple laborer's value, a natural skill. The newcomer agrees, noting that with more people to feed, solving their food problem is the top priority. Ooh, Doc. Zhao blows smoke in his face, asking for his next move. Thud! Crack! Mo prepares to act, cracking his knuckles before a large, reinforced door. Walking down a sterile hallway, he notices all the bodies have vanished without a trace. He deduces that the tentacled monster from the basement must be the one collecting the corpses. Realizing the blood nest is expanding towards them, he knows they have to move quickly. He resolves to use his Black Fury to destroy the source of the infestation, but knows he must solve their food and heat problems first. Suddenly, the blonde man appears, cheerfully asking where he's going, much to Mo's annoyance. The man smirks, concluding that Mo is just embarrassed to be seen with a friend like him. As he walks off, the man continues, suggesting Mo is ashamed of him now that he's successful. So annoying, Mo thinks as the man insists they have a heart-to-heart talk. The man's pestering is cut short when Mo looks ahead in horror and says, "We're done for." The massive tentacled monster blocks their path, leaving Mo to think it's all over. Clatter squeak. A flashback begins on a rainy day, as a voice calls out to someone named Jerry. Jerry sits alone under a bridge as the voice notes their similar circumstances. A younger Mo sits beside him, explaining they've both been kicked out and offering him a place to stay. Huff, huff. Jerry watches as the younger Mo runs back toward him through the downpour. Catching his breath, the young Mo asks about his home life, but Jerry accuses him of just wanting to mock him. It's so lame, the young Mo declares, telling him that if he's going to run away, he should do it with style. Tisk. Jerry scoffs at the cheesy line, but the young Mo offers him a hand of friendship. Grabbed back in the present, Jerry yanks Mo from his memories, asking what he was daydreaming about. Boom! As the monster strikes, Mo shoves Jerry to safety, yelling for him to run. Choke. Gasping for air, Jerry insists that running away isn't cool. Seeing the blood nest has spread, Mo says they should run with style, echoing Jerry's own words back at him. As Jerry denies ever saying such a thing, the two bicker back and forth about who said what. Crack, their argument is interrupted as the wall beside them begins to fracture. Boom. A massive, monstrous hand smashes through the wall. Mo grits his teeth, realizing it's already too late. Shit, Jerry yells as the creature emerges from the breach. Huff! The monster seizes Mo, hoisting him effortlessly into the air. Clack. The monster's grip tightens as Mo feels his head is about to be crushed. Lit Jerry quickly prepares a Molotov cocktail to save him. Getting the monster's attention, Jerry calls out to the bug guy. Swish, yelling for the monster to release his brother Jerry, hurls the fiery bottle. Blang! The Molotov cocktail smashes directly against the creature's body. Reacting to the flames, the monster throws Mo aside. Thud. Mo lands hard in a squelching mass of tendrils, recognizing it as the blood nest. He struggles desperately as he feels the blood nest pulling him in to be absorbed. Grunt. Powerless against the tendrils, he curses his fate as he's pulled deeper. Rustle. A strange sound rattles his senses as he wonders what's happening. He's suddenly in a rocky, barren wasteland filled with barbed wire, completely disoriented. Ahead, he sees a female figure bound in a crucified pose by the sharp wire. Looking closer, he questions if the bound figure is a white armor or a human. Her blue eyes snap open, glaring at him with chilling intensity. Shiver, terrified Mo yells, "Stop!" as he takes a step back from the vision. He finds himself back on the rainy bridge from his memories, completely bewildered. He stares ahead, his expression grim as he processes the surreal vision. In the memory, a younger Jerry reaches out, calling a younger Mo the only idiot he can talk to as they clasp hands. The young Jerry points, identifying his target as an annoying minion, and a shocked young Mo realizes he's talking to him. As their hands meet, the memory is filled with the question of whether they are truly friends. Back in his own mind, Mo denies the friendship while his younger self appears, confused by the other me. The younger Mo angrily declares the blonde boy is Kurt Corbin his friend, and calls the older Mo Mr. Thief. Pulled from the vision, Mo's eyes open to find himself still trapped in the blood nest. "Bull!" Jerry grabs his hand, yanking him free while declaring it would be lame for him to die that way. "Stretch!" The fleshy tendrils of the nest strain against Jerry's pull. Jerry asks if he's okay, while Mo, dazed, wonders if it was all a dream, but Jerry confirms he was nearly absorbed. Mo shakes off the bizarre experience, deciding now is not the time to think about it. He turns his attention back to the fight, observing that the monster seems unfazed by the flames. Calling the creature tough, Jerry grimly prepares to throw another drink at it. Mo watches the creature absorb the heat from the flames, realizing its strong self-healing makes Molotovs useless. He expresses his surprise at how calmly and accurately Jerry analyzed the creature's abilities. "Throw!" Ignoring the analysis, Mo suggests they just keep burning it, but Jerry calls him an idiot and hurls the bottle anyway. Boom! The second Molotov explodes, and Mo notices the monster didn't even bother to block the attack this time. Surrounded by his own blue aura, Mo decides he must use his Black Fury form, as he can't let the creature escape. To his dismay, nothing happens. He realizes Zhou was right. He doesn't have enough heat to transform. Panic sets in as he shouts, "Wait!" A desperate idea forming in his mind. He realizes that if the monster absorbs heat, and he absorbs heat in his blue state, he can turn the tables. A triumphant grin spreads across his face as blue energy erupts around him. It works. Rumble. The monster stumbles as the ground beneath it cracks and shatters from the energy drain. In a flashback, a cross stands in a snowy graveyard with a prayer for the fallen. A past version of Mo with glasses laments that they've lost people for a month, unable to escape the white armors. Standing over a grieving comrade, he declares they can't keep going on like this. The man, old Joe, looks up and asks Lin Mo why he's suddenly changing his tune. With fierce determination, Mo vows that he is done running away. Back in the present, the monster recoils from the flames, confirming Mo's theory was correct. He now understands that the monster absorbs ambient energy, converting the fire's heat into its own power. As Mo's transformation begins, a confused Jerry asks him why he's suddenly growing horns. A confident smirk plays on Mo's face as his horned, blue-flamed form takes shape. His hand morphs into a massive, armored claw, crackling with overwhelming power. In his fully realized Black Fury form, Mo faces down the hulking skeletal monster. Shielding his face from the overwhelming energy, Kurt Corbin cries out, completely baffled by the transformation. Monster recoils as the sheer force of Mo's power erupts, shattering the ground around it. As Kurt stares in disbelief, Mo's voice commands his attention. Towering over him, Mo declares that the person he once knew is gone. His armor partially recedes, as he gravely states, "I am no longer the Lin Mo you know." Unfazed, Kurt excitedly compliments Mo's outfit and asks where he got it, while a frustrated Mo wonders if he's even listening. Kurt frames Mo with his hands, making an awkward joke about his Blackie form, but Mo sternly tells him that's not what he meant. Changing the subject, Mo asks Kurt how many Molotovs he has left. Kurt gives a confident thumbs up, revealing a guitar case packed with fiery cocktails and surprising Mo with his absurd level of preparation. As the hulking white monster rises again, Kurt notes that their enemy is back on its feet. Kurt nervously asks if they should flee, and Mo grimly agrees with a single word: run. Blue energy crackles across Mo's armored form as he prepares to move. Reversing course, Mo charges forward, yelling that running away is lame. Watching him go, a surprised Kurt Corbin notes how much Mo seems to have changed. Now embracing the nickname Blackie, Mo leaps into the fray to re-engage the monster. He sizes up his opponent, realizing its powerful regeneration requires a different approach. But as he closes in, he identifies a critical weakness. The creature's movements are far too slow. Mo slams his armored fist into the monster's body with devastating force. His fist glows with concentrated blue energy at the point of impact. In a surprising move, Mo launches a smaller, fully formed clone of himself from his own body to strike the monster. With the clone's attack landed, Mo readies his next move, declaring, "Your turn!" The monster is engulfed in a massive fiery explosion from Kurt's well-aimed Molotovs. Mo's internal monologue notes a key weakness. The white armor's fat is flammable. He observes the creature burning, knowing that while the fire hurts, its regeneration will soon kick in. A new strategy forms in Mo's mind as he prepares to act while the monster is engulfed in flames. He decides to absorb the heat from the burning fat to fuel his own power, vowing to use the enemy's own flesh and blood against it. The X on his chest begins to glow intensely. Mo's eyes flare with power as he channels the stolen energy. He unleashes the absorbed power in a torrent of blue flame. The swirling energy vortex tears up the entire battlefield. All of the immense power converges into his armored fist. He clenches his hand, concentrating the destructive force for a final blow. The monster looks on in shock as Mo charges, ready to unleash his ultimate attack. A massive cyclone of energy erupts as Mo's attack connects. The monster is completely disintegrated within the spiraling vortex of power. Kurt Corbin watches in awe, exclaiming, "Holy cow," and wondering if Mo just broke the sound barrier. His armor gone, Mo explains that even the strongest regeneration is useless if the entire body is shattered at once. He privately admits that he couldn't have done it without Kurt's help, acknowledging his minion was actually useful. Mo checks on Kurt, whose surprise at the polite question makes Mo think he's not a complete idiot after all. Kurt immediately proves him wrong by asking what they were doing, completely forgetting their mission, and Mo instantly regrets his thought. Whoa! A sudden lurch signals their movement. A clueless Kurt asks if they're there for seeds and nutrients, wondering when Mo learned to farm. Kurt continues his barrage of questions about Mo's superpowers, giving Mo a headache as he laments being stuck with an idiot. BZZTA static-filled noise suddenly emits from the device on Mo's collar. Kurt points out the noise, remarking that he thinks Mo's collar is cool. Poke! Fed up, Mo shoves his fingers up Kurt's nose, telling him to shut up. As Kurt yelps in pain, Joe appears on a radio, asking what on earth they're doing. Looking pleased, Mo listens as Joe tells him she has some good news. From the warehouse, Joe and Maggie's mom report that they've found an old radio station. Joe continues over the radio, listing supplies they found, including ceramsite and nutrients for planting. Mo agrees that it's good news and asks for the rest of her report. With a sly smile, Joe adds that she also has a personal request. Back in the lab, Mo looks around in disbelief, realizing he's returned to the clinic. Kurt expresses shock at finding a lab, but Mo corrects him, saying it's a clinic and wonders what the doctor wants while Kurt questions her credentials. Mo eyes a biohazard container, wondering if this is the item Zhu needs, and what it's for. Becoming suspicious, Mo starts to think Kurt might be right about Joe not being a real doctor. He inspects the biohazard warning label, now questioning if she's secretly studying the, quote, armor monsters. As Joe's image comes to mind, Mo's suspicion deepens, and he wonders about her true identity. Kurt excitedly yells that he managed to open something on a computer, prompting a stern look from Mo. Thwack Mo chops Kurt on the head, admonishing him for messing with someone else's computer. Mo worries he'll delete important information, but Kurt defensively claims he's not an idiot. A sudden realization strikes Mo as he focuses on the word information. Mo orders Kurt to get out, calling him minion, much to Kurt's annoyance. Kicking him out of the room, Mo tells Kurt to find useful supplies while Kurt protests about his guitar. Now alone, Mo searches the computer for information about Zhu and quickly finds a file. He discovers a photo of a younger Joe with another woman, noting the unfamiliar hospital setting and her youthful appearance before noticing her ID. Examining a pixelated logo on the ID, Mo seems to understand its significance. Slam. The heavy reinforced door to the hydroponics area slides shut. Old Joe and the small child greet Mo upon his return. Joe asks how the mission went, and Kurt's cheerful report is cut short by her angry command to shut up. They present a drawer full of seeds, explaining it's all they could get due to limited floor access. Mo reassures old Joe they couldn't find food because a man named Luo DeLong has been scavenging and decides they must start planting. Old Joe eagerly offers to help plant, but Mo insists the wounded man should rest. Doc Joe then steps in, offering her expertise in botany and biochemistry to help. Mo and Doc Joe exchange a tense glance as he quietly agrees to her help. Kurt throws his hands up in a rock-on pose, enthusiastically offering his help as well. Mo angrily shuts him down, telling him he's not helping and to go sit with the kids. Doc Joe holds up the biohazard canister, asking if this is what Mo was looking for. He snatches the canister from her hand, telling her to wait. Mo demands she explain herself before he hands it over, asking who she really is. She coolly replies, suggesting he already knows the answer. He accuses her of using the canister as a prop to lure him to her lab. When he demands to know her motive, she reveals her true identity, Zhou Shuya, a former agent of the National Security Bureau. Correcting him, she says he's only half right and menacingly calls him test subject. She opens the canister with a click, stating that its contents are not bait. Inside, a collection of pulsating blue cellular orbs gurgles ominously. Doc Joe explains it's a white armor energy storage organ, which supports her theory of a connection between Mo's white fury and the monsters, noting it's still absorbing heat. Tisk. She taps the canister on his head, playfully telling her test subject not to worry. She lays out their situation. To survive and fight the mother monster, they must solve the planting problem immediately. She correctly guesses Mo planned to use his red limit state to accelerate plant growth in the hydroponic tank. However, she points out he currently lacks the energy to even fight, let alone enter the powerful red limit state. She explains his internal energy storage organs are too inefficient to activate the red limit at will. She proposes a radical solution. Implanting the monster's organ into him would boost his energy absorption, allowing him to use red limit easily. As Mo tries to process the complicated plan, Doc Joe suddenly shoves the canister into his stomach, stating he needs this to survive. Visibly nervous, Mo asks if his body might reject the foreign organ. Before she can answer, black, tendril-like energy erupts from Mo's chest, catching her by surprise. The strange black energy engulfs them both as Maggie watches in horror, asking what's happening. The black tendrils of Mo's black fury lunge towards the canister, instinctively wanting the white armor organ inside. Crash. The canister shatters as Doc Joe notes that Mo's body couldn't wait any longer. Mo screams in agony, his eyes and the marks on his face glowing with a fiery red energy. A monstrous, skeletal entity erupts from Mo's back, a terrifying manifestation of his power. Watching in shock, Doc Joe wonders if this parasite-like creature is the true source of his abilities. The strange mass of tendrils recedes back into Mo's body as Doc Joe marvels at how he contains it. With red energy still crackling on his face, Mo gives a sinister grin, sensing a new power within him. The scene shifts to the hydroponics lab, where a single seedling has now fully ripened. With the racks sterilized and prepared, the narrator notes that only one final step remains. Mo, his hair now a shade of purple, appears from behind the racks with a start. Little Maggie peers over the edge with wide-eyed wonder, asking what the tiny plant is. Mo explains it's a lettuce seedling, but Maggie is more interested in his new hair color. Comparing the baby lettuce to her, Mo tries to make the concept relatable for little Maggie. Maggie indignantly puffs out her cheeks, insisting she's much taller, and a laughing Mo agrees. As Maggie struggles to pronounce lettuce, her mom appears and explains it's the green stuff in her favorite burger. Maggie's face lights up as she asks her mom if they can get a hamburger when her dad returns. Kurt quietly whispers to a stunned Mo that Maggie's father is gone, a fact Mo was unaware of. With a somber expression, Maggie's mom calls out to Kurt Corbin. In a flurry of conversation, she asks about wheat seeds for bread, while Mo mentions other vegetables, but Maggie only wants burgers. Mo gives Maggie a confident thumbs up, promising her a burger, and she enthusiastically agrees. Gazing at the seedlings, Maggie innocently asks how long they will take to grow. Mo boasts that with his help, they'll grow in no time, joking he's the god of agriculture, and Maggie cheers. Maggie's mom thanks him, and Mo formally introduces himself as Lin Mo from room 409. She sighs, lamenting their situation and wishing the plants could grow faster so they wouldn't starve. Kurt brags to her that Blackie is super, but Mo panics and yells for him to wait. Mo clamps a hand over Kurt's mouth, warning him to keep his powers a secret, leaving Kurt confused. In a flashback, Doc, Jo lights a cigarette, recalling a field project from her time in the Secret Service. She explains that despite the high security, she managed to obtain some specific information. Doc Jo reveals the National Security Bureau creates human monitors through brainwashing, who unconsciously report information to protect the country. She warns Mo that they don't know if a monitor is among them, and that he'll be in danger if discovered. She concludes with a grim warning. The fewer people who know about his powers, the better. Back in the present, Mo gives Kurt a noogie while reassuring Maggie's mom that he has a plan. Kurt echoes Mo's boast about being the Greek god of agriculture to reassure the woman as she leaves with Maggie. For a brief, surreal moment, Mo appears to have two heads, hinting at the entity within him. Now by himself, Mo steals his resolve, noting that he's finally alone. Approaching the hydroponics system, he declares, "Well, let's do it." His eyes flare with red light as he prepares to unleash his power on the plants. A security camera captures Mo flooding the hydroponics system with his red energy, the monitor showing 100% power. BZZT. Far above, a satellite in orbit comes online as a voice wonders if communication is restored. The NSLB logo appears on a screen as a technician reboots the system to connect to the satellite. An orbital view shows the planet's surface is frozen, forcing them to find ground equipment for intel. In a ruined, snowy city, a team activates 3 drones to begin their search. The drone operator notes the low temperature will drain the batteries, urging a quick intel sweep. As the drones scan the streets, an operator spots something unusual up ahead. Flying low through the city, the team hopes to find survivors, but one operator reports seeing nothing of interest. A drone camera, its battery critically low, locks onto a strange sight on a nearby building. The camera zooms in on a colossal, horrifying organic structure engulfing the building as the operator gasps in disbelief. Splat! The drone is instantly obliterated, its feed cutting out with a splash of blood. The signal reveals a massive, terrifying white creature holding a bloody, mangled corpse, as a voice yells to record the horrifying sight. The full view of the monstrous, multi-limbed creature is revealed as it lets out a powerful roar. A terrifying shriek echoes from outside as the building begins to shake violently, startling Mo in the hydroponics lab. Wondering if it's an earthquake, Mo's instincts tell him the cause is something far worse. He rushes to Doc Jo, who grimly tells him to look outside to see what's happening. Peering through the window, they watch in horror as Doc Jo somberly states they're running out of time. A colossal, one-eyed creature looms over them, its presence filling Mo with dread as he gasps, "Oh God." Doc Jo realizes this new, powerful entity must be the child born from the mother monster. As the creature's eye scans the area, Mo understands it's searching for him, its missing head. The monstrous child extends its hand, preparing to strike their location with immense power. Kurt and Doc Jo find a stunned Mo, with Kurt asking what just happened. A swirling orb of protective blue energy forms in Mo's hand. Mo shoves Doc Jo to safety, yelling for everyone to get down. The creature unleashes a devastating attack, shattering the side of the building with raw power. Shielding Doc Jo, Mo is caught in the blast, knowing they were so close to safety. He quickly checks on Doc Jo, asking if she's all right after the impact. Tap. Her playful tap on his chest makes him chuckle. She teases that his heart is beating very fast and calls his pecs a big stethoscope. Coughing, Mo gets to his feet, relieved that she wasn't seriously hurt. As they face the monster again, Doc Jo warns that now is not the time to be slacking off. Mo notices the blast fragments are suspended in the air, questioning if it's electricity or magnetism. Crap! The creature's eye glows as it gathers the floating debris into a deadly attack. It hurls the energized chunks of rock and metal toward them, like a storm of projectiles. The volley of debris explodes against the building with incredible force. The blast tears through a nearby wall, sending the other survivors scrambling for cover. A terrified Kurt Corbin watches the chaos unfold, wondering what's going on. He grits his teeth, cursing the dire situation. Kurt runs toward the disaster, frantically calling for Blackie and asking if he's okay. He arrives at a destroyed walkway, looking down in disbelief at the destruction. Sighing in despair, Kurt tells himself to pull it together. From the chasm below, Doc, Zuo reaches up, asking for a hand. After pulling her to safety, Kurt asks where Blackie is, but she corrects him, referring to Mo as test subject. They both look up at the monstrous creature, and Kurt lets out a curse. The rest of the survivors recoil in fear as Kurt yells, asking what the hell the creature is. A brilliant red flash streaks across the monster's torso. Doc? Zuo and Kurt watch in shock, with the doctor recognizing the flash of red energy. Struck by a powerful blow, the giant creature staggers back. An armored leg, glowing with red energy, slams down on the monster's shoulder. In a new, menacing black and red armored form, Mo now stands atop the monster. Elsewhere, a drone lies broken and useless in the snow-covered ruins. Its final transmission shows the floating creature as a voice wonders if it's the monster the rescue team mentioned. The drone's video feed begins to corrupt and break apart. The signal dies completely, and the operator reports that it was their last drone. In a command center, a woman turns to a man in a tactical vest, asking, "Pops, what now?" Another woman states the bunker can only wait, while a subordinate asks the man in charge for permission to scout. The commander denies the request, deciding it's better to wait until the situation outside is clearer. Back at the battle, the monster unleashes another massive explosion. Mo emerges from the blast in his new armored form, completely unfazed. He observes his own transformation, realizing this is the power that comes after the red limit. Examining his glowing red armored hand, he takes in his powerful new form. He declares this power is like reburned embers, a flame reignited. The monstrous creature glares down, preparing to unleash its full might against Mo's new form. In his fearsome new armor, Mo winds up for a devastating punch. He leaps forward, shattering the monster's projectile attack with pure force. Clang Mo's armored form smashes through the remaining debris, flying straight toward his opponent. The colossal monster's single eye watches his approach with cold awareness. The energy in Mo's chestplate glows, described as eternal sparks burning silently, not fiercely. Across the city, the powerful female-coded monster gathers a storm of energized debris. She hurls the massive cluster of rock and metal directly at Mo. With a powerful roar, she unleashes her full might. Unflinching, Mo faces the immense attack, knowing his power is not running out of sparks. He clenches a fist glowing with red energy, believing this power is something more. He realizes this is not just a spark, but the prelude to a prairie blaze. Boom! Mo's power erupts, completely obliterating the monster's massive projectile. The explosive red shockwave expands with devastating force. The energy blast rips through the ruined cityscape. The monster's own attack is turned against it, raining down on the surrounding buildings. Fiery projectiles hammer the city from above. Overwhelmed by the counterattack, the monster is engulfed in the explosion. The survivors watch in awe, as Kurt asks what the red light is, and Doc, Joe, silences him. Old Joe wonders if it's an angel, a question that stuns Kurt and Doc. Joe. The narration muses that this angel sent by God has defeated the monster, but a second thought contradicts this, calling the figure's hideous face that of a devil. Mo stands triumphantly in his new armored form, energy wings flaring behind him. His helmet retracts, revealing a determined but changed Lin Mo. Looking down at the devastation, he quietly wonders if this display of power was too much. A voice tells Mo he is the only one who can handle this kind of power, showing his reflection near a disembodied hand. In a surreal mindscape, a mysterious blue-haired woman asks Mo if he's finally willing to come out. She sits amidst blue flames, disdainfully calling him an insect. With a sly grin, she asks if he has any questions for her. Mo, now in his human form, confirms that he has a lot to ask. The blue-haired woman stretches languidly, crediting her good mood to the crazy woman who fed him the core. She invites him to ask her anything he wants. Mo accepts, beginning his inquiry by asking about the nature of white armor. He pauses, shushing himself as he decides to take his questions one by one. The blue-haired woman smiles, agreeing to answer them in order. She explains, white armor is actually an empty shell, a soulless body bound by the obsession of a past life. She points at Mo, directly comparing him to the empty shell. Clarifying, she says it's like the dead version of him, showing his past self with glasses. She reveals that time is not continuous for her, allowing her to abandon a timeline whenever he dies. A vision appears of Mo's past self, standing with luminous butterfly wings in a cosmic space. She suggests his empty shell from another timeline might be on a killing spree, showing it murdering his past self. Hearing the name Corbin again, Mo realizes the conflicting memories mean he's in a parallel universe. The woman smiles, impressed that he understood so quickly. Mo concludes he has been time traveling, not simply reborn. He asks if every white armor corresponds to a time-traveling supernatural being. A blue flame flares to life from a strange organic core. She confirms his theory, revealing that all such beings correspond to time travelers. Elsewhere, two female scientists discuss a delivery from a field agent who turned into a monster, needing it as evidence for Mr. Kaldic. They open the container, shocked to find a preserved human head inside. The headless, white armor creature seems to sense its missing part. It silently searches, wondering where its head has gone. A powerful torrent of blue energy swirls with immense force. The headless, white armor creature stands amidst the swirling vortex of power. Mo crosses his arms in a defensive stance, bracing against the onslaught. He wonders in frustration what's going on and why this persistent enemy simply won't die. The blue-haired woman appears, suggesting he ask her, but Mo angrily blames her and her kind for the current disaster. Furious, she corrects him, shouting that those are all her past selves and that he should know time is not linear. A flustered Mo questions the timing of her lecture, asking why she's acting like a child. The creature attacks with a sudden burst of speed, startling Mo and leaving him to curse its swiftness. It raises a hand, gathering a sphere of crackling blue energy for an attack. Startled, Mo's helmet reflects his shock at the sudden maneuver. He narrowly dodges, admitting the enemy is fast, but boasting it's still no match for his speed. Slam. The creature smashes its hand into the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Mo stands in shock, wondering what just happened. He finds himself floating helplessly, realizing in horror that the creature is controlling gravity. The creature's hand closes in, grabbing Mo's helmet with a powerful grip. As it holds him fast, Mo realizes it's absorbing the heat from his armor. He stares at the creature, grimly wondering if they share the same origin. The blue-haired woman reappears, teasing that it's bad if he gets sucked dry, much to Mo's annoyance. What? Suddenly Mo is swarmed by a horde of shrieking, bat-like creatures. As he's pushed back, a new armored figure with glowing blue hands emerges from the swarm. The blue-haired woman, now in a sinister, new armored form, grins as Mo is overwhelmed. She declares that since he's in such a state, she'll have to take matters into her own hands. Dark tendrils erupt from her body, ensnaring Mo's armor completely. Mo is helpless as she seizes control of their shared form. The blue-haired woman's human and armored forms appear together, her human half smirking confidently. Stunned, Mo listens as she explains that with the second core, she'll be able to create another body. However, she decides against it, knowing it would disrupt their energy balance and declaring they're out of time. With no time to waste, she launches herself forward into a devastating attack. Her kick connects squarely with the headless white armor creature. The blue-haired woman's armored form recognizes the creature is using its gravity trick again. She reassures Mo not to worry, saying that if they can't escape gravity, then they will just have to ignite it, placing a hand on his chest plate, much to his confusion. As her energy flows into his core, he questions what is happening. Boom! A massive shockwave of blue energy erupts from Mo's body, shattering the ground around him. The blue-haired woman's armored form is thrown back by the sheer force of the blast. Meanwhile, the headless white armor creature begins to conjure a new power. It forms a massive glowing blue energy sword from its own being. The scene shifts as a similar creature swings its giant sword down. Monster is struck down by the powerful blow. Elsewhere, a woman with binoculars spots the headless creature, excitedly reporting that she has found 13. Her superior, Priest Cross, asks if the target is nearby, and she confirms its location. A mysterious white-haired observer surveys the wreckage, deciding not to recycle the target because she's found an interesting new player. She manifests a giant blue sword, saying it's a waste for the interesting man to fight with his bare hands. Back with Mo, he wonders if his armor has another hidden function. As if in response, his body erupts in blue flame, heralding a new transformation. He now wields a massive energy sword of his own, realizing he can also use this incredible power. The chapter concludes, titled The King of Snow. He smiles, seeing this chaos as an unexpected opportunity to use her head to locate the National Logistics Bureau's bunker. The swordswoman salutes, agreeing with Priest Cross that as members of the Prophetic Association, they need patience, while the Bureau's network is still active. The swordswoman wonders aloud if they are the chosen heirs of the Holy Spirit. Another woman playfully tells Priest Cross not to be so serious, then addresses the swordswoman as Little Iron. Pat. The purple-haired woman affectionately pats Little Iron on the shoulder. She embraces a flustered Irene, explaining that even as a member of the Prophetic Association, she's still a child. The woman, Han Jinyu, says taking care of a child requires patience, as Irene protests where her hands are. Elsewhere, Priest Cross greets Han Jinyu, who apologizes for being late after dealing with some bugs. Tipping his hat, Priest Cross declares it's time to watch the show unfolding on the faraway stage. He gazes upon the battlefield, ready to witness the plot that is about to unfold between the powerful combatants. Back in the fight, Mo dodges a massive vortex of energy unleashed by 13. He analyzes the attack, realizing his opponent, whom he calls Worm, is using the same attraction shockwave tactic again. As she closes in, she taunts that while Mo may be fast, in a flashback, a dark-haired man holding an armored woman boasts that his foe is at least 500 cosmic velocities too slow. The dark-haired man notes that the child's ability is unique, unlike that of an ordinary empty shell. Priest Cross recalls this moment as the first time he met 13. The narration concludes that 13 is more like a superhuman than a white skin, or perhaps a combination of both. Watching from a distance, Doc Sho wonders about the current situation. She smirks, telling her test subject not to let her down, as Mo's human form focuses, thinking hard. And when she used repulsion, they turn bronze. With a smirk, he declares he's figured it out. He asks the blue-haired woman in his mind to confirm she wanted him to incinerate their enemy. Clenching his fist, he confidently decides to increase the firepower. The blue-haired woman questions his plan for a moment, before agreeing with his decision. She instructs him to stretch out his hand. Mo is startled by her sudden and unexpected action. The blue-haired woman covers her mouth, trying to stifle a giggle. He demands to know what she's doing as she plunges her hand deep into his chest. Her hand connects with his core, merging their powers in a brilliant flash. As 13 leaps in for an attack, Mo is ready. His supercharged blade clashes against 13's energy. She counters by forming her power into a massive, deadly scythe. The two powerful weapons collide with explosive force. 13 is visibly shocked by the power of his counterattack. Boom! A massive red energy blast erupts from Mo. The shockwave slams 13 into a mountain of rubble. Mo stands victorious over the destruction, his red energy flaring. He analyzes his foe's patterns, noting her left hand can unleash repulsion force. This means that when she's attacked from the left, he explains she uses it to redirect the path of his attacks. He identifies this defensive moment as the perfect opportunity for him to strike. He charges forward, anticipating that to counter his attack from the right, she'll be forced to switch to her attraction force. He reasons that since her attraction force can't be used for defense, it can only change his attack's trajectory. As she pulls his blade aside, he declares this is exactly the outcome he wanted. He concludes that this proves her body functions like a magnet. Visualizing magnetic flux lines, he plans to use them as acceleration zones. By adding his own kinetic energy to the magnetic pull, he'll achieve incredible speed. He readies his blade, declaring now is the moment to give it his all. Boom! The accelerated attack creates a massive, city-leveling explosion of red energy. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, 13's headless form remains standing. Her arm glows with blue energy as she reaches out from the rubble, not yet defeated. The two armored warriors face off, their opposing energies creating a storm of power. 13 lunges, catching Mo off guard as his blue-haired partner looks on. Suddenly, the mysterious white-haired woman descends from the sky, wielding her own blue sword. Far away, Priest Cross offers a prayer, asking the Lord to protect the chosen holy child. With a sinister grin, he initiates a technique he calls Golden Pilgrimage. Golden crosses erupt around Little Iron as the white-haired woman flies toward her. A voice checks on Little Iron, asking if she is experiencing any dizziness or discomfort. Iron defiantly tells Han Jinyu to shut up, her eye glowing as she invokes her own power, Saintus's Coffin. She faces her airborne attacker, ready for a fight against a new, unexpected foe. The white-haired woman finds it interesting to look into a mirror as their glowing eyes reflect a similar pattern. With a firm grip, little Iron prepares to unsheath her glowing green weapon. She unleashes a swift, arching slash of green energy at her opponent. Distracted, Iron looks back at the ongoing fight between Mo and 13, realizing the new girl is an unknown factor. As she continues her attack, she wonders if her opponent is a superhuman. 13 takes the opportunity to unleash a barrage of blue energy cubes at Iron. Iron quickly pivots, using her own power to deflect the incoming cubes. A voice shouts a warning, "Little Iron, behind you!" as the white-haired woman closes in. Iron reacts instantly, her hand tightening on her sword's hilt. She spins just in time to block the white-haired woman's powerful downward strike. Clang! The white-haired woman's blade overpowers Iron's defense, slamming her toward the ground. But Mo's red, armored form intervenes, catching the white-haired woman's body in a tight embrace. Iron announces that 13 is safe and calls for a quick extraction, holding up a strange device. She explains that with a direct line of sight, she can target them for retrieval. Priest Cross warns her to jump when ready, cheekily adding he doesn't want to teleport the ground with her. Holding his new captive, Mo wonders what Iron's plan is, calling it troublesome. In his mind, Mo questions why a human is trying to save a white skin. In a flash of golden light, Iron and her retrieval device are teleported from the battlefield. Priest Cross extends his hand, ordering Han Jinyu to catch her properly. Han Jinyu appears, catching Iron in her arms and welcoming her back. Squishing a shocked Iron's cheeks, she playfully congratulates her on a job well done. As Iron struggles, Han Jinyu reassures her 13 will be fine, prompting Iron to furiously accuse Cross of setting her up. Priest Cross mockingly apologizes, stating his ability has limits and he wouldn't want her to land awkwardly. Furious, Iron shoves the retrieval device in his face, yelling at him to shut up. Priest Cross states they have 13 back, but need to incubate a new body, surprised that Iron lost her fight. Inside the container, 13's embryonic form rests, told to be at ease and sleep. Priest Cross laments that he must move carefully, as ordered by the chairman of the Prophetic Association. He wishes he could have had an exchange with Mo and the white-haired woman, but notes they escaped. The battleground is now eerily quiet, covered in a blanket of falling snow. The survivors emerge from cover, asking if the fight is over and if they are finally safe. A young girl asks her mother where the dark big brother went, as the group believes they're safe now. Old Joe anxiously calls out, looking for Mr. Lin. A survivor looks over the edge, wondering if he fell from their hiding spot. As the group stares down into the chasm, a figure appears behind them, asking what they're all looking at. It's Lin Mo, back in his human form, jokingly remarking they need a lift to the 6th floor. Old Joe, relieved, asks if he only hit his head after falling, considering it a blessing from God. Mo agrees, but Doc. Zhao steps forward, telling him to move his hand so she can check his head. With a confident smirk, Mo insists he's fine and questions if her checkup is really necessary. Doc. Joe reminds Mo that even if they are acting, they need to make it convincing. Mo tells the group that everyone being fine is a silver lining, but there's a new problem. The problem is revealed. Shock waves from the battle broke the pipes, leaving their floor without heat. As Old Joe sighs that they're back at square one, Mo encourages him not to be dejected. Mo reassures him, suggesting the situation isn't as hopeless as it seems. He reveals that the blood nests have vanished, meaning they can now safely explore the lower floors. Mo somberly notes they might be the last ones alive in the building, but now is not the time for grief. He suggests they scavenge supplies from the other apartments to build a barricade against the elements. Looking down from a higher level, Mo tells a worried Old Joe not to worry too much. With renewed resolve, Old Joe agrees to inform the others that it's time to move. Suddenly, a phone rings with a red eagle insignia, and the recipient mutters about the inconvenient timing. Outside in the snow, an operative waves down a massive armored vehicle. A new squad is introduced, identified as Captain White, Sergeant Rhodes, and Corporal Lai. The squad leader, Zion White, salutes and introduces himself as a secret agent from the National Logistic Bureau, requesting assistance under bunker orders. He displays an image of Lin Mo, revealing their mission is to capture the superhuman Zero. Back with the survivors, the blonde man and the purple-haired woman wonder if they are finally safe now that the monsters are gone. Doc Show tempers their hopes, reminding them the situation outside is still extremely dangerous. She confirms their immediate problem. The heater is broken and it's getting cold. Mo and Dokjo agree that moving their base is the best decision to survive. He explains they can occupy the lower floors since they're likely the only survivors and the central heating there still works. Dokjo points out they'll also need defensive structures, and Mo agrees, adding they'll need weapons. Mo asks Old Joe about weapons in the security office, and the injured man thinks for a moment before agreeing. Old Joe elaborates that they have serious firepower, barricades, and wire netting, upgraded due to Brooklyn's notoriously poor security. He believes they have enough supplies to fortify the entire building, but doubts their effectiveness against the monsters. The blonde-haired man excitedly announces he has an idea. He reveals a strange discovery. Playing a certain tune on his guitar seems to paralyze the monsters. Mo and Old Joe are skeptical of his power of music theory, but the man insists he is telling the truth. Mo declares he'll go down with Corbin, the guitarist, to verify his claim, much to Corbin's protesting shock. Mo tells a hesitant Corbin to stop dawdling, but Corbin asks him to wait a moment. Dismissing it as a simple inspection, Mo is surprised when Corbin says he needs to put his guitar safely in its case first. Corbin questions the fancy condo they're in, but Mo defensively insists it's just a normal apartment. Mo soberly reflects that, in their current reality, even a normal home is an extravagance. He thinks about the sudden cataclysm, realizing that everyday life is now a distant, unattainable memory. As a shower runs, he wonders how long this fleeting moment of peace can possibly last. A figure stands in the shower as narration explains everyone is exhausted and needs time to rest. The figure is revealed to be Doc, Zhu, who looks thoughtfully at an ID card. Her ID identifies her as Sonia Cho, a biosafety field agent, as she reflects on the need to sort out their feelings. Elsewhere, the purple-haired woman looks at a photo of her family, finding her reason to never give up. Old Joe gazes at a mask, stealing his resolve to survive, even if it means being unscrupulous. He picks up a menacing mask and knife, ready to do whatever it takes. Mo turns to Corbin with a serious expression, stating there are things he must explain clearly. He calls out to Corbin, who turns back, surprised by his tone. Corbin asks why Mo is suddenly being so serious and intense. Mo tells him that what he is about to say is the truth, whether Corbin can accept it or not. A skeptical Corbin asks if fighting monsters has scrambled Mo's brain. Mo poses questions that force Corbin to admit his own doubts about how his old friend changed so drastically. Amidst a backdrop of shattered reality, Mo begins his confession, stating that the person standing before him is supposed to be dead. He reveals the shocking truth. He is a Lin Mo from another timeline, a ghost possessing his friend's body. Mo concludes that the real owner of the body is gone, leaving Corbin stunned into silence. Understanding Corbin's shock, Mo says he is telling him because, as the original owner's friend, he deserves to know the truth. Mo explains he's telling the truth because the future is dangerous, and he wants no trouble from secrets. A smoking Corbin calmly surmises that this Mo is simply one who never had a bad friend in childhood. With a knowing smirk, Corbin asks if his assessment is right, putting Mo on the spot. Mo is stunned into silence by his friend's unexpectedly casual reaction, only able to utter, "You." Extending a hand, Corbin reintroduces himself as Cotter Corbin, a good friend of Lin Mo, ready for a fresh start. Mo lets out a short, relieved laugh, amused by his friend's surprising acceptance of the bizarre truth. Lighting another cigarette, Corbin casually asks what difference it makes anyway. He reasons that, in the end, Mo is still Lin Mo, isn't he? Corbin muses that if the original Lin Mo had possessed someone else, he'd probably act just as moody and cool. The two shake hands in a new pact, with Corbin formally welcoming the new Lin Mo. As Mo yells at Corbin not to smoke in his room, the scene shifts to the ruined, snow-covered city. The massive armored vehicle continues its patrol through the desolate, snow-filled streets. A voice from inside the vehicle calls out, "Hey, old man." As they approach a lone figure, inside, the purple-haired woman on the team questions why a rescue unit is handling fieldworker matters. Sergeant Rhodes asks Agent White for a briefing, but White dismisses the pleasantries, knowing what he really wants to ask. Zion White states that the rescue team must have also sensed the recent massive information outage. He reveals the outage was caused by humans, and they share a common target with this unknown group. With little time, he promises to give them only the most important highlights of the situation. He explains that after the freeze began, the National Security Agency's crisis protocol was activated right before a major incident occurred. Sergeant Rhodes recalls being unable to get orders, and Zion White confirms it wasn't a technical issue or monsters. White asserts that only humans could have sabotaged the backup communications systems, not the monsters. He points out the suspicious timing of the freeze, monsters, and communications blackout, noting Bunker is now investigating. A document reveals that intelligence agencies speculate a secret organization orchestrated the entire catastrophe. White adds the organization is a ghost in their networks, prompting the purple-haired woman to express disbelief, scoffing that even the CIA leaves traces. Lounging, Zion White coldly remarks that as long as they are human, they will leave a trace, dead or alive. Having been in intelligence herself, the purple-haired woman wonders what kind of organization could be as untraceable as a ghost. White cryptically mentions the psychic, leading to confusion, but he dismisses the idea it's their target's codename. Holding up his dog tags, White declares that the answer to their questions is obvious. The purple-haired woman and Sergeant Rhodes react with shocked understanding, offering their condolences. Sergeant Rhodes presses further, asking why the higher-ups suspect a psychic is involved with their targets. Corporal I theorizes that perhaps this psychic organization is trying to recruit other psychics. Lacking the authority to know for sure, White concedes that Corporal Lie's theory is plausible. He reveals their target, Zero, is the only psychic being monitored, making him their sole lead and explaining Bunker's interest. The armored vehicle grinds to a sudden halt in the snow. The crew looks ahead in alarm, wondering what's happening on the road. They spot two survivors, a man and a woman, standing together in front of their vehicle. Calling the situation awkward, Sergeant Rhodes decides to step outside to investigate. He approaches the pair, introducing himself as a Secret Service agent and asking if they are okay. The survivors frantically plead for rescue, describing Brooklyn as hell, while Zion White watches grimly, rifle ready. Sergeant Rhodes regretfully informs them that saving them is difficult because his rescue team is on an emergency mission. Shocked and angered by his response, the woman protests that it's their duty not to abandon them. As a compromise, Sergeant Rhodes offers to share some of the supplies from their vehicle. The survivors look on with deep disappointment and resentment, clearly wanting more than just supplies. Sergeant Rhodes tries to reason with them, acknowledging their hardship. He urges them to calm down, but his words are met with hostility. In a flash, the desperate survivors attack, restraining the sergeant as one draws a knife. The male survivor lunges forward with a knife, his face twisted in a murderous rage. Two shots ring out, striking the attacker mid-lunge and stopping him in his tracks. Zion White calmly lowers his smoking rifle, having taken the decisive shot. Thwack! The attacker collapses, a bullet hole perfectly centered in his forehead. On a nearby roof, a hooded survivor prepares to hurl a Molotov cocktail at the armored vehicle. From inside the truck, Zion White's sharp eyes spot the new threat. The survivor lights the rag on his makeshift bomb, readying the fiery attack. Zion White quickly raises his rifle, his expression cold and focused. Through his scope, the glass bottle is perfectly centered in the crosshairs. With a silent puff, he fires a single, precise shot. Bang! The bullet shatters the Molotov, engulfing the attacker's hand in flames. Meanwhile, Sergeant Rhodes disarms another hostile survivor, who came at him with a knife. The restrained man looks up in terror as he sees Zion White calmly approaching in the distance. A gunshot rings out, and the survivor restrained by Rhodes is executed with a fatal wound to the head. At the same time, Sergeant Rhodes shoots the female attacker at point-blank range. He fires again, finishing her off as she slumps over, dead. Undeterred by the carnage, a masked survivor charges at Zion White with a heavy axe. Zion coolly draws his sidearm, preparing to face the close-quarters threat. He opens fire, his pistol barking repeatedly as he stands his ground. The axeman is riddled with bullets, his frenzied attack brought to a violent halt. Zion finishes the job, shooting the man one last time as he collapses to the ground. With the ambush thwarted, the agents report that the area is clear. Inside the vehicle, Sergeant Rhodes tells his distraught daughter, Corporal Lie, that it's time to move on. Corporal Lie questions her father's brutal actions, asking why they couldn't help the survivors as the truck drives away. Back with Mo's group, Corbin says he'll leave something behind in the apartment they're vacating. Mo enters to check on the group's progress, noting that the space could be repurposed as a greenhouse for plants. Corbin jokes that their scavenging mission feels like a guilt-free shopping spree. To wrap up their planning session, Mo presents a hand-drawn sketch of their new fortification strategy. He details their first step, remodeling the eastern side of the third floor into a hydroponic greenhouse. He explains that since the upper floors are too damaged, they will gather everyone on the third floor. The plan includes turning the lower floors into deadly choke points and using the CCTV room as their command center. After laying out the plan, Mo gets a nagging feeling that he's still missing something important. Old Joe boasts that he could fire a shotgun one-handed in his youth, but Corbin tells the old man to stop bragging. Old Joe challenges Corbin to a demonstration in the garage, a dare Corbin mockingly accepts. Watching their bickering, Mo dismisses the entire exchange as childish. He is called over to see something, with the person telling him he'll understand when he gets there. Mo arrives to find the woman with pink-streaked hair who wants to discuss something from the last fight. She asks Mo if he saw others like you during his battle. Mo confirms he did, explaining that a woman stole the core from one of the white skins. The woman with pink-streaked hair says that in that case, he should listen to a broadcast she intercepted. A voice from a radio addresses the survivors of the frozen wasteland, telling them what happened is not their fault. Annoyed by the cryptic message, Mo questions why he has to listen, but she insists he hear it all. The broadcast speaks of a lord who once brought a flood and has now sent a snowstorm to judge humanity. The speaker claims that evil governments have brainwashed men, controlling them through currency and desire. It continues, stating that these forces control people and make them commit evil for their own cause. A monstrous three-headed creature appears as the broadcast claims the Lord is merciful. The voice promises that all untainted souls will be blessed. A woman with long purple hair and glowing eyes appears, introduced as one of the holy children. Holding a rocket launcher, she is revealed to be one of the prophets, now identified as a descended Holy Spirit. The prophetess smirks as she imbues the weapon with purple energy. She fires the launcher, unleashing a swirling vortex of destructive purple energy. The energy blast strikes the monster, tearing it apart completely. The broadcast then focuses on a terrified red-haired girl, calling her one of the lost lambs. A man in a white suit, flanked by the prophetess and a blonde agent, introduces their group as the Prophetic Association, Bringers of Hope. The man in the white suit continues the broadcast, condemning evil governments and promising to judge them. The broadcast concludes with a promise of salvation for all dishonest souls. The recruitment pitch promises protection from the Prophetic Association, absolution from the Holy Spirit, and a path to heaven. After the broadcast ends, the woman with pink-streaked hair smugly asks the test subject Mo for his opinion. Mo dismisses the broadcast as nothing more than the ramblings of an anti-government cult. He pauses, however, realizing their talk of chosen ones could refer to superhumans like himself. The woman with pink-streaked hair concedes that his theory is a definite possibility. She soberly concludes that the situation is becoming far more serious than they imagined. Narration explains that, while conspiracy theories about the Illuminati are myths, a real shadowy organization has managed to secretly control nearly every country. The history lesson reveals the Prophetic Association began as a cult, secretly armed by the CIA for foreign affairs. But the organization grew too powerful, infiltrating the Pentagon itself, forcing the government to create the covert department NSLB to eliminate them. The woman with pink-streaked hair explains this secret history, concluding the Prophetic Association has been reborn in the frozen wasteland. Mo interrupts, questioning how a person from the biochemistry department could possess such classified intelligence. She reveals her source is a former Central Intelligence agent, as the purple-haired agent in the armored truck gasps in reaction. The woman with pink-streaked hair explains that the NSLB supposedly wiped out the entire association, leading her to a specific conclusion. She reveals her stunning theory. This new prophetic association of superhumans must be from a parallel universe. Mo shouts in shock, suddenly understanding how she could know his biggest secret. He grabs the device on his neck, accusing her of eavesdropping and hearing his entire confession to Corbin. She cheekily calls his confession touching but cheesy, prompting an angry Mo to defend male bonding before she warns that the Prophetic Association is likely targeting him. She tells Mo to help her move her things, revealing her ulterior motive for calling him over was to get a moving buddy. Back in the armored truck, Zion White realizes the prophetic association name explains why their records are blank. The purple-haired agent gravely adds that the group's existence is tied to the very founding of their own NSLB. She begins to explain what the higher-ups believed about the situation. MMPH Sergeant Rhodes quickly covers her mouth, silencing her before she can reveal more. He sternly reminds the agent, whom he calls Sergeant Rhodes, not to forget why she was reassigned from Intel. Zion White cuts in, stating their priority remains capturing Code Zero, as a monitor shows a sound-only file for Terrence Woodgate. He informs the sergeant that the higher-ups have granted their team temporary, quote, highest clearance for the mission. A vision of Old Joe shows the grim reality of their mission. All obstructions will be eliminated without hesitation. Zion clarifies that this clearance gives them the authority to remove any obstacle at their discretion. He adds that they even have delinquents at their disposal, showing Old Joe giving a thumbs up next to a stunned Corbin. The scene briefly shows a door marked 303. In the new base, the purple-haired survivor from Mo's group happily munches on a large, fresh bread roll. A woman named Mrs. Perez thanks Mr. Lin for quickly figuring out how to make hamburgers for everyone. Mo demurs, crediting his college studies in their technology, as the purple-haired survivor declares the food delish-ish. Old Joe happily presents Mrs. Perez with a bottle of vintage tequila he saved for her, and she thanks him warmly. Mrs. Perez asks Mr. Lin to hold a glass while she prepares it with salt. Mo gives Old Joe a knowing smirk as he holds the prepared tequila shot. Old Joe proudly explains this is the traditional way to drink, calling it a gift for his savior. He toasts Mo as the god of agriculture, and Mo accepts the drink so as not to be rude. When Old Joe offers a drink to Doc, Mo spits his out, blurting that she only smokes. Mrs. Perez notices someone is missing and asks where Mr. Corbin is. The purple-haired survivor offers to take Corbin his share, but Mrs. Perez waves her off, saying she can do it. Through a surveillance device, the team is seen sharing a happy, peaceful moment together. Back in the armored vehicle, Zion White orders a final communications check before they move out. The pink-haired comms officer, Corporal Lai, confirms her status and then calls out to Pops, Sergeant Rhodes, before correcting to their call signs. Sergeant Rhodes and another soldier respond, and Rhodes tells his child to handle the comms. Corporal Lai reports static on their lines and says she needs to readjust the equipment. Rhodes dismisses her concern, telling her to get on with it, as Zion White observes. Corporal Lai confronts her father, asking why he's being so secretive and if they must resort to forceful methods. She reveals her suspicion that Zion is hiding something, trusting her intelligence instincts and what she knows he's planning. Sergeant Rhodes accepts that his daughter won't be deterred, resigning himself to the mission ahead. With his final words, he orders the operation to begin as the armored vehicle moves through the snowy city. FSSH elsewhere, Corbin shouts in disbelief as a drink is poured. He's shocked to learn Old Joe has a daughter he hasn't seen in 20 years. Old Joe worries about his daughter, who would be Doc Joe's age, while she advises him not to drink while injured. Overcome with emotion and alcohol, Old Joe weeps that he has failed as a father, as Corbin watches with concern. He suddenly grabs Doc Joe's hand, calling her Juana, leaving her to wonder if the name is a coincidence. As Corbin teases her about finding a daddy, Old Joe tearfully begs his daughter for forgiveness. Corbin wistfully reflects that another time, their strange group could almost pass for a normal, happy family. But the comforting fantasy shatters, returning them to the grim, dark reality of their situation. Suddenly, Old Joe stands and walks away wordlessly, alarming Corbin and Doc Joe. With a look of grim determination, he clutches a large knife, his intentions unknown. Meanwhile, Zion White confirms their path is jammed, just as their inside source reported. Corporal Lai questions the reliability of their inside man, but Zion says they have no choice but to proceed. Back in the truck, Corporal Lai orders body cams on, needing a direct feed of the operation. Through the cam, Sergeant Rhodes briefs his team. Secure civilians, cover each other, and stick to the plan. The three-man NSLB team cautiously descends a dark stairway. In another part of the building, Mo's group hides, uncertain of the situation outside their room. Corbin peers out, his expression puzzled by what he sees. Doc Joe watches with a tense, worried expression. Huff Corbin breathes out, announcing they have a serious problem. The blonde survivor reports with panic that armed people are approaching with bad intentions. The NSLB agents sweep through a corridor, reporting the area is clear. Suddenly, A man in a security vest charges at them from the darkness. Sergeant Rhodes takes aim at the approaching figure. The other soldier also raises his weapon, ready to fire. The figure, a masked man wearing a security vest, seems confused, wondering if the agents are civilians. Sergeant Rhodes radios HQ that they've found a civilian and are an NSLB rescue squad. He offers help, but the masked man cynically asks who exactly they are helping. Through a tactical lens, the masked man scoffs at the NSLB rescue squad. He bitterly asks why they're only pretending to care about people's lives now. In the command vehicle, Corporal Lee's eyes widen in recognition of the man's mask. Tapping into the intranet, she frantically searches for information and exclaims that she found it. She warns Sergeant Rhodes that the man is no ordinary civilian, leaving him confused. A file identifies the man as Machete, the infamous cartel killer, a mass murderer who vanished 20 years ago. The report details his brutal history of wiping out San Diego cartels and his recruitment by the NSLB as an inside man. He reportedly retired just before the world froze, shown in an unsettling depiction with strange tendrils. Sergeant Rhodes processes the information, realizing the violent man is supposed to be one of them. Overhearing him, the masked man Machete turns, questioning the notion that he is one of yours. Shing in a flash, Machete draws a large blade. He viciously stabs Sergeant Rhodes, screaming that a woman named Jade died because of the NSLB. Blood spurts as Rhodes gasps in shock, his earpiece is shattered from the force of the blow. Machete raises his bloody knife again, accusing them of stealing his Wana from him. Crack! He crushes Rhodes' communication device with his hand. Gripping the wounded sergeant, Machete furiously asks how he dares call him one of their own. Zion White appears behind the attacker, taking aim with his pistol. The third soldier screams a warning for his captain to get down. Bang! He fires a shot to save his captain. The bullet finds its mark, piercing Machete's mask as smoke billows from the impact hole. Pa Machete brutally stomps on the third soldier's hand, crushing his weapon. The soldier's handgun is bent and broken under the force of the blow. Still holding the wounded sergeant, Machete grabs the third soldier by the vest. The disarmed soldier stares in shock and horror at his attacker. From a walkway above, Zion White asks his Delta team for a situation report. Tiesk Zion listens intently, wondering what is happening down below. A hand crackles with blue energy as an unseen figure states he knows it's windy out. Zion turns as Mo appears behind him, wreathed in blue flames, likening the chaos to when rats start crawling into houses. Mo taunts Zion from across the walkway, remarking on the noisy rat they've found. Annoyed, Zion rejects the rat label and identifies himself as NSLB agent Zion White. Zion raises his rifle, declaring he's here to take in his target, Lin Mo. Shwa! Zion leaps from the upper walkway, charging directly at Mo. Mo questions Zion's priorities. Finding it interesting, they target him instead of fixing the global freeze. He challenges the agent, asking if the NSLB isn't supposed to be maintaining order in this broken world. Zion gives a final warning to Mr. Lin, threatening to pull the trigger if he doesn't cooperate. Fushmo's power flares as he scoffs that Zion has to actually land the shot first. Zion opens fire, his rifle blazing in the darkness. Using his power, Mo creates after images of himself, easily dodging the barrage of bullets. Schwing Mo closes the distance in an instant, moving too fast for Zion to track. Pa! He kicks a heavy piece of machinery, sending it flying toward the agent. Mo freezes, realizing with a jolt that something about his attack feels wrong. Zion, having somehow dodged the attack, comments that it was a close call. He calmly states that his gut feeling is usually quite accurate. Zion reveals a new cut on his face, explaining his premonition told him exactly how Mo would attack. Mo's eyes widen as he recalls Zion's words, realizing he isn't just a regular agent. A glowing blue shield materializes as Zion reintroduces himself, NSLB agent Zion White. Behind him, a massive, spectral, mermaid-like creature forms, as Zion reveals he's also a superhuman. Back in the truck, Corporal Lai screams for Alpha Team over a static-filled comms screen, having lost their feed. Her comms crackle as she tries to understand the garbled transmission from HQ about needing backup. The third soldier yells into his radio that Sergeant Rhodes is wounded, and they need immediate backup. Machete's knife shatters against an unseen force. Machete and the third soldier are sent flying back from a sudden impact. Sergeant Rhodes and the third soldier are knocked to the ground by the blast. The two downed soldiers look up, stunned by the chaotic turn of events. Machete looms over them with his large blade as they curse their terrible luck. Machete lunges forward, ready to finish them off. Mo appears in a flash of blue energy, blocking Machete's attack. Mo grumbles that he was too careless as he holds Machete back, spotting the spectral creature in the distance. Still restraining Machete, Mo recognizes the man's familiar stench, wondering if it's old Joe. Sergeant Rhodes recognizes Mo and Corbin, who nervously confirm their identities. Mo tells Corbin they need to deal with the new, monstrous threat first. Sergeant Rhodes gazes grimly at the spectral creature and radios HQ. He stares in disbelief, realizing the massive entity is what they call a shell. An agent urgently reports to HQ that they have made contact with the shell. The shell unleashes crackling chains of energy, which lash out toward Sergeant Rhodes. Zion yells, "Hold it!" as he grabs one of the glowing chains, stopping its advance. The shell creature turns its menacing gaze toward Zion. It lunges through the air, declaring that Zion is its true target. Mo clicks his tongue in frustration at the escalating chaos. Holding Corbin, Mo sighs, admitting it looks like they won't be able to avoid this fight. As he holds the third soldier, Machete apologizes to his past self, Old Joe. Mo appears in his armor, restraining Machete and taunting that he owes him another drink. Zion White observes, impressed by Code Zero's power, as Mo's armor demands to know what else Zion is aware of. Mo's armored form intensely questions what other information the agent possesses. Roar, the spectral shell creature, lunges forward as Zion orders it to catch Mo. The massive creature's hand reaches out to grab the armored warrior. Still holding Machete, Mo realizes they can't afford to fight in their current location. Mo prepares to move, intending to relocate the battle away from his allies. Crash, the shell creature lands a powerful blow, sending Mo flying through the air. The spectral creature stares ahead with glowing, determined eyes. Zion is stunned, realizing Mo somehow deflected his attack with a sound barrier. Mo lands, having successfully blocked the creature's devastating punch. Mo smashes through the ceiling, escalating the fight to a new level. He lands and immediately senses another threat, an energy barrier. The spectral shell is already there, its hand creating the very energy barrier Mo detected. Womb. The barrier erupts with powerful energy, blocking Mo's path. Mo assesses the new development, admitting this fight is tougher than he anticipated. He analyzes the creature's massive size, concluding it must be a power type. Considering its barrier ability, Mo realizes he's facing a very tricky opponent. He observes the barrier, sensing that despite its power, the creature is not invincible. The enormous shell creature looms over the battlefield, a truly imposing sight. Zion confidently tells Mo to give up, claiming nothing he does will work anymore. Mo acknowledges that his greatest advantage lies in his incredible speed. He defiantly retorts, "How would I know if I don't try?" In a flash, Mo unleashes a storm of high-speed energy attacks. Unimpressed, Zion reminds Mo that he already told him about his ability. He repeats his warning. His gut feeling allows him to predict the path of Mo's attacks. The spectral shell creature seems to understand Mo's evolving strategy. Mo reveals his new plan, if Zion can see where he's coming from. He'll create multiple trails to overwhelm the agent's premonition, leveraging his speed. He declares that if he's fast enough, he's bound to find an opening eventually. Zion scoffs at Mo's cockiness, asking if speed is his only strong point as he catches an attack. The shell creature's arm begins to shimmer and transform. Its hand morphs into a long, glowing blade. Now armed with two powerful blades, the creature prepares to counterattack. The shell reveals its own power, boasting that Mo isn't the only one who can be proud of their speed. With incredible swiftness, the creature unleashes a barrage of slashes that shatter Mo's armor. Mo shouts in shock as his defenses are torn apart. The massive shell creature towers over the now vulnerable Mo. Stunned, Mo can't believe something so enormous could move with such incredible speed. The shell lunges, its eyes glowing with lethal intent as it goes for the final blow. Mo just barely blocks the strike with an energy blade, admitting it was a close call. Zion stands over the defeated Mo with his blade at his neck, demanding his surrender. Crash! A heavy metal pipe falls, crushing Mo's armored form. Zion coldly tells Mo he doesn't want to have to drag his corpse out into the snow. Mo scoffs at the threat, questioning if Zion's superiors would be happy with him dead. He insults Zion, calling him nothing but a government lapdog barking orders. Zion stands victorious over the defeated Mo, his spectral shell looming behind him. He looks down at the shattered remains of Mo's armor, but the fight isn't over. The glowing blue shards begin to reform, pulling themselves back together. Clang Mo's shattered armor begins to pull itself back together with a surge of blue energy. A single, glowing shard of armor hovers in the air, a sign of the battle's surprising turn. Emerging from the reforming armor, Corbin stands atop Mo's shoulder, revealing their strange fusion. Zion takes aim once more, stunned by his opponent's impossible recovery. Bullets harmlessly deflect off Mo's newly reformed armor as he stands defiant against the barrage. Mo braces himself, blocking a massive sphere of energy hurled by the spectral shell. Zion watches in disbelief, wondering what is happening as his attack is thwarted. Mo's silhouette crackles with overwhelming blue power. The spectral shell's eye glows intensely, focusing on its target. From the shards of his old suit, a massive crystalline lance materializes in Mo's hand. His armor completes its transformation, revealing a sleeker, more powerful white and blue form. Wielding his new weapon, Mo stands ready, crackling with renewed energy. Declaring it's time for round 2, Mo's new form announces its readiness to fight. Zion realizes the intel was right. His target evolves at a rapid rate, forcing him to end the fight quickly. Determined to finish it before his opponent spins out of control, Zion prepares to unleash his shell's full power. The spectral shell lunges, sending a swirling vortex of energy hurtling toward Mo. Remembering Doc Zhou's words, Mo recalls that blue means absorb. He spins his lance, creating a powerful vortex to draw in the shell's energy attack. Mo successfully absorbs the creature's attack, channeling its power into himself. Now recalling that red is next, he prepares to unleash his own counterattack as the lance's core glows crimson. K-Boom Mo unleashes the absorbed power in a devastating blast of red energy. Zion and his shell stare in shock, completely unprepared for Mo's sudden and overwhelming counter. He realizes with horror that Mo isn't just negating his attacks, but turning them into his own power. The wave of red energy surges toward Zion, threatening to overwhelm him. The spectral shell moves to protect its master, intercepting the powerful blast. As it absorbs the attack, the shell glows with a mix of red and blue energy. Mo analyzes the shell's barrier, realizing its nature is similar to that of a field. He deduces that by generating a matching field, he can negate them both. The strategy is visualized as 2 soap bubbles colliding and popping. Mo plans to use his lance and the absorbed energy to generate a field that will negate his opponents upon collision. The spectral shell suddenly explodes with energy in a violent backlash. K-Boom. The creature shatters in a blast of its own power. Zion watches in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this could have happened. The spectral shell appears behind Zion, its remaining energy flowing back into him. The creature apologizes for pushing Zion too far and tells him to rest as it fades away. Mo taunts Zion, asking if he's not going to attack now that his pet is gone. Mo calls Zion's bluff, admitting he can't beat his precognition, but stating Zion is nothing without his shell. Mo declares a stalemate, but Zion coldly refutes the claim. Zion addresses Mo as Code Zero, telling him to take a good look at himself. He scornfully remarks that Mo looks no different from the mindless monsters roaming outside. Zion dismisses the idea of a stalemate, pointing out that it's not the case at all. Suddenly, the sound of an electric guitar fills the air as Corbin begins to play. The mysterious voice in the music causes Mo's armor to react violently. Mo clutches his head in agony, confused by the sudden, debilitating pain. As Corbin continues to play, the lyrics seem to trigger a painful memory for Mo. Mo realizes in horror that the parasite comprising his armor is rejecting the music. The song's familiar lyrics continue to assault Mo's senses. The parasitic armor writhes and distorts, unable to withstand the sonic attack. As Zion watches, the parasitic tendrils begin to recede from Mo's body. Through a tactical view, Mo sees Corbin standing with someone else, playing the guitar that is causing him so much pain. On a desolate walkway, Zion White arrives and apologizes to Corbin for being late. Zion casually asks if he missed any highlights, and Corbin dryly confirms he missed a lot of them. Mo, leaning against a wall, states that their mission is now halfway done. With his guitar on his back, Corbin gives a look of disdain and offers a sarcastic thanks. A flashback begins, formally identifying the blonde man as Agent Corbin. Zaz. In an office, Corbin is sound asleep in his chair. Zzz. He snores with his mouth wide open, drool running down his chin. A reflection in a glass pane shows several agents restraining a figure. The reflection shows the agents carrying their target away. 3 agents, including Zion and a senior officer, stand over the still sleeping Corbin. Whack! The butt of a rifle smacks Corbin hard in the cheek. Zion and the other agents stare down, perplexed that he's still asleep. Startled awake, Corbin panics and frantically insists he's clean and doesn't have any contraband. A series of commands flash through Corbin's mind, activating a hidden program as he begins to cry. The Bad Boy Protocol finishes as his unit designation, BB-21, reports it is on standby. The senior officer and his subordinate identify Corbin as the errand boy. The senior officer realizes with grim understanding that this is the Bad Boy Sleeper Agent unit. Thump. Corbin is knocked unconscious again, slumping forward onto his desk. The 3 agents look down at the now unconscious Corbin. A soldier asks the senior officer for their next move, who wonders if this is HQ's doing. On comms, a pink-haired operator denies involvement, suggesting it's just a technical issue with their old equipment. Wham! Corbin's eye snaps open, his programming now active. Now fully briefed, Zion informs Corbin of their mission: arrest Lin Mo and rescue survivors. As Zion hands over a phone with intel, Corbin tells him to wait. Corbin explains they lack the firepower to capture Code Zero, but he has a plan to get something that will help. In another location, a purple-haired girl watches a security feed in fear, wondering if the monsters are back. Wham! A woman in a pink and white suit suddenly appears, startling Corbin. The woman apologizes as the confused purple-haired girl asks what is happening. The woman holds up a small cylinder, identifying it as a camera. In a sudden turn, Corbin aims his pistol at her, ordering the doctor to put her hands up. The purple-haired girl shouts Corbin's name in shock as he reveals the woman's identity: former counter-bioterrorism captain, Zhou Shuya. Recognizing him as errand boy, Zhou Shuya glares, while Corbin angrily tells her to stop playing dumb. Unfazed, Zhou Shuya pulls a concealed weapon from her suit. The standoff escalates as Corbin takes aim, ready to fire. In a brief, unrelated scene, 3 unknown figures express their frustration. The purple-haired woman shields the frightened girl as they watch the tense scene unfold. Corbin gives a final warning, demanding Zhou Shuya's immediate surrender. As he orders her to turn around, she scoffs that his department is a hassle. With a smirk, Zhou Shuya raises her hands, mocking their forceful tactics. She correctly deduces their goal is a test subject and mocks Corbin's errand boy cover, assuming his memories have been wiped. On his phone, Corbin reports that he's found the survivors and needs the other injured teams moved to his location. Zhou Shuya holds a gun, coolly stating that she has a doctor right there. Back in the flashback, the senior officer sits down, assuring his team that he'll be fine. A close-up shows his freshly bandaged hand, as his subordinate confirms he's received first aid. The senior officer clenches his bandaged fist, silently pondering the situation. On a private channel, the senior officer contacts Rhodes, while Corbin holds Zhou Shuya at gunpoint. Now in handcuffs, Zhou Shuya glares, questioning why she's being restrained. Corbin retorts, asking if she has a better way to deal with a rogue agent. He furiously accuses her of being a traitor, whose actions led to the world freezing over. Zhou Shuya scoffs at the accusation, coldly stating that they were the ones who were betrayed first. As Corbin watches in horror, the captured Zhou Shuya coolly announces the start of Operation Europa. Stunned, Corbin can only utter her name in disbelief. Zhou Shuya recounts how Europa was once a beacon of hope for life, but something terrible happened there. She ominously asks if the frozen wasteland around them feels familiar. With a grim look, she confirms the catastrophe is just like what happened to New York. She continues her monologue, questioning why she'd use that name when the event has nothing to do with NASA. Instead, she reveals it has everything to do with the Prophetic Association. Enraged, Corbin lunges toward her. He shoves his gun against her head, yelling that he's heard enough. Unfazed, Zhou Shuya smirks, taunting the errand boy for his impatience. Corbin snarls that the only reason she's alive is her medical knowledge of Code Zero. Corbin glares at her, his resolve hardening. Whack! He strikes her with the butt of his pistol, leaving Zhou Shuya on the floor. Corbin reports to HQ that he's en route to back up Alpha and to prepare for survivors. Wiping a trickle of blood from her lip, Zhou Shuya mockingly asks what he's so afraid of. The scene shifts to the desolate city, now bathed in the eerie light of a pink-hued sky. The cargo, a sedated and masked Mo, is declared ready for transport. A soldier nervously asks what happens if he wakes up, but the senior officer reassures him. A blonde woman coolly states that their target's powers will be suppressed for at least an hour. She explains she administered the suppressants herself with a specialized injection gun. Elsewhere, looking down at a child she's carrying, Zhou Shuya remarks that their success is thanks to the traitor's research. The blonde woman volunteers to handle the sedated Mo, telling her nervous colleague it's fine. Leaning over Mo's unconscious form, she quietly apologizes to him. A soldier named Lee asks the senior officer for their next orders. The senior officer asks Lee a personal question. What was his reason for enlisting? Caught off guard, Lee wonders about the sudden change in topic. The senior officer grimly warns that they may be involved in something far bigger than they imagined. Zion approaches the two men, asking about the state of their injuries. The senior officer reports that communications are recovering, and they found shelter at a hospital in Manhattan. While the senior officer sees this as good news, Lee remains silent and visibly anxious. As they prepare to move out, Zion stops them with one final question. He asks if they've seen any monsters resembling shells, to which Lai nervously stammers no. His rifle twitching, the lieutenant also denies contact with anything other than civilians and the target, a response Zion eyes with suspicion. Zion accepts their answer, though his expression remains unreadable. He thanks the team for their support, expressing a wish to continue getting along. An armored vehicle drives through the snow-swept, ruined city streets. A woman named Jinyu speaks over comms, revealing she's delayed her move after spotting a rat among the sheep. Another woman, Irina, tells the good priest that she's found a wolf as well and will handle the problem. With a menacing grin, Irina declares she'll act in the name of the Father. A brief interlude shows a woman with brown hair resting peacefully. The armored transport continues its journey through the apocalyptic cityscape. Inside the vehicle, a heavily restrained Mo softly calls for his mama in his sleep. She points out that Ms. Dr. Zhou Shuya and Uncle Joe Machete are also bound, as Zhou Shuya greets a groggy, newly awakened Machete. Maggie insists they aren't bad people and angrily demands to know why they are all tied up. She fiercely points her finger forward in accusation. Aiming at Corbin, she demands to know why he looks exactly like the guitar guy. The purple-haired woman gently pulls Maggie back, telling her that this is Mr. Corbin. Hearing this, Zhou Shuya covers her mouth, struggling to contain her laughter. A flustered and annoyed Corbin turns to Zhou Shuya and demands to know what's so funny. Zhou Shuya smirks, cryptically suggesting that only a child can perceive the country's true nature. Annoyed at being called guitar guy, Corbin demands to know what's so funny, while Zhou Shuya smugly thinks the nickname is perfect. In the front of the transport, a pink-haired woman with hoop earrings exhales smoke, thoughtfully addressing her Pops. The senior officer takes a drag from his cigarette as the pink-haired woman notes she thought he had quit. The soldier, Lai, tries to reassure the pink-haired woman, explaining the captain's behavior. The pink-haired woman asks about Lee's injuries, and he nervously insists that he's fine. Looking at his bandaged hand, the senior officer reflects that his injury is nothing, lamenting that he's a soldier who can't even hold a gun. As the transport drives through the desolate city, he equates his own helplessness with the country's failure to protect its people. The pink-haired woman, Joanna, tells Lee she will run background checks on the survivors, but he questions the necessity. Turning around, Joanna is startled to see Zhou Shuya sitting among the prisoners in the back. Joanna pales in shock, stammering the name Sonia Zhou. Waving casually, Zhou Shuya greets her old acquaintance Joanna and cheekily remarks that she's gained weight. Joanna unexpectedly hands a confused Corbin a tablet, telling him to hold it for her. Zhou Shuya taunts Joanna from the back, asking if she was demoted from Central Intelligence or if she's just part of a cleanup crew. As Corbin suddenly points his gun at Zhou Shuya, she mockingly asks about the special occasion while he tells her to calm down. Enraged, Joanna confronts Zhou Shuya, accusing her of betrayal after she treated her as a friend. With a gun to her head, Zhou Shuya calmly reminds Corbin about their mutual benefit relationship and his desire to find the truth. In a quick shift, Joanna turns and sternly tells the senior officer in the distance that he should stop smoking. The mood darkens as someone inside the vehicle realizes they are being tailed by a lone motorcycle. A targeting display locks onto the mysterious rider, whose bike crackles with ominous purple energy. Watching her screen, Joanna senses something is wrong with their pursuer. A thought drifts through the vehicle, wondering how the rider isn't freezing to death in the extreme cold. Zhao Shuya correctly identifies their pursuer as a superhuman. Joanna explains that superhumans can absorb ambient energy for warmth, prompting Zhao Shuya to ask if they can operate freely above absolute zero. Zhao Shuya confirms her own theory with a grim look, stating that these beings have adapted to the frozen world. The helmeted rider's armor and motorcycle glow intensely with crackling purple power. The rider draws a massive, high-tech weapon from their bike. Taking aim, the mysterious rider prepares to attack the transport. Whoosh! A sphere of violent purple energy is fired from the weapon. The energy projectile screams toward the back of the armored vehicle. Boom! A powerful explosion rocks the transport from behind. Crash! Inside, the passengers are thrown violently by the force of the blast. The rider casually remarks that their shot seems to have been a little off. A terrified Lai struggles with the wheel, wondering if they were just hit by a grenade launcher. The senior officer shouts from the back, ordering Li to drive faster. Reflected in the side mirror, the rider rapidly closes the distance. The senior officer cocks his assault rifle, ready to fight back. Leaning out the back of the speeding truck, he opens fire on their pursuer. The rider easily evades the gunfire and unleashes another devastating energy blast in return. A horrified Corbin looks back at the incoming attack, realizing they are in serious trouble. The massive orb of purple energy is about to slam into the vehicle. K-boom! The blast detonates just under the transport, sending it flying into the air. The explosion erupts in a massive cloud of snow and shattered road. The shockwave from the blast ripples through the desolate cityscape. The rider's motorcycle screeches to a halt amidst the chaos. With a click, the rider calmly reloads their powerful weapon. Gazing at the overturned transport, the rider muses that perhaps they overdid it. Crash! The heavy armored vehicle smashes upside down onto the frozen highway. The rider raises a hand, effortlessly manipulating energy and debris with a flick of their fingers. As their helmet cracks, the rider wonders if they've hit their limit, then reports to the priest that their work is done. Taking off her helmet, the purple-haired rider reports to the priest that she'll check the package, though her contact dismisses her concerns. The rider smirks, cryptically warning that the powers involved are beyond control, but the priest just accuses her of slacking off. A close-up reveals the package is the unconscious and masked Mo. Amidst the wreckage, a frustrated Joanna checks on a dazed Zhao Shuya, complaining about the constant danger of their route through Manhattan. Zion sits up from the crash, immediately asking about the status of Code Zero. The blonde woman confirms Mo is safe, cradling his head as a shocked Joanna questions Zion's singular focus. The dark-haired woman reminds everyone they're also carrying civilians, while Joe Machete confirms he's safe and asks about the other survivors. Maggie's mother holds her daughter close, reporting they're safe and stressing that they must protect the citizens too. Zion coldly addresses the lieutenant, stating that they have a misunderstanding. He clarifies that his only mission is to return Code Zero to base. Zion callously declares that protecting everyone else is Joanna's responsibility, leaving her stunned and speechless. Shouting for everyone to move, Zhou Shuya pushes past the others toward the front of the transport. Joanna screams in terror for the Nubian. Pops! Pinned by wreckage, the young soldier Lee calls out that he's stuck. Joanna screams for Pops as she sees him trapped beneath a twisted metal beam. The senior officer, impaled but conscious, tells her not to rush, insisting he's survived worse back in Iraq and will get himself out. Spitting blood, he grimly declares that this wound won't be enough to kill him. Peering through the wreckage, the senior officer spots something in the distance and asks what it is. A horde of shadowy, faceless monsters, the Shells, are seen gathering outside the crashed vehicle. The senior officer looks back at Joanna with grim understanding, telling her this is what he feared. An army of grotesque shells now completely surrounds the overturned transport. Perched atop the wreckage, Zion acknowledges they are in deep trouble, having never seen so many shells in one place. Seeing the horde, Zion realizes their concentration might create an opportunity to try a risky plan. From below, the blonde woman asks Corbin about his sound system's range, wondering if the crash damaged it. She looks down at Corbin's shattered guitar, realizing their sonic weapon is no longer an option. Standing defiant against the horde, Zion declares they'll have to rely on the good old ways and opens fire. The blonde woman desperately asks Zhao Shuya for another weapon, but is told to find one herself. Now free from her restraints, a smirking Zhao Shuya coolly asks if they need her help. With a sharp tug, Zhao Shuya easily snaps her bindings. She smirks, acknowledging her status as a traitor and questioning what that label even means now. She then tosses a first aid kit to the stunned blonde woman, telling her to take it. Joanna furiously tells Zhao Shuya she'll never forgive her, but admits they desperately need her skills right now. Pointing to the grievously wounded senior officer, Joanna pleads with Zhao Shuya to help him. Joanna admits she can't treat the wound alone and asks for assistance. Maggie's mother volunteers, explaining she's also a medic, but worries about leaving her daughter unattended. Maggie bravely tells her mother she can take care of herself, while the blonde woman offers to help watch her. Maggie scoffs at the offer, prompting the blonde woman to give up and search for a weapon instead. Joe Machete asks to be untied, insisting he can look after Maggie, though he reminds Joanna he's just a security guard now. He passionately argues that this is no time for rules when they've all been relying on each other to survive. Suddenly, a shell monster smashes through the driver's side window, lunging for Lee. Gritting his teeth, Lee draws a combat knife to defend himself. He fiercely stabs the monster through its hand, pinning it to the dashboard. Shoving a shotgun into the creature's gaping maw, Lee warns the others to cover their ears. In the main cabin, Joanna takes aim with her own shotgun, ready for a fight. Corbin leaps into the fray, brutally impaling a shell with a piece of wreckage. Zhao Shuya directs Maggie's mother to apply pressure to the senior officer's wound as he groans about needing a doctor twice in one day. As Maggie's mother struggles with the bleeding, Zhao Shuya grimly assesses the injury, fearing a severed artery. Outside, Zion notices a familiar crackle of purple energy in the distance. With a jolt, he remembers they still have a powerful pursuer to deal with. The purple-haired rider stands ready, her eyes and a vial in her hand glowing with ominous energy. Her eyes and blade crackling with purple energy, the rider recognizes Zion as a fellow superhuman. Zion stares back, wondering about the identity of the powerful woman leaping toward him. Inside the transport, Zhao Shuya admits that the senior officer's patch-up job won't be enough. Looking at her blood-stained hands, Joanna despairs, realizing they are trapped. She clenches her fists, grimly remembering a similar feeling of helplessness from the past. A flashback shows a younger, hooded Joanna looking on, feeling utterly powerless and hopeless. Taking a drag from her cigarette, Zhao Shuya states that the only key to their survival is to find a way to leave this place. Mo, just as he had saved them once before. Whoosh! Outside, the purple-haired rider swings her energy-laden sword at Zion. Zion's eyes widen in shock at the speed of her assault. Clang, her blade slices cleanly through his assault rifle. His weapon falls apart, neatly severed by the powerful strike. The rider smirks, intrigued by his blessing and questioning why a holy one helps sinners. Zion scoffs at her terminology, declaring he's an atheist and suspects she's from the prophetic association. The rider's eyes gleam with understanding. She now knows his mission is to protect Code Zero. Changing tactics, she asks him if he doesn't wish to go back. Zion is confused as she insists a holy one like him doesn't belong as an NSLB agent. She tells Zion he has something important waiting for him on that side, causing him to hesitate. In a flashback, a young woman in a police uniform who resembles the rider is addressed by her superior. The younger woman smiles, delighted to be assigned to his patrol group again. Back in the present, Zion grips his pistol, acknowledging her words but refusing to yield. A memory flashes of a lifeless hand wearing a wedding ring, hinting at a past loss. The writer argues that if he is alive now, it doesn't matter which side he belongs to. Zion declares he will protect those he treasured from that side now, refusing to surrender Code Zero. He believes Mo might be the key to ending the world's frozen state. Boom! Inside the transport, Corbin and the blonde woman fire at attacking shells as Maggie covers her ears. The blonde woman desperately asks about the other rescue squad members, but Zhao Shuya just stares blankly. Zhao Shuya thinks to herself that only the blonde woman can help them now. She clutches her medical bag, believing the blonde woman is the only one who can act. The blonde woman grabs Zhao Shuya, angrily demanding to know what she's doing. Pointing outside, Zhao Shuya tells her to look at the hopeless situation around them. She gestures to the horde of monsters, calling it a dinner rush. Then she points to the superhuman battle raging behind them between Zion and the Rider. The Rider states that this fight is now beyond their ability to handle alone. Her body glows as she absorbs the bullets Zion fired at her. Zion is stunned, realizing his direct hit was completely ineffective. The Rider smirks, unfazed by his attack. Her eyes lock onto Mo's containment unit inside the wreckage. Crackle. She unleashes a blast of purple energy, shattering the side of the transport. She surges with power, preparing to breach the vehicle. Her eyes light up with a triumphant bingo as she spots her target. She lunges towards the gaping hole in the armored transport. Inside, Zushuya angrily urges the blonde woman to stop hesitating. Suddenly, a shell monster grabs the rider's leg, halting her advance. The blonde woman grabs a piece of wreckage, grimly resolving to fight magic with magic. Crack, she smashes the shell that was holding the rider. A needle approaches the masked and unconscious Mo. The rider finishes off the monster as Zion's glowing eye observes from a distance. Blue energy surges around Mo's body as he begins to awaken. The rider appears inside the transport, telling the awakened Mo she's here to escort the Holy One. His eyes snapping open, Mo awakens with a brilliant blue glow. The purple-haired rider pauses, a flicker of recognition in her eyes as she sees him. Whoosh! Bursting with blue energy, Mo leaps from the wreckage. He lands a direct hit on the rider, splashing her with his strange blue energy. Disoriented, Mo wonders why his body feels so weak and questions the mask and straitjacket he's wearing. Blue energy like tears leaks from the holes in his restrictive mask. Zhou Shuya coolly informs him that she administered a GLC injection and asks how he feels. Mo groggily asks about her new haircut, but she tells him to focus and is glad he's awake, flicking his head to snap him out of it. Ouch! Stumbling, Mo admits he's still drained, and a worried Zhou Shuya acknowledges that this is not good. Looking toward the monstrous horde, she tells him that their survival depends entirely on him. One of the shells lets out a deafening, inhuman shriek. Its gaping maw contorts into a swirling, shadowy vortex of energy. The senior officer grits his teeth, realizing they're outnumbered by incredibly tough monsters. Zhou Shuya impatiently asks the senior officer for snacks high in glucose, but he's incredulous at the timing and complains about his diabetes. With their supplies left behind, Zhou Shuya worries that even her awakened test subject is in no condition to fight, and desperately hopes for even a simple snack bar. A small hand tentatively offers a Sucker's candy bar. Maggie explains her daddy left it for her, but she isn't hungry right now. Thinking of the girl's lost father, Jushuya feels she can't possibly take the candy. With a gentle smile, Mo accepts the offering, telling her to take it. The blonde woman asks Maggie if she can handle moving the injured man alone, and Maggie confidently says she's trained for it and just needs cover. Don't think, just eat. Maggie shoves the candy bar into Mo's mouth, and he reluctantly complies. He cringes, lamenting that he has nothing but bad memories associated with this particular brand. Ka. Taking a bite, he pushes the memories aside as blue energy begins to surge around him. Blue flames erupt from his body, incinerating the straitjacket that bound him. Now free, he declares there are far more important things to worry about. A shell monster grabs Corbin from behind. How the senior officer's gun clicks empty, he's out of ammunition. As his power flares, Mo shouts for everyone to cover their ears. The senior officer looks over his shoulder, confused and alarmed. Boom, Mo claps his hands, unleashing a devastating concussive blast that ripples outward. The senior officer is stunned, realizing Mo just broke the sound barrier with a clap, while a smirking Mo admits he is starting to enjoy this. The surrounding shells reel back, screeching in agony from the sonic boom. Thump! Mo casually steps on a writhing monster's tendril, crushing it. Surrounded by the horde, Mo wonders how there can possibly be so many of them. He narrows his eyes, assessing the seemingly endless wave of enemies. As the shells recoil and shriek, he realizes with a start that they're afraid of him. Watching from a distance, Zion is baffled by the unexpected situation. He looks on in disbelief as the entire horde of monsters turns and flees. An urgent voice over his comms addresses him as Agent White, asking for a sit rep as he's missed his meeting. White reports a problem and is asked if he needs backup. The purple-haired rider appears beside the cowering shells, casually dismissing them. She smirks, noting that even soulless vessels are capable of feeling fear. Wielding a monstrous, energy-crackling gauntlet, she explains it's natural for former humans to fear a Holy One, then asks Mo for his name. She smiles, introducing herself to the silent hero. She proposes they fulfill their shared purpose as Holy Ones blessed by the Lord. But Mo recognizes her as part of the anarchistic cult the doctor warned him about. "I refuse," Mo states flatly, insisting he has more important things to do. The writer recalls her priest's orders to prioritize bringing this one back no matter what. Accepting his refusal, she declares that if that's the case, she'll have to use force. A wave of purple energy flows from her hand. She lunges at Mo, brandishing a massive, crackling energy blade. Mo is stunned, questioning her ability to manifest another blade directly from her body. Mo pauses, noticing strange purple cracks spreading across the rider's new blades. The purple-haired rider smirks as a spectral serpent appears, revealing her power as the scales of a black mamba. She stands ready, her body coursing with a dark, ominous energy. Her glowing eyes narrow as she offers an apology in advance for what's to come. With incredible speed, she lunges toward Mo. She leaps high into the air, her body surrounded by a maelstrom of violent purple energy. Mo is stunned, questioning what he just witnessed. He wonders if she could possibly have more than one ability. Ka! Realizing the fragments are the key, he understands her power isn't what it seems. Shroom. He decides to test his theory and rushes forward to attack. What Mo's eyes widen in shock as his attack seems to vanish on contact. The purple-haired rider finds it interesting that her body simply absorbed his attack. Mo stares at her torso, wondering if the cracks on her skin are actually a portal. She correctly guesses he was testing her and asks if he's surprised by the result. Smiling, she taunts him, claiming her priest knows he's capable of much more. Mo wonders if she's trying to rile him up, but internally admits she's not wrong. A status screen reveals the grim situation. Terrence Woodgate's energy is only at 13% restored. Watching from the transport, Jo Shuya concludes that the parasite within him is still slumbering, and that in a superhuman fight, hidden abilities are paramount. She reflects that a superhuman's unique abilities are always their hidden ace. Mo steels himself, knowing it'll take more than words to beat him, especially since he can't use his Black Fiend form against an unknown opponent. He recalls his fight with the white-haired agent, a lesson in caution that now makes him feel like cornered prey. The feeling intensifies, like a creature being stared down by a deadly snake in the jungle. The rider dives from above, unleashing another ferocious sword strike. Mo barely evades her attack, twisting away at the last second. She smiles, impressed he could dodge her, noting his skill is beyond mere super speed. Mo acknowledges she truly attacks like a snake and resolves to overpower her with brute force. Their powers collide, erupting in a massive shockwave of force. The two are locked in a fierce, up-close struggle for dominance. Mo stares in wide-eyed disbelief at what's happening. Purple energy spreads up his arm as it begins to phase through her body. She smirks, noting he's the first to get inside her, as he realizes her entire body is a portal to another dimension. She taunts him to thrust deeper, while he panics, knowing his sound barrier is useless at this range. A strange thought crosses her mind. She feels she's seen his otherworldly eyes somewhere before. What? She suddenly remembers his eyes are a splitting image of Mr. Speaker's Xing. She violently shoves him away from her. Mo looks down to see the same strange purple cracks now spreading across his own arm. A voice crackles over her earpiece, ordering Jin Yu to stop. She asks her priest what the problem is. The priest reminds her that the speaker ordered them to prioritize 13's retrieval, promising they'll meet Mo again soon. Shoo. The purple energy on Mo's arm dissolves and fades away. The priest informs Jinyu that he and Irina are already there waiting for her. Announcing that the fun is over for today, Jinyu prepares to leave a confused Mo behind. She gives him a final, menacing grin, promising to teach him the Lord's ways next time. Her energy blades shatter into harmless fragments. She vanishes in a swirl of purple energy, leaving Mo alone on the rooftop. Mo stands in the aftermath, his body still glowing with blue energy as he processes the fight. Vroom, he turns, confused, wondering why she suddenly ran away. Jo Shuya approaches, asking if he's all right and about the situation. and he confirms he's fine. Looking down at the devastated street below, he determines that they are safe for now. Vrum! A low, rhythmic chopping sound echoes from above. Zhu Shuya and Mo look up in surprise, spotting an approaching helicopter. Vrum! Mo looks up as the unmistakable sound of an approaching helicopter fills the air. A look of weary relief crosses Mo's face as he says, "Finally!" The helicopter lands on the rooftop, kicking up a cloud of dust and steam. Heavily armed soldiers disembark, with their leader ordering 2 squads to handle the injured, while the rest proceed with the mission. The soldiers identify themselves as fellow NSLB members here to help, but Zhou Shuya looks on with suspicion. Zhou Shuya eyes the newcomers, suspiciously asking what they are doing here. Saluting, Zion reports to the bald commander, surprised to see him leading the operation in person. The commander congratulates Zion's men on their hard work, and Zion replies that it was his pleasure to serve. The two groups, the survivors and the newly arrived NSLB soldiers, face each other in a tense standoff. A man with purple-tinged hair and a woman with a pink streak arrive, wondering why national security has emerged from their bunker and noting a higher-up is present. An agent reports to the commander that Code Zero is under control as Barbara Ripley stands beside him. A nameplate identifies the blonde woman as Barbara Ripley from the NSLB Biochemistry Department. She looks surprised by the situation. The woman with the pink streak narrows her eyes, recognizing Barbara. Barbara Ripley taunts Zhu Shuya, recalling a past farewell of "May we meet again in hell," and asking if she anticipated this, calling her Sonia. The woman with the pink streak says that if Shuya and her baldy leader are here, it can't be good. The commander questions the term slacker, while Barbara asks why they have such a bad reputation. The commander clears his throat, preparing to explain why he and Barbara have personally come to the scene. He reveals they are there for Code Zero, Lin Mo, stating they need him to uncover the truth behind the world freezing over. Mo stares back, confused, questioning what any of this has to do with him. The woman with the pink streak grabs Mo, warning her test subject not to believe the commander. She furiously accuses them of trying to finish what they started with the mysterious Operation Europa. Barbara Ripley seems genuinely confused by the accusation, stating she has never heard of Operation Europa. Turning to the silent commander, Barbara demands to know what's going on, calling him Mr. Clean. The woman with the pink streak declares bullseye, revealing to a stunned Mo that she was testing the commander and her suspicions were correct. The commander's eyes blaze with fury as he demands to know where she heard about that operation. Turning his anger on Zhou Shuya, he declares that while they spared her before for her contributions, she has now crossed the line. A sniper's crosshairs settle on Zhou Shuya's forehead as the commander's threat hangs in the air. Vwoom, a high-caliber sniper rifle fires from the helicopter. Pa! In a flash of blue energy, Mo appears in front of Zhou Shuya, blocking the shot. The commander stares in disbelief at Mo's sudden intervention. Zhou Shuya coolly presents the bullet she caught, advising Mo to wear a helmet next time. He replies he doesn't need one with her around. Mo accuses the commander of acting like a movie villain, trying to silence them to cover something up. Barbara Ripley grabs the commander, furiously demanding to know if the entire incident is related to Operation Europa. The commander orders his men to take Barbara away, but she shouts back, questioning if HQ knows about his rogue actions. Zhou Shuya warns Mo to remember he's still empty and can't push himself too far. Mo looks at the dark, crackling veins on his hand, knowing his body can't sustain this power much longer. Enraged, the commander laments not having his full strength before ordering his troops to capture Code Zero and kill her. One of the soldiers despairs, thinking to himself that this is a horrible day. Another soldier feels relieved the civilians are safe, but questions the order to move on Dr. Zhou. Standing defensively before Zhou Shuya, Mo vows to himself that he won't be running anymore. He grabs the doctor's hand, pulling her close and startling her. With a smirk, Zhou Shuya looks back at him and asks if they're doing this again. Rat-a-tat-tat! The NSLB soldiers open fire with their heavy weapons. Shoom! Mo leaps away in a streak of blue light, narrowly escaping the hail of bullets. The commander watches in shock, exclaiming that Mo is too fast. Barbara Ripley furiously berates the commander, reminding him that Code Zero is known for speed and that using force is useless. The commander grimly remembers that she was leaking their classified information. Dang. Arguing that they're doomed without Code Zero anyway. Barbara Ripley delivers a powerful kick to the commander's gut. Reeling and sweating, the commander nervously wonders what to do now that his plan has fallen apart. Surrounded by strange pale monsters, the commander gives up, ordering a retreat to the bunker to sort things out. A trail of blue energy streaks between the city's skyscrapers, signifying Mo's escape. Kaimo smashes through a window, holding Joshuya tightly to shield her from the glass. Kaboom! A man with a white beard is startled by the loud crash from nearby. Coughing, Joshuya asks if Mo is all right, reassuring him that she's fine. She looks at him with concern, observing that he appears to be in a much worse state than she is. Mo watches Joshuya kneel beside a body, admitting it could have been worse and asking what she's doing. She tosses him a carton, telling him to take it as he asks what it is. Milk Mo realizes the carton is frozen solid. Mo asks where she found it, and Joshuya cryptically says it looks like they've hit the jackpot. She examines the body of the man with the white beard, noting he has been dead for a while and has clear gunshot wounds. Looking at another body in the distance, she deduces it was a mutual kill, likely caused by a fight over resources. She concludes that while they probably fought over supplies, their misfortune is now their good fortune. Mo grimly reflects that their situation is just like it was back then, but when she asks what's wrong, he dismisses it. Lost in thought, he admits to himself that the scene brought back some painful memories. Joshuya smacks Mo, telling him to get it together and asking why he isn't worried about eating. He stares back, stunned. Mo is speechless as she puts tofu, onion, and the entire carton of milk into a boiling pot. She asks if it's unusual, explaining it's a Chinese restaurant, and even offers him the 2 nearby frozen bodies for a more complex meal. Mo splutters, asking why the ingredients are arranged so strangely in the pot. She explains that cooking the food and defrosting the milk simultaneously is efficient. Mo reluctantly agrees, but questions her definition of the word. Exasperated, she declares she's a doctor, not a chef, questioning if she needs to be a good cook. Ugh. Complaining that it's the end of the world, she shoves a hot potato into his mouth. Youch! A person in a parka yells that the food is hot. As Joshuya notes, it's the most efficient way to regain heat. Clutching a baseball bat, the figure in the parka tries to calm their nerves. Joshuya impatiently tells Mo to eat, insisting this isn't a date, while he licks the table yelling that it's too hot. She admits her protective suit won't last much longer either, and that she'll need to find a place to recharge. Mo glances back, noticing a shadowy figure with a baseball bat lurking in a doorway. Kata. Sensing something, Joshuya whips out her pistol. Who's there, she demands, telling her test subject to hold still. The shadowy figure with the bat steps out, beginning to explain themselves. Ouch! Tripping over the dead man, the figure falls to the floor. Bang! The figure's bat hits the ground as they cry out in pain from the fall. Bang! The figure lies dazed on the floor after their clumsy entrance. Pointing her gun at the intruder, Joshuya demands to know who they are and why they're being followed, as the person pleads for her to wait. The red-haired girl insists she's just a survivor. Like them, she explains she saw a light and came to investigate, offering to take them to a nearby shelter if they have nowhere to go. Joshuya remains suspicious, feeling like the girl is up to something, as Mo realizes he's seen her before. The girl suddenly recognizes Mo, calling him Mr. Lin, who always buys cigarettes, and identifies him by his earrings from Mrs. Fang's apartment complex. Confused, Mo realizes she's talking about his other self, and confirms her name is Penny, from the convenience store. Penny is happy to see him again, having heard monsters raided his building, as Joshuya wonders if Mo's other self was a social butterfly. Mo asks if they have a place to stay. Leading them to a subway entrance, Penny confirms this is her group's base. Penny explains that their shelter is for people who didn't get home in time, which luckily helped them avoid the monsters above ground, while Mo notes the PSA broadcasts likely endangered those at home. She adds that they've made their own renovations, an idea from the station master. Mo points out the graffiti, but Joshuya dismisses it as typical for Brooklyn. She corrects herself, noting that the red paint on the wall is still fresh. Looking at the strange eye-like symbols painted on the wall, she wonders what they are. A man calls for them to get in, as Joshuya tells Mo she's seen these symbols before. Handing off the responsibility, Mo tells Penny he'll leave things to her. Kata! The graffiti-covered door slides open, revealing a chilling message. The ominous words, "The children of God will save us," are scrawled in red on the wall. The red-haired girl turns to Mo and Joshuya, preparing to introduce them. Penny welcomes them to their new home, the G line of the New York subway, now a shelter filled with strange symbols and candles. Mo senses something is off about their new sanctuary, as Joshuya looks on with suspicion. A hooded figure greets Penny, excited to see she has brought back newcomers. The figure scolds Penny for going out alone, even for the holy ones, but Penny brushes it off and asks for the station master. Da-da-da. The sharp click of heels announces an approaching figure. Penny excitedly points, announcing the arrival of the station master. The station master, a formidable blonde woman in a uniform, appears flanked by masked, bat-wielding guards. The station master sternly asks Penny if she has been sneaking out again. Penny grins, explaining she was just trying to finish her monthly quota since her brother is unwell. Penny proudly presents the survivors she found, but the station master remains stoic. After Penny explains their situation, Mo questions the quota, while Joshuya cautions him to observe first. The station master listens intently, her expression unreadable. With a wave of her hand, the station master announces it's time for the usual procedures. As masked guards surround them, Mo demands to know what's happening, but the station master tells him to relax. A guard approaches Mo for an inspection. The station master says it's routine, but Mo questions what they're inspecting. The guard scanner reveals Mo's eye has a glowing halo, and he murmurs in shock that the pupil is round. The station master stares in absolute disbelief, realizing the impossible has happened. The guards suddenly drop to their knees, hailing Mo's return as the Holy One. Utterly bewildered, Mo stands before the bowing station master and her followers, wondering what's going on. Mo correctly identifies them as the Prophetic Association, and while Joshuya fears they are enemies, he urges caution, noting they seem different. The station master reverently confirms they have awaited the Holy One, who bears a halo. In a flashback, the station master and a younger Penny cower in fear during an attack. A grotesque monster, a shell, looms over them as they huddle together for safety. The station master recalls thinking they lived in a godless world, until she witnessed them, a mysterious group binding the monster in glowing blue chains. She explains that the Holy Ones left to spread their gospel, leaving the survivors vulnerable to the shells. Before leaving, the Holy Ones gave a prophecy of a savior with a haloed pupil, a prophecy she finally sees fulfilled in Mo. The station master pleads with Mo, their Holy One, telling him his arrival has given them all hope. Mo looks conflicted, muttering the word hope to himself with uncertainty. Penny holds a candle, reflecting that hope is a difficult thing to hold on to in these dark times. One of the survivors presents Mo with an offering of food on a tray. Mo stares at the offering, wondering what it is. A close-up reveals a box of cereal marked with the cult's red eye symbol. The station master calls it the Holy Supper, their duty to provide for the Prophetic Association to preserve their strength. Joshuya sees through the ruse, realizing the survivors are being manipulated into slavery, and Mo agrees. A guard whispers that they are almost out of food, but the station master silences him. The station master dismisses the food shortage, focused only on keeping their new protector with them. Mo curses inwardly, realizing the entire shelter is already enthralled by the Prophetic Association. He sees that his arrival has only reinforced their false beliefs. Fuming, Mo realizes he's been used yet again, and the feeling is infuriating. Determined to act, Mo turns to Joshuya, preparing to make a move. Joshuya senses his intention, asking if he's really considering what she thinks he is. She grabs his arm, warning him the survivors won't believe him even if he exposes the truth. He knows she's right. Smirking, Mo reassures his doctor, asking her to trust her test subject and that he has a plan. Joshuya is intrigued, asking him what kind of plan he could possibly have. The station master, Hannah, formally asks her Holy One for his orders. Mo faces Hannah, confirming that he is indeed their hope, to which she agrees. As your hope, is there anything I can do to help? Mo asks, beginning to unbuckle his restraints. Whoosh! A burst of activity echoes through the subway tunnel. Lighting a cigarette, Zhao Shuya wonders what Mo meant by having a plan. Mo's plan is revealed. He's helping the survivors convert subway cars into greenhouses to create a sustainable food source. Penny smiles, carrying a crate of fresh vegetables, happy that no one will have to be cold or in the dark anymore. Leaning on a rail, Joshuya teases Mo about fixing the platform, sarcastically suggesting they call him Holy Mother now. She turns back with a smirk, continuing to mock his new status as the kind-hearted Holy One. TCH. Sitting beside her, Mo wonders when kindness became an insult, while Jo Shoya accuses him of being too trusting, reminding him these people are still part of the prophetic association. Contemplating the word trust, Mo tells his doctor that she is wrong about one thing. Surprised by his serious tone, Jo Shuya simply asks, "Huh?" Mo clarifies it wasn't an act of kindness. The survivors placed their trust in him, and he acted on that. He explains his reasoning. She knows his powers consume immense energy, so just as the prophetic association needed slaves, he needs people to gather nutrition for him. Pointing a finger, Mo reminds her that if it weren't for her when they first met, he would have died from heat loss. Jo Shuya smacks him on the head, annoyed he's getting off topic after remembering his old look with long hair and gentle eyes. He explains that he is putting the survivors to work for them, just like the prophetic association, but without the deceit and manipulation. With a confident thumbs up, Mo declares he's doing it with kindness, just as she sarcastically suggested. Stunned into silence, Jo Shuya's cigarette falls from her lips. Mo playfully teases her, but she gruffly tells him to get to the point. His expression turns serious as he clarifies that she's wrong to think he's too trusting. He thinks it's the opposite. In a dark flashback, Mo recounts the cold cruelty and murder of his past, a world where he was betrayed by a loved one after his friends died. The memory ends on a grim note as he reflects on the never-ending cycle of violence and betrayal. Mo explains his regrets, wondering if trusting Ming Ming more would have prevented her from choosing Luo Dalong, making Jo Shuya realize his obsession with the farm is personal. He concludes that after much thought, he's realized all his suffering stems from the weakness of humanity during a crisis. Mo reflects that people become selfish and short-sighted because they are weak, a mistake he is determined not to see repeated in this new world. Jo Shuya correctly deduces his logic. People gather because they're weak, and through production they can find the key to survival. She suddenly grabs him by his restraints, saying the one with the power to unite them. Leaning in close, she finishes her thought, asking if that person is him, while he nervously asks her to stop messing with him. As their faces get closer, she admits she's reevaluating her opinion of him, making him increasingly uncomfortable. The moment is shattered as Penny runs toward them, shouting that they have a problem. Bang! Penny trips and face plants on the ground with a loud ouch. Lifting her head, Penny announces through her cracked glasses that they've found something big beneath the rails. She explains that with the power restored, they discovered a previously hidden maintenance tunnel. Following Penny, Mo and Jo Shuya learn the discovery was more than just a simple tunnel. They find something completely out of place in a subway, a massive, sealed, high-tech door. Mo stares ahead, contemplating the strange discovery. He stares up at the massive structure, questioning if it's really a door. Mo asks Jo Shuya if this could be what he thinks it is, and she grimly confirms his suspicion. Penny babbles about urban legends like the backrooms, while Jo Shuya gets annoyed and Mo worries the NSLB will be alerted. Mo reassures a frantic Penny, telling her to take everyone to safety while he and the doctor investigate. Holding up a red keycard, Jo Shuya smirks, telling Mo she's got this and that the others should wait outside. As the door scans the card, she complains about the slowness of old technology. Mo playfully questions the trader, but she retorts that she's just retired. She then reveals that the ID card isn't even hers. As Mo asks where she got it, she cheekily replies, "When life gives you lemons," just as the scanner grants access to Sergeant Joanna Riodes. Mo gestures for her to go first, and she sarcastically compliments his manners. Inside, she finds an ancient-looking NSLB power system with an isolated manual override. Rada. She flips the switch, and Mo asks if she knows what the facility is. She admits she doesn't, but says they'll find out. Mo touches a wall inside, noting the thick layer of dust. He deduces the place is old but wonders why it's not frozen, questioning if it has its own heating system. Mo states that the place feels unnatural, and Jo Shuya agrees, pointing out all the equipment is ancient junk. However, she observes that the facility itself appears to have been constructed very recently. Mo asks again what the purpose of this place is, just as Jo Shuya looks over a ledge and gasps, "Holy!" They stand on a catwalk, looking down in shock at a vast, modern facility glowing with red light, far larger than they imagined. Staring at the high-tech scene below, Mo grimly wonders if they've stumbled upon an NSLB base. Stunned by the scale of the base, Mo is surprised they'd hide it here, while Jo Shuya dryly comments on the NSLB's budget. Jo Shuya quickly begins working on a holographic terminal. The system demands a conference code, leaving Zhou Shuya stumped. Project Europa. Access granted. The system verifies the code and marks it complete. A system update begins unexpectedly, catching her off guard. Mo looks up, alerted by the change in the facility. The base comes to life as screens activate, displaying the NSLB logo alongside a new one, Eyes Machine. The Eyes Machine system rapidly takes over the facility's displays as the update progresses. Complete. The Icebreaker system comes online, welcoming its agent to fight the impending frost. Wondering aloud what the system is, her question triggers a vocal query response. The system explains its purpose. It's a branch of Project Europa designed to monitor the frozen incident and provide tactical support to agents. It reveals itself as a central control node for a network called Frost Giant, with this subway line being its current active segment, though some functions are offline. They both realize the terrifying truth. The NSLB knew this cataclysm was coming all along. Bang! Enraged by the revelation, Zhou Shuya slams her fist on the console. Damn, she mutters, furious that the NSLB kept this a secret. She reflects grimly on the countless lives that were likely lost due to the NSLB's secrecy. He speculates this is why the NSLB wanted him, and grapples with the connections between the apocalypse, the shells, and superhumans. Turning to her, he gently asks what's on her mind. She brushes him off, claiming she was just caught up in the past, but he seems unconvinced. He realizes that for all their shared struggles, he knows almost nothing about his doctor. He contemplates her persona, Dr. Shoshuya, mysterious, rational, and yet so fragile. Her voice cuts through his thoughts, asking why he's staring. Flustered, he quickly denies it, insisting he was also just lost in thought. Suddenly, a warning klaxon blares from the central console. Mo breathes a sigh of relief at the interruption while Zhou Shuya quickly demands a report from the Icebreaker system. Icebreaker reports a large number of life signs on the nearby civilian railroad, puzzling Zhou Shuya. On the monitor, she recognizes a familiar face in the crowd. Barbara? The transport is estimated to arrive in 30 minutes. She questions why Barbara is bringing people here, wonders if it's connected to her activating the system, and resolves to get answers from her. As she heads for the tunnel, she tells Mo she's going to meet an old friend to ask some questions. He insists on going with her for protection, just in case they encounter a shell. The system warns of freezing temperatures in the tunnel, recommending protective suits and noting 2 are available in Zone B3. Mo jokes about the system's advanced hammer, and she sardonically remarks on where taxpayer money goes. Still, she agrees it's time for her to change into a proper protective suit. A warning symbol flashes on her current suit's gauntlet. As they arrive at Zone B3, she starts to question why he also needs to bang! A heavy suit container suddenly falls right on top of a yelling Mo. She tells him to talk less, claiming she's adjusted to the harsh conditions and won't need a suit, much to his annoyance. She lectures him that even so, he needs to regulate his temperature or he'll become a frozen popsicle when his energy runs out. While unzipping her suit, she explains the new gear is a high-tech model from the biosecurity department designed for extreme environments. Pal, as she explains, the suit will help him manage his energy consumption. He collapses to the floor with a gasp. She adds that the suit will monitor his condition to prevent overexertion. He stares up at her, flustered. As she turns, revealing a back covered in scars, she mentions the suit will help her research, but he's too stunned, asking what happened to her. I say, "Were you listening?" she asks, but he's completely dumbfounded. Papayas, he stammers, his mind clearly elsewhere, prompting her to snap him out of it. She sighs, a look of exasperation on her face. Smirking, she notes his mutation hasn't affected his human desires, and teases that she's taken his interest into account, giving him a nosebleed. Pump! Stunned by her teasing, Mo collapses, with a massive nosebleed. Zhou Shuya tapes up his suit, telling him to hold still as she finishes. Confused, Mo asks if she put tapes on his new suit. She explains she used them to cover the NSLB sigil, worried about how the Prophetic Association would react to an enemy symbol. Mo marvels that the suit feels like a second skin and slows his energy loss as Zhou Shuya announces they're finished. Now fully geared up, Zhou Shuya strikes a confident pose in her new high-tech suit. Mo, also in his new suit, smiles with satisfaction. Zhou Shuya suddenly asks Mo about his now shorter hair, saying it's a serious matter they need to discuss. An emergency broadcast interrupts them, calling all brothers and sisters to attention. The message orders an immediate evacuation of the western sectors. setting the survivors into motion. A masked guard directs the crowd, announcing a lockdown of the western sectors and thanking everyone for their cooperation. At the console, Mo finishes recording the message, adding a prayer for the Holy Spirit to protect them from the frost. Hannah asks him if that concludes his message. Now, sporting his shorter hair, Mo smiles and thanks Hannah. Hannah questions him, asking what he and the doctor found in the western tunnel. Thinking fast, Mo lies about gas leaks to keep the NSLB base a secret, warning her it's dangerous to avoid conflict. He continues the ruse, calling it a temporary safety measure until they can conduct a proper investigation. Hannah says she will have her people investigated, seemingly placated. She hands Mo a radio, explaining it's connected to the central channel so he can contact them. Pat Hannah places a hand on his shoulder right over the logo, ominously calling him, "O Holy One." Her expression hardens as she reminds him that they have placed all their faith in him. Sweating, Mo reassures her he's not leaving, wondering nervously if she knows the truth about the logo. Later, Mo and Zhou Shuya venture into a dark tunnel, their flashlights cutting through the gloom. They stop as Mo notes the power is out in this section of the tunnel. Zhao Shuya activates a holographic map, stating they are getting closer to the waypoint. As she tinkers with a nearby device, Mo asks what she's doing, and she replies that she's trying to get it working. Recalling skills from her past life, she successfully reroutes the power. Krah! A fluorescent light flickers on, illuminating the tunnel ahead. Mo makes a mistaken comment about the subway's age, and Zhao Shuya corrects him before he quickly backtracks. Shmo suddenly signals for silence, pointing towards something in the darkness. They discover a large crowd of people standing motionless in the dark, and Mo wonders what they are waiting for. Zhou Shuya recognizes her old colleague Barbara in the crowd and shouts her name, demanding to know what she's doing with civilians. From Barbara's perspective, it's revealed the crowd is scheming something sinister as they turn away from the platform. Zhou Shuya stands frozen as she realizes they are surrounded by shells. Pull! A civilian's face gruesomely splits apart, revealing the horrifying truth. The entire crowd is made of shells. Another person's head splits open, its shell interior exposed as Zhou Shuya watches in shock. Mo realizes it's a trap and yells for his doctor to be careful as his power activates. Bang! 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 The lead shell is torn apart by a sudden volley of gunfire. Unfazed, Zhou Shuya calmly unloads her pistols into the monstrous horde. Ka! She expertly reloads her weapon mid-fight. She wryly notes she's getting rusty, prompting an astonished Mo to question her definition of the word. Mo asks if the lead shell was her former colleague, Barbara. With cold certainty, Zhou Shuya states that the creature is not her. She explains it's a shell's mimicry as more of the creatures emerge from the shadows. The shell's bodies begin to pulse with an ominous blue light. Alarmed, Zhou Shuya braces for what's coming next. Her eyes widen in concern as she anticipates the shell's attack. The shell's bodies erupt in a blinding flash of energy. Zhou Shuya steels herself for the inevitable assault, ready for a desperate fight. A sudden memory flashes through Zhou Shuya's mind. In the past, two friends, one named Joanna, surprise a younger Zhou Shuya with a birthday hat, explaining they snuck out of the base to get her a present. They apologize for the cake being a 3D printed fake, blaming their department's tight budget for not being able to get a real one. A younger, smiling Zhou Shuya insists it's fine and thanks them for the kind gesture. Back in the present, Mo grimaces, realizing he's facing an overwhelming power he can't outrun. He is surrounded by an army of Zhou Shuya duplicates, each one claiming to be the real test subject. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of copies, Mo realizes this is going to be a very difficult fight. Two duplicates hold each other at gunpoint, each claiming to be the real one, leaving Mo to wonder who to believe. As blood spatters across a duplicate's face, the real Zhou Shuya makes her move. Shwoo! She unleashes her cross earring, which transforms into a deadly, blood-soaked projectile. Pa Mo deftly catches the flying earring. He stares at the blood-stained cross in his hand, recognizing it as her earring. With a sudden understanding, Mo smiles and thanks his doctor for the helpful clue. The real Zhao Shuya, now missing an earring, smirks, telling him not to be so hard on himself. Swoosh! Mo's body erupts with crackling blue energy. As he dashes through the fray, he reflects that she's the craziest woman he's ever known. Mo unleashes his power, surging through the crowd of duplicates. Kraboom. He shatters a duplicate's head, realizing he should have known their blood was blue. With the duplicates defeated, Mo turns to the real Zhou Shuya. Splattered with blue blood, she sarcastically asks if this is his hobby, complaining that he always gets her messy. Mo apologizes with a sheepish grin, claiming he can't control where the blood splatters. Pa! He clenches his fist around the earring. He asks what the earring means, but she simply tells him it's his now, leaving him baffled. She explains it's something she should have gotten rid of years ago, and is giving it to him to avoid littering. Mo grimaces, sarcastically thanking her for making him her personal trash disposal. He studies her somber expression, suspecting the earrings hold a deeper meaning for her. Amidst the fallen shells, she admits there's a story behind it, but dismisses it, saying they need to figure out why the creatures are here. She tells him to stop dawdling and help her search, and he asks what they're looking for. A tear escapes her eye, as she explains they're looking for a core, which is the same as the organ he's seen before. He connects this to the parasite he carries, and asks if she's made a new discovery. She reminds him of the hound-type shells that attacked the apartment, noting that they lacked a core. Mo understands, realizing that only the leader of that pack possessed a core. She theorizes that coreless shells are just familiars for a stronger parent, making them pointless to fight since they can be respawned. Mo states he already suspected this was the case and asks her to elaborate. She explains that everything about this ambush was strange. The shells were on standby, the mimics fought weakly, and no parent was present, suggesting they were intentionally left here. A new, unfamiliar voice rings out, asking if this is some kind of joke. The newcomer stares at a dismembered shell arm, demanding to know what happened. A young woman with white hair and green markings appears. Mo recognizes this is bad, while Zhou Shuya asks who she is. The woman, named Irina, curses furiously, enraged that her plan to plant the mimics has been ruined. A voice from her earpiece, a priest, asks Irina what's wrong. Irina complains that the mimics she was supposed to kill were already destroyed by Mo and Zhou Shuya, wondering if they're with the NSLB. She dismisses the idea, calling Zhou Shuya a regular woman and trailing off as she looks at Mo. Mo notes her constant cursing as she sniffs the air, detecting something. As she gets a scent of him, Mo realizes she's figured something out. Recognizing him as the guy in black, Irina curses Han Jinyu and declares it's Mo's unlucky day. TSK, the priest warns Irina not to be hasty, reminding her that the speaker ordered them to avoid him for a reason. "Shut up," she yells back, furious that her plan is ruined because of them. In a fit of rage, she crushes her earpiece, silencing the priest. Wreathed in green energy, Irina declares she no longer cares what anyone thinks. Her eyes glowing yellow with rage, she screams that they can all go to hell. Irina lunges forward, wreathed in green energy, beginning her furious assault. Bang! Bang! Sushuya returns fire with deadly precision, her expression cold and focused. Pang! Irina effortlessly deflects the bullets with her staff, her energy shield holding strong. Zhou Shuya watches in disbelief as her attack proves completely ineffective. Slash, you can die first. Irina yells, lunging past Zhou Shuya to attack Mo directly. Tusk, cursing Mo as the Black Fiend, she recognizes him from a previous encounter. Mo's blue power flares as he accepts her challenge, realizing a fight is inevitable. His eyes glow with determination, as he understands that running is no longer an option. K-boom. He unleashes a powerful blast of energy, knocking Irina off balance. He takes a deep breath, his power continuing to surge. Stunned, Irina realizes he's far more powerful than the last time they met. Mo's body transforms, manifesting a sleek, powerful new suit of armor. Zhou Shuya watches in awe, wondering if her test subject has evolved once again. Mo reflects that this transformation feels different and more potent than his previous ones. A mysterious blue-haired woman appears, explaining his new, complete form is a fusion with the suit, and warns that he's not the only one with new power. Slash! Irina responds by transforming as well, tapping into the power of the Black Fiend. Her face contorting into a demonic grin, she declares that things are getting interesting. Kai! Now in full cat-like battle armor, she draws her blade and challenges him to fight. She vows to beat him within an inch of his life, her new form radiating power. Her clawed feet tap against the ground as she advances menacingly toward him. Slash! Muttering about crazy teens, Mo extends his bladed arm to meet her charge. Bang! Bang! She unleashes a volley of energy blasts, which Mo expertly parries. Slash, he slices through her projectiles with blinding speed. Slash, his blades cleanly bisect the incoming energy attacks. As Irina demands he stop running, Mo taunts her, calling her a pussycat. Shut up, she screams, continuing her relentless barrage of attacks. Bang! The two powers clash violently as Mo blocks her powerful kick. He grabs her leg, scolding her lack of manners, but she defiantly screams back, "Who cares?" While Mo prepares to counter, his energy-laced claws ready to strike. Crack. He lands a vicious blow to her side. What he exclaims, shocked by what he feels. His attack was stopped by a shimmering green barrier, surprising Irina as well. The blue-haired woman reappears, identifying Irina as her previous foe and noting the barrier is more than it seems, all while chiding Mo for fighting mid-conversation. Shoom. Unfazed, Irina readies her massive blade for another attack. Raychok, she aims her sword like a cannon, charging a massive blast. Shrieing! A torrent of green energy erupts from her weapon, heading straight for Mo. Mo asks his doctor how to beat the barrier, and she assures him she wasn't zoning out and has a theory. Joshuya explains that Irina's power isn't a simple barrier. It redirects attacks, which is why her bullets were deflected instead of shattered. She deduces that Irina's ability is to manipulate the repulsive forces between particles. This power, she theorizes, allows Irina's physics-defying movements, leaving Mo wondering how to possibly get through it. Wait, Mo says, noticing a change in his own hand. The tips of his energy claws begin to glow a vibrant red. He asks if these forces are a form of energy, and Joshua confirms they can be transferred. Good to know, Mo smirks, unleashing his bear's fang technique, now knowing how to break her shield. Alarmed, Zoshuya realizes what he is attempting to do. Flash, do you have time to talk? Irina taunts as she lunges at him. Kang! Mo catches her blade between his glowing red claws. As red energy surges through his armor, he thinks to himself, I knew it. Kaboom! Irina retaliates with a powerful spinning slash. Sha! She lands gracefully, mocking him for no longer running away. His armor steaming with energy, Mo glares at his opponent, uttering a single word. You. A mysterious, masked figure wreathed in blue flame coolly asks, Are you done? Humph. Mo sprouts massive energy wings, acknowledging that the fight has indeed just begun. Slash. With his own powers surging, he lunges forward, declaring, Now it's my turn! Irina's eyes widen in disbelief as she cries out, What? Flash! Chak! Irina barely blocks his lightning-fast attack, exclaiming that he's incredibly fast. Confident in her defense, Irina taunts that his speed is useless against the protection of the Saintess coffin. She quickly realizes they are just after images and notes, with alarm that his speed is just like that guy's. Wait, she shouts, shocked to see his energy claws have turned a menacing red. As his red claws clash with her green shield, Irina feels her energy draining away, wondering what's happening. A vampiric specter looms behind Mo as Irina screams that her energy is being absorbed. Watching from a safe distance, Jushuya smirks, realizing her test subject's clever plan. A scientific principle is explained, the piezoelectric effect, where mechanical stress on crystalline materials creates an electric charge. The explanation theorizes that a superhuman's body might be composed of similar materials capable of generating electricity. Joshuya's theory concludes, by maintaining a concentrated assault, Mo is using mechanical stress to weaken Irina's electromagnetic barrier with every blow. Blam! Mo's plan is revealed. He's converting the stress on her barrier into absorbable energy through piezoelectricity. Kaboom! Irina is thrown back, as Joshuya notes that her defensive coffin has ironically become an energy-draining trap. With Irina's shield shattered, Mo declares that no shield in this world is truly unbreakable. Enraged, Irina curses Mo, demanding to know why he is ruining their plan. Mo confronts her, asking what she's scheming, but Irina only screams in frustration. His armor receding, Mo grabs her and furiously demands to know how she, the monsters, and the freezing world are all connected. Irina lets out a condescending laugh, realizing he knows nothing at all. She grabs his arm, and as their energies connect, she offers to show him the answers he seeks. Horrified, Mo realizes her Black Fiend power isn't just attacking, It's assimilating him. Mo's consciousness drifts in a starry void, his form now a cosmic silhouette. He finds himself standing in what he recognizes as Brooklyn before the freeze, sensing that something is wrong. He turns to see a gun aimed directly at him. He's shocked to see Agent White from the NSLB, dressed as a cop and holding a hostage, and wonders why they are frozen in time. Across the street, he sees Irina, with her hands up in surrender, caught in the same frozen moment. He understands now. He is inside Irina's memories, which she has forced him to see. A glowing, celestial door materializes in the street before him. Mo recalls another of Irina's memories, where the master speaker entrusts her with servants, making him question if this is a recent event. A cloaked figure emerges from the memory, noting an uninvited guest, leaving Mo utterly baffled. Stunned, Mo questions how this is possible, realizing he's no longer just an observer. The mysterious horned figure greets him as thief, revealing himself to be the speaker who has been leading the cult. Mo demands answers, confused as to how a memory can talk to him, and why there's another version of himself present. He confronts the horned figure, asking, "Who are you?" The figure smirks, cryptically replying that Mo should already know the answer. Mo realizes the truth. This body he inhabits belongs to his parallel self, meaning the figure before him can only be him. The parallel Mo smiles, tauntingly asking if he ever wondered what happened to the body's original soul. What? Mo recoils in shock as a monstrous half-shell form is revealed beneath the cloak. The parallel Mo explains their shared half-human, half-shell body allows them to meet, even if it's earlier than he'd planned. Mo recognizes scars on his parallel self from when Luo Delong killed him and demands to know what he's planning. The parallel Mo grins, agreeing to reveal his plan since Mo is powerless to stop it. His parallel self appears behind him, within his consciousness, a sinister presence. He reveals his horrifying goal, to accelerate the freezing of the world, much to Mo's shock. The parallel Mo insists they have no other choice, and declares, "Time's up, Lin Mo." Mo's eyes widen in absolute terror, the weight of the revelation crashing down on him. Back in his body, Mo is disoriented, realizing he's witnessing a past memory where Irina scoffs at an opponent, telling them they know nothing. KLK Irina lands a powerful kick against her armored foe. Bang! She's thrown back, coughing up green energy and furious that she was interrupted mid-sentence. Click. A gun is pressed to her head as she wonders how her opponent disarmed her. Mo holds her at gunpoint, demanding to know what his parallel self meant by, quote, accelerating the process. Stunned, Irina furiously asks where he heard that from. She reluctantly agrees to talk, warning him to hold the gun steady. Irina reveals her boss, the speaker, plans to accelerate the freeze, but she only helps because he promised to send her back to her own world. A flashback shows her violent past as she smirks, admitting she has unfinished business there and doesn't care what happens to this world. Watching the interrogation, Mo dryly asks Zhou Shuya if this is bystander syndrome. Irina scoffs at their inaction, asking if they believe the world would have ended anyway. As Zhou Shuya notes Irina's doomsday argument, Irina explodes with anger, yelling that the world is freezing over and they're all going to die. Sufia turns to Mo, noting that their test subject predicts their doom and asks for his opinion. Mo smirks, stating the obvious: they will have to stop them so they can all live a little longer. Irina laughs, mockingly asking how they plan to stop her and challenging them to entertain her before she dies. Looking down on them, Mo accuses her of brainwashing survivors and treating them as slaves. Irina cruelly agrees, stating the weak should serve the strong, and that they plan to exterminate their followers anyway, despite their worship. Mo holds up a walkie-talkie, pointedly asking if someone got all that. Irina stares in disbelief, shouting, "Huh? Hannah, do you read me?" Mo asks, as a voice responds loud and clear, addressing him as Mr. Lin. In a control room, a uniformed woman named Hannah confirms she recorded the entire confession. She adds that she's been broadcasting it over the PA system for the whole subway line to hear. Looking at the station speakers, she's certain everyone heard Irina's damning words. Towering over the defeated Irina, Mo asks how she plans to stop them now. The speaker's masked followers are stunned, realizing they've been used. Mo flashes a sharp, triumphant grin. In her control room, Hannah confidently holds a red cloth, Shuya compliments her test subject, admitting he's far smarter than she'd given him credit for. Mo jokes that a few near-death experiences are a great teacher, asking if she'd been treating him like an idiot this whole time. Irina begins to laugh maniacally, telling a confused Mo that they are too late. With a crazed, glowing-eyed grin, Irina snarls that they talk too much. Mo and Shuya are shocked, wondering how she still has so much energy left. Back in the control room, Hannah stands at attention, asking the Holy One for orders. Mo remains silent as Hannah awaits his command. He realizes Hannah knows his true identity, but is choosing not to expose him. Hannah declares that her comrades believe in him, but Mo cuts her off, saying that's not what he wants to hear. He presses her to tell him the truth, trusting she understands what he's truly asking. Mo stares at her intently, demanding she reveal her real intentions. Stunned into silence, Hannah looks back with wide eyes. She confesses she's long wanted to break free from the cult but couldn't, as she had to maintain order to protect the easily swayed refugees. She laments her powerlessness, feeling like a useless station master against the cult's deceptive theatrics. Mo reassures her, saying any good person would do what she did to help people in need. He tells a determined Hannah that he has a plan to expose the association's true colors and asks her to follow his lead. He then tells her to drop the Holy One title and call him by his real name, Lin Mo. As Irina makes a run for it, Mo and Shuya prepare to open fire. Bang, bang, bang. They unload their pistols, riddling her with bullets. The barrage of shots tears through Irina's body. Buzz. A crackling yellow energy shield suddenly erupts around Irina as she begs them to hold their fire. Mo and Shuya stare in shock, realizing this is a new and dangerous development. Kaboom. A massive explosion of yellow energy bursts forth from Irina. Mo grabs Shuya, shielding her from the devastating yellow energy blast. Thrown back by the explosion, Mo and Shuya realize they just barely survived the attack. Surveying the destruction, Mo asks Shuya if she recalls what he said about Irina's abilities after their last fight. Shuya confirms she remembers, identifying the ability as a teleport. The scene shifts to a snowy, ruined city where a figure leaves a trail of blood in the snow. The bloodied, white-haired man known as Cross curses as a voice warns him not to speak, saying even his blessing needs time to heal him. Cross apologizes to Irina, who sarcastically asks if he's finally learned how to say sorry. Defiantly flipping her off, Cross tells her not to get the wrong idea. He clarifies his apology was for losing to that guy in black, and asks her not to tell Han, then collapses as Irina tells him to rest. Back in the subway, Mo watches the crowd with an awkward expression, unsure how to feel about the current situation. The atmosphere grows tense as the crowd of refugees, including Hannah, looks on with suspicion and fear. Mo is bewildered, asking aloud why everyone is suddenly afraid of him. Facing the fearful crowd, he stands alone as they recoil from him. Shuya tells Mo that he should already know the reason for their fear. Hannah explains that during the end times, a loss of faith breeds paranoia and suspicion among the people. Mo addresses the crowd, exposing the Prophetic Association's plot to enslave them and assuring everyone that he is not like them. A young man in the crowd challenges him, demanding to know why they should trust another Holy One. Acknowledging their mistrust, Mo understands their distress and realizes the situation is becoming troublesome. Gesturing to the hydroponics he built, he reiterates that he only wants to help, not enslave them. As the crowd demands proof, Shuya asks if they should intervene, but Mo rejects the use of violence. He explains that force would only deepen the refugees' fear and distress, as they have already lost their faith. Shuya looks to him for a solution, asking what he plans to do now. Bang! A gunshot echoes through the station. Hannah fires her gun into the air, silencing the agitated crowd with a single command. The refugees turn to their station master, Hannah, as Mo and Shuya watch. Hannah gives a rousing speech, suggesting their true messiah was among them all along, but they were deceived by scoundrels. Mo questions Hannah's actions while Shuya observes that the refugees have at least calmed down for now. Continuing her speech, Hannah alludes to Mo's actions, describing how their Lord has provided for them. Turning toward Mo, she suggests that if someone could do all of that, then he must be the Messiah, and the crowd begins to echo her words in awe. Mo looks on with a grim expression, finally understanding Hannah's plan. A red-haired girl in the crowd enthusiastically points at Mo, declaring that he's the one. She lists his accomplishments, from fixing the heater to solving their food shortage with the remodeled carts. Hannah grabs Mo's arm, proclaiming he exposed the frauds and brought them hope in their darkest hour. The crowd surges forward, chanting "The Messiah" as they surround a stunned Lin Mo. As the crowd's worship intensifies, Mo realizes Hannah is orchestrating the entire scene with practiced skill. Mo thanks Hannah for diffusing the tense situation, and she coolly accepts his gratitude. Wondering if he's being tested, Mo addresses the crowd and insists he's only human. As they shake hands, Hannah tells Mo there's one thing she needs to warn him about. Hannah explains that to lead these religious refugees, he must understand their faith and use opportune moments, just as she has. Jo Shuya interjects with her own philosophy, stating that fools see only despair in tragedy. She concludes that the wise must guide these fools to find hope in despair. Mo is bewildered by Jo Shuya's sudden lecture, while Hannah simply smirks. Hannah announces she has things to attend to for Mr. Lin and Dr. Jo, taking her leave. Mo dryly asks Jo Shuya if she's sure she isn't the one misreading the situation. Getting back to business, Mo and Jo Shuya face a large monitor displaying the ominous Eyes Machine logo. The narration warns that, though the refugees' faith is restored, their safety is fragile, and a single accident could shatter the balance. Knowing him well, Jo Shuya asks Mo if he's already come up with a solution. Jo Shuya reveals she's discovered floor plans for an untouched disaster relief section within the station. She describes it as a perfect, self-sustaining bunker, seemingly built with the full knowledge that the world would inevitably freeze over. A blue-haired man suggests moving refugees into their facilities, calling it an ideal shelter while wondering how things are in Manhattan. Suddenly, their console lights up with an emergency transmission from an entity called Eyes Machine. A distorted video feed appears, showing a terrified young girl who identifies herself as Maggie. The blue-haired man and his female colleague gasp in shock, exclaiming, "Little Maggie?" On the screen, Maggie tearfully begs for help, explaining that she and her mother are trapped by monsters. The scene flashes back to the vibrant, neon-lit streets of Chinatown before the disaster. In the past, a joyful crowd celebrates the new year amidst bright lanterns and a traditional lion dance. In a quiet office, a phone vibrates on a desk, displaying the notification, "You have a new message." A stylish woman with pink-streaked hair answers the call, coolly remarking that it's rare to hear from him. She is revealed to be the renowned #1 investigator of Chinatown. On the other end, the blue-haired man pours coffee, wryly asking if she's being sarcastic. He cuts to the chase, telling her to stop being vague as she must have a tricky case for him. She coldly refuses, stating that she doesn't take cases during the holidays and is hanging up. He panics, spilling his coffee and desperately yelling for her not to hang up. With a smug smile, she tells him to say, "Pretty please," promising it will be quick. As an aggressive houseplant grabs him, he yells that she's just trying to screw him over again. She apologizes sweetly, explaining that this emergency case is big enough to pay back his large debt. He warns her that a man named Luo Delong was looking for her recently, his face grim. Her expression shifts to a sly, cat-like grin as she asks where they're meeting, suggesting the usual place. At a restaurant, the agent Kurt Cobain introduces himself as the manager for a TikTok e-celeb named Ming Ming. The investigator, Sonia Jo, apologizes for her partner Little Mo's directness, as he impatiently tells them to get to the point. Kurt explains their most popular news streamer, Ming Ming, is the focus of a special event they're organizing. However, he reveals on his phone that they can't contact her, and even the NYPD has been no help. He places a briefcase on the table, offering Mr. Lin an advance payment to find Ming Ming for them. Awestruck by the briefcase full of cash, Sonia and Kurt's colleagues stare wide-eyed as she asks for their deadline. A greedy smile spreads across Lin Mo's face as he confidently declares that this case, and Sonia Jo, is all his. Outside Ming Ming's apartment building, the group discusses their next move, deciding to rely on Little Mo's instincts. As Lin Mo picks the apartment lock, he silences his nervous companions, telling them to shut up if they want her found. Inside, Lin Mo finds Ming Ming's diary, which reveals she quit and planned to fly to her home country for New Year's Eve. Kurt Cobain panics, realizing the stream is impossible and that their company is completely ruined. His face contorts into a mask of pure comedic despair. He drops to the floor and clutches Lin Mo's leg, wailing for help, and warning that they can't pay his debt if the company folds. Lin Mo's face drops in alarm, asking if that means he won't get the second half of his payment. Ugh. Kurt continues to sob at his feet. Pressured by his debt, Lin Mo reluctantly agrees to help, to the surprise of Kurt and the amusement of Sonya. Sonya and Kurt admire an off-screen figure with a knowing look, agreeing that he definitely looks the part. The camera reveals a pair of very muscular legs squeezed into a pink dress and thigh-high stockings. A furious Lin Mo, now in full costume, demands to know why Sonya Zhao picked him. She casually replies it's because she's too busty. As Sonya teases a fuming Lin Mo, he accuses them of conspiracy, while Kurt arranges for an AI touch-up on his phone. Kurt shows them the AI editor on his phone, explaining it will alter Lin Mo's features to make him a perfect Ming Ming impersonator. Ready for their broadcast, Sonya and the disguised Lin Mo pose for a quick photo. The stream goes live, and the AI-generated Ming Ming greets her fams for the new year. While promoting a makeup brush, he lets his real shock show when mentioning its high price. He quickly recovers, thanking a fan named Brother Big Dragon for a donation and blowing a kiss to the camera. Crap. Off camera, Kurt Cobain suddenly realizes he forgot something important, panicking as Sonya asks what's wrong. A new camera angle reveals a behind-the-scenes stream is also running, a feature suggested by their top fan. The viewer is revealed to be Luo Delong, Lin Mo's creditor, who glares at the scene and asks what the hell is going on. Lin Mo freezes in terror, realizing that Big Dragon, his #1 fan, is his loan shark. He's going to die. Luo Delong storms in and confronts Kurt, demanding to know where the real Ming Ming is, as Lin Mo tries to hide his face. One of Delong's men shows him the live stream on his phone, asking who the imposter on the screen is. A man stares lovingly at his phone, showing a picture of a smiling woman named Ming Ming in a traditional dress. The scarred man with the leopard print coat and his 2 lackeys look on in confusion. A muscular man in the same pink dress angrily demands to know who they are. The man with the leopard print coat wails in despair, realizing his beloved Ming Ming was a catfish all along. As his cronies try to console him, warning about the dangers of online crushes, he cries out in anguish over his shattered heart and wasted youth. Elsewhere, Mo's parallel self studies a data stream, musing that this is quite the ideal timeline. He approaches a large stasis tube containing a female figure, asking if she agrees with his assessment. The horned figure mockingly addresses the skeletal woman in the pod as number 13, or rather, Subject 13 of Unit EI-13, the Fool. He tells the silent figure that, for the sake of the future, they desperately need her power. The being's emotionless, stitched face fills the screen, embodying the raw power of anger. The scene shifts to the Manhattan NSLB refugee camp after Lin Mo's escape, where a helicopter lands as a voice orders them to prioritize the injured. An injured, white-haired man on an oxygen mask is identified as having AB-positive blood. A worried, pink-haired woman calls him Pops, as a medic assures her that he will be fine with treatment. A bald official gives orders to fortify locations where monsters were sighted, demanding double the firepower. A blonde woman yells at the stupid baldy, who turns to coolly ask what she wants now. Bang! She's shoved aside while demanding an explanation, but the bald official orders his men to get back to work. The blonde woman smolders with anger, taking a drag from her cigarette. A white-haired agent asks to speak with Agent Cobain, who is in the background arguing with the bald official. The white-haired agent informs the now attentive Cobain that as an awakened sleeper agent, the commander has issued him a new ID card. Kurt Cobain, a blonde agent with a ponytail, takes the card and offers his thanks. He looks at his new ID, wryly noting he's still stuck with the name Kurt Cobain. Cobain turns to the white-haired agent, calling him Lil White, and asks how much of his experience as a sleeper agent was actually real. Agent White reflects on the heavy question, wondering if he and Cobain share the same unsettling past. Ha! Cobain suddenly laughs it off, slapping Agent White on the back and telling him not to look so serious. As Cobain walks off to file his reports, he tells Agent White to just forget their conversation and treat it as a joke. Agent White calls out seriously to Field Agent Cobain, stopping him in his tracks. Looking him in the eye, Agent White declares that he actually understands what he's going through. He admits that although he wasn't in the Bad Boys unit, he also struggles with doubt and once wished his past was just a nightmare. Cobain greets Agent White again in surprise, as a woman with purple hair approaches them. The woman, dressed in an NYPD uniform, introduces herself as a colleague reporting from the department. She formally identifies herself as Marguerite Bales-Bridges and thanks Agent White for his help earlier. A flustered Agent White apologizes for not seeing Officer Bridges, but she laughs and tells him there's no need to be so formal. As a blushing Agent White explains that his formal greeting is a habit from his past, Cobain watches with shock. Marguerite explains she came to the camp after hearing about survivors in Brooklyn, reassuring them to relax. She reports that the civilians are currently undergoing medical checkups and they'll be notified when they're finished. Agent White praises Officer Bridges for her sense of responsibility, and she replies that someone has to step up in a disaster. Agent White accidentally bumps into Marguerite, leaving them both flustered as Cobain knowingly smirks, sensing a story unfolding. Walking away from the camp together, Marguerite assures him that she's fine. As snow begins to fall, she asks Agent White if he isn't cold in his field agent gear. He glances away, replying that he's gotten used to the cold. He looks at her meaningfully, hoping that she can get used to the cold as well. The frozen, weathered Statue of Liberty stands against a bleak, snowy sky. The scene transitions to the imposing interior of the Liberty Island NSLB underground fortress. Agent White reports to a bald superior in a high-tech office, who grants him entry. The door to a restricted area darkens ominously as he approaches. The superior notes that Code Zero has escaped, but Agent White interrupts, saying he's found something. A woman in a lab coat enters, scolding the superior for hiding in his hole again. The superior reviews a folder, asking if this is all she found. She confirms it was recovered from Brooklyn's underground fortress. The blonde agent storms in, angrily vowing to get an explanation from the stupid baldy today. Agent White interrupts the tense standoff, stating that according to their records and intel from field agents, the blonde agent, Barbara, clutches a cylindrical container, speaking of key evidence that must be kept from the public. A file in her hand reveals a shocking truth. Labeled Project Europa, it suggests the current frozen phenomenon is not the first of its kind. The bald superior frantically calls Barbara on his phone, ordering her to his office immediately. Bang Barbara kicks the door open, retorting that there's no need to yell since she's right there. Presenting the files, she coolly asks the bald superior if he wanted an explanation, then offers to provide it. He stares grimly at the documents as she summarizes their contents. Project Europa, the Earth freezing over, and the monsters that accompanied it. The office door slides shut, darkening the room for a private meeting. The bald superior addresses Barbara and Agent White, confirming they are among the few people he can trust with this information. He explains that while the files are restricted to higher-ranking agents, the current emergency necessitates this exception. Barbara impatiently urges him to get to the point, and he apologizes, admitting he needs a moment to organize his thoughts. He grimly repeats that this frozen disaster isn't the first, as the image of the frozen Statue of Liberty looms. Barbara stares intently, asking the critical question, did the NSLB know the world was going to freeze over? She explains the documents show the higher-ups not only investigated but prepared countermeasures under Project Europa, which the superior confirms is an incomplete file. The superior recalls hearing of Project Europa only once in a secret conference, questioning why the brass is so determined to hide it. Frustrated, Barbara demands to know why the situation is so dire if countermeasures already exist. With government contact lost and rescue efforts halted, Officer Bridges is seen leading refugees through the snow, promising to find them shelter. Agent White reports to his superior that he spotted those same people while bringing in Code Zero, and the superior confirms he's read the report. The superior theorizes that only another superhuman like Code Zero could disable the national engine. Agent White starts to object, but quickly catches himself, snapping back to attention. The superior reveals that the group outside, led by Cross, is likely familiar with Project Europa and the national engine. Inside a tent, Cross thanks Officer Bridges for her work, suggesting they cooperate, revealing they have infiltrated the refugees. Back in the office, Barbara presses the superior for their infiltrators' goal, but he admits he doesn't know and asks for her opinion. Barbara laments the lack of clues in the files before having a sudden realization. She asks Agent White about a transmission from the Brooklyn branch before it fell, which he confirms was handled by the fieldwork department. From a dark control room, an unknown party watches the superior's office, seeming to understand the situation. A strange, hollow, biological shell stands inert in a starkly lit room. As a door slides open, two women in a control room look up, wondering if their shift change has arrived. A figure in a schoolgirl uniform and a glowing pumpkin mask announces it's time to clock out. revealing the sinister, glowing eyes of the green-haired intruder. The superior speculates that the Brooklyn branch was targeted because they found something important that an agent brought back. The intruder, now unmasked, stands over the bloody aftermath of her attack on the control room staff. With a click, she presses a key on the console. The door to the specimen room slides open, revealing the strange, shell-like creature within. The creature's head grotesquely splits open. Its body separates, writhing as it moves through the doorway. The intruder enters a storage room filled with smaller versions of the creatures, finding the scene interesting. She observes that the smaller familiars are perfect copies of their parents. With a smirk, she decides to unleash the familiars to cause chaos, while she retrieves her primary target. Her target is revealed: a severed head, identical to her own, preserved in a stasis tube. The bald superior, Barbara, and Agent White stare at the container as Barbara confirms this is the key to everything. The camera focuses on the serene, stitched-up face of the severed head in the container. Ring! A red alarm suddenly blares throughout the facility. Agent White's eye glows, sensing a nearby threat represented by a flaming butterfly. He urgently shoves his colleagues back, yelling for them to take cover. Kaboom! The green-haired intruder bursts through the reinforced window in a flash of lime green energy. She grins wickedly through the shattered remains of the high-tech glass. Bang! Agent White immediately opens fire on the intruder. Dang! Dang! The bullets ricochet harmlessly off the intruder's glowing energy shield. Agent White can only stare in disbelief at her impossible defense. The intruder smirks, taunting him for just standing there. Wah! She zips past him in a blur, leaving terrified, screaming personnel in her wake. Agent White's eyes narrow in recognition as the intruders approach. Wah! The NSLB staff scream in horror, realizing the impossible truth about their attackers. Bang! A pistol fires into the chaos. In a parallel scene, Officer Bridges directs a civilian to safety amidst the camp's pandemonium. An overhead view reveals the horrifying scene of civilians and colleagues attacking one another. A terrified young officer pleads for his life, insisting he's not a monster. A squad of soldiers struggles to differentiate friend from foe, unaware a tentacled monster is among them. Puff. The creature reveals itself as its tentacles burst through a soldier's helmet. The young officer screams as he's violently ensnared by the bloody tentacles. A different man, splattered in blood and wielding an axe, also claims he isn't a monster. Thwack! He brutally brings his axe down on the person at his feet. Officer Bridges shields a young girl named Maggie from the sight, declaring she doesn't care who is a monster or not. The axe wielder shoves people aside, crazily proclaiming that only the cold-blooded survive. Bang! Officer Bridges calmly takes aim and fires. Bang! Bang! She unloads her clip into the crazed man's chest. She stands grimly over his body as he falls to the snowy ground. Overwhelmed by the senseless violence, she desperately wonders what's going on. Wah! She looks on in shock as the crowd, including the man she just shot, shambles toward her. She frantically urges the mother and her child to run and find a place to hide. Clutching her daughter, the mother fearfully asks Officer Bridges what she will do. Officer Bridges gives a determined smile, stating she's a police officer just doing her job. Bang! 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 She provides covering fire as the mother and child flee to safety. The cause of the chaos is revealed, a spell that creates human mimics who believe they are real. A man in a fedora watches from above, noting they are one step closer to their goal. His companion, a girl in a schoolgirl uniform, calls him a weirdo, while he decides to wait for more chaos to pave the way. She reminds him their job is just to bring these back for the boss. The man holds the container with the severed head, stating that with this, number 13 will be complete. The schoolgirl attacker asks if she's done now that she's finished the boss's task. The man in the fedora orders her to take mimics to the station and put on a show to expand their influence during the chaos. With his eyes glowing gold, the man in the fedora prepares to depart. The mother clutches her daughter Maggie, frantically looking for a place to hide from the chaos. She spots a shipping container, hoping it will provide a safe refuge. Running past the zombie-like people, she thinks only of her own mortality and not becoming a monster. She looks down at her daughter, telling Maggie she's a good child who must listen to her. Promising to return quickly, she tells Maggie to hide inside and not run around. The heavy door slams shut, locking the little girl inside. Resolved, the mother turns to face the mob, determined to lead them away from her daughter. Hey! "Over here," she yells, waving her arms to draw the mob's attention. Terrified but resolute, she faces the approaching horde, desperate to keep them from finding Maggie. Inside, a phone left with Maggie suddenly displays a notification, detecting a new remote connection. Startled, Maggie looks at the glowing phone lying next to her. She shivers in the darkness, alone and scared. Tap. Her small finger touches the screen, which shows that an emergency contact is available. Elsewhere, a white-haired refugee among a crowd cries out, pleading for someone to save them. Bang! Bang! Trapped in an alley, Officer Bridges empties her magazine at the advancing horde. Out of bullets and options, she says a prayer, begging the Lord to save them. Cornered and helpless, she faces the closing mob, ready for the end. Shoo! A shadowy figure streaks through the sky above. Officer Bridges looks up, sensing the sudden change. Kaboom! A massive blast of blue energy erupts from above, obliterating the entire mob in an instant.